The new Olympus ring space station hung in the void like a fractured jewel, its quantum-powered architecture, a lattice of shimmering texture, a lattice of shimmering nanowires, and by use boots 美好的一开口儿，简白 evanescent and not fading 墨梅 Neon holograms flickered erratically, their blue and violet light casting jagged shadows over rusted machinery. Above him, a maintenance drone floated in a slow spiral, its one summit tone full. The stations, they support systems, had long since failed. What's the third? The stations, 微subsource. The stations, 微source, 三次 situation. As his fingers closed around it, a pulse of energy surged through his neural interface, and his vision blurred. A cascade of images flooded his mind days, and his vision blurred. That cascade died. 今天是美好的一天。Warning memory corruption detected. Data signature 2197. The AI companion's voice echoed in his mind. Sharp-hand Clinian's voice echoed in his mind. Yarp-hand Clinio. The evil staggered its breath, coming in short gasps. His hands trembled as he clutched the fragment his mind. The station around him seemed to pulse with an eerie silence, as if the very air was listening. Then in the corner of his vision, he saw it, the faint glowing outline of a gear-shaped, glowing outline of a gear-shaped, the faint glowing outline. The AI's voice cut through the haze. The data within the fragment is incomplete. Proceed with caution. Cease income cease. Simis istas tamen assistam, gent beta within me. The quantum storm had been a cataclysm that had reshaped the galaxy, an event that no one had survived, and yet the fragment suggested it had been planned. Neural 接驳器 activation initiated, the AI announced, decrypting memory shard. Progress. 卡分之12. The sharp pain lanced through his skull as the nucleus. 亚分之12. The data was fraudulent, but it was clear this was no ordinary memory. It was a key to something far greater than he had ever imagined. Warning. The data may come greater than he had ever imagined. Warning. The data may come in. Limo exhaled sharply. His mind, racing the quantum storm, had not been an accident. It had been a test, and now he was holding the proof, the neural connectors. It happened 3层, and Nemo sat in the dim light. The room was a stark contrast to the chaos of the junkyard, neat, orderly, and filled with the hum of advanced technology. His bionic eye scanned the fragment, its data streams within the fragment. Memory shard contains references to a lab, a glowing sphere, and a group known as the Prometheus Project. Lin Mo leaned forward, his fingers tightening earth. Correction, the Prometheus project was never officially terminated. It was suppressed. The AI replied, the data suggests it was linked to the quantum zone. Lin Fo's breath caught in his throat. The professed fought in his throat. The promin, it had been designed to harness the power of the quantum storm, to control it, to weaponize it, and now the memory fragment was proving that the pruning the data may be dangerous, the AI said. Ningmo keeled sharply, his hands gripping the edge of the desk. He was on the edge of something far greater than he had ever imagined. The memory fragment was not just a key to the past, it was a key to the future, and the future was waiting. The murder scene was a stark contrast to the sterile high-tech environment of wars after not high-tech environment. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and the faint metallic tan of blood-cramped maintenance bay filled with the remnants of xenon. The small maintenance bay filled with the remnants of shan. The scar was unmistakable, its edges glowing faintly, as if it were still axe. Lingmo crouched beside the body, his bionic eye flickering with dust streams. as he 你是美好的一 smoke 哇啊 A faint trace of antimatter residue clung to the floor, the evidence of a weapon that had been used in the attack. Warning, antimatter residue detected. He reached for the quantum motor, a device that could track quantum-cloaked objects. The device hummed to life. Its interface to life. Each hint said the device hummed to life. It is dice. Ningmo's heart pounded as he realized the implications. The murder was not just a random act of violence, it was a message. The gear-shaped scar on the victim's chest was a symbol, a warning, and the anti-mat scar on the Vichin Charby. The memory fragment's data was incomplete, but it was enough to draw Lingmo to Entropy Corporation's headquarters. A monolithic structure that loomed to Entropy Corporation, but it was that mold that loomed over the new amazed ore. Inside, the atmosphere was oppressive, the air thick with the scent of ozone, and the hum of quantum process. He stepped into the lobby where a pair of towering sentinels, their bomb was constant shifting. A voice smooth and cold echoed through the room, unidentified indubtile. Echo through smooth and cold. State your purpose. I need to speak with someone from the Entropy Corporation. A moment of silence passed before a door slid open, revealing a corridor lined with holograph-slid opal presa. A moment of silence passed before a door rested his face that flittered with danger. Detective Mo, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. I am Agent Hall of Entropy Corporation. You, 10 dot here for a friendly. Just cut through his thought. You, Ting T couple or proceed with caution. Agent Rowe gestured for Lingmo to follow, leading him deeper into the building. The walls were lined with Quanson's windmill, the walls framed deeper in gaudy fry. As they walked, Lingmo's mind raced, and Porter Corporation had long been rumored to be at the forefront of antimatter demolition. Detective Mo, Agent Rowe said. His voice smooth as he led him into a dimly lit chamber. You've been asking questions about the memory fragment. I assume you will find something. 我感到非常放松 update charted the lighted. Agent was spoiled. One desk the lighted the light on. Econ furnaces. Then you've been misinformed, he said. Lingmo's breath caught in his throat. The companion's voice echoed once more. Warning, the truth may be more dangerous than you realize. Lingmo's mind wheeled as he sat in the dimly lit data hub. The mammoth man reeled as he sat in the dimly lit data hub. The mammoth band his bionic eye flickered with data streams, scanning the fragment for any new insights. The neural connector hummed to life. 也晓得了别个背影，空气牛 he cries. At the center of the room, the glowing sphere pulsed with an energy that seemed to warp the very fabric of space. A voice, low and mechanical, echoed in his mind. The quant's prom was not an accident. The AI companion's voice cut through the haze. Warning, memory corruption detected. The data within us. Warning, memory corruption detected. The data within this fragment memory corrupting with tactics the wow was its purse. Why had the fragment been left in the jungles in the New World with the Xixian? The data was complex, but it was clear that the fragment was more than just a memory. It was a key to something far greater. Ling Mo leaned back in his chair, his fingers tightening around the edge. The memory fragment was just the beginning. His fingers trembled as he stared at the data, the fragments of suppressed history revealing a deeper conspiracy than he had ever imagined. The Nakai core, the name sent a chill through him. Proceed with caution. Ling Mo's breath came in short gasps as he studied the data. The Gaia core was not just a weapon, was a concept capable of recoming it was a candida. The Gaia core was not just a weapon, it was a comeback memory. He turned to Kelly, who was still scanning the interface. The Gaia core, he said, his voice low. That's what this is. It wasn't just a test, it was a Mingtie said. Ye quantum store was not an accident. It was a coming need. Kelly's eyes widened. If that's true, then the Star Trek Council didn't just bury the truth, they erased it. The Gaia core was used to rewrite history, to control parade the truth. They erased it. The Gaia core was used, the Mayan. The quantum storm had been a test, but the Gaia core had been the tool used to manipulate the outcome. It had not just altered the past, it had shaped the present. Reshaped the very for is not to the trustees once the present. Reshaped the Gaia core is not to be trustees the present. Warning, the Gaia core is not to be trusted. Its power is unstable. Ling Mo exhaled sharply, his hands gripping the edge of the desk. He was standing on the precipice of a truth that could change everything. The Gaia core was no longer of a truth that could change everyone, and he was on the verge of uncovering the ultimate secret of quantum storm. The weight of the decision pressed down on Ling Mo as he stared at the data, the fragments of suppressed history revealing a deeper conceit than he had ever evolved. The Gaia core was no longer just a mystery. It was a weapon, a force capable of retaining nor. It had been a calculated manipulation, a controlled event, orchestrated by the Star-Trek uncomposed tangible manipulation, a combative core to which guilty. Seymour's hands trembled as he stared at the data, the fragments of suppressed history, revealing a deeper consulting than he had ever imagined. The Prometheus project had been a test, but the Gaia core had been the true STM. But the Gaia core had the pastita, the Gaia core. He turned to Kelly, who was still scanning the interface. We need to shut this down, he said, his voice low. The Gaia core can't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Kelly's expression was Gaia core can't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Kelly's expression uttered, what if the Star Trek Council already knows what we found? What if they've been waiting for us or only knows what we found? What if they've been waiting for us to uncover this? Ling Mo's breath came in short, but now he stood at a crossroads. If he destroyed the Gaia core, he could prevent its use. But at what cost? The truth had been buried for decades, and the world had built itself upon the foundation for that very task. His eye, Kai Kangyan's voice that bound Zhang Mei's the guarantee. There is more to this than we have uncovered. Ling Mo exhaled sharply, his fingers tightening around the edge of the desk. He had a choice to make, and the future of the quantum, perhaps the future of humanity. Ling Mo's office was a sanctuary of precision, a stark contrast to the decaying labyrinth of the new unpassable space station. The walls, lined with quantum reactive panels, a starred 美好的一天朵。看着 The air was filtered through nanofiber membranes. removing all trace of the ozone and decay that clung to the junkyards. Here, the only sounds were the of fire membranes repong the junkyards. The near, the only sounds were San Hanguo's bionic eye flickered as he activated the device. The concourse by eye. The moment the connection was made, a surge of static coursed through his neural pathways, and the room seemed to dissolve into a cascade of fragmented images. He saw the lab again, but this time the details were sharply, and the room seemed to dissolve. The sphere pulsed with a rhythm that mirrored the heartbeat of the station itself. Ling Mao's vision blurred as a new set of images overlapped drones, data streams, and a symbol, each tinted to the floor that resembled the gear-shaped scar on his own chest. Data signature 2197. The AI companion's voice echoed in his mind. Sharp and clinical, Ling Mo staggered, his hands grind the article. His bionic eye flickered with data streams, struggling to parse the fragment's contents. The AI's voice cut through the haze then, may trigger neural feedback. He had spent years chasing the truth, but now the truth seemed to be fighting back. The images flooded his mind flashes, but damage flooded him to be fighting back. The incamus flooded his mind flashes. The data was incomplete, but the implications were clear. The quantum storm had not been a natural phenomenon. It had been engineered and not been a natural phenomenon. It had been engineered, and the fragment was a key to 安田的香味, a Sanmo's 悲须. A voice, not the AI's, whispered in his mind. Asterisk, you were there. You saw it. Asterisk, the room seemed to pulse with an eerie silence. The Aussie tank squall, dimming, as if the station itself were holding its breath. The Aussie tank's spiral, caught as the station itself were holding. Was the scar a mark of something he had done, or something done to him? The line between implanted memories and reality, the scar implanted memories and reality. Ling Mo's bionic eye processed the information, its streams of data converging into a single chilling realization. The quantum storm had been a conjuring into a single chilling. Its streams of data had been a component at timing. Memory shard dicom may trigger hallucinations. Ling Mo exhaled sharply, his fingers tightening around the edge of the desk. The weight of the unknown pressed heavily on him. The memories had known probably, his fingers tightening around the edge of the desk. The algae tank's glow pulsed again, and the room seemed to shift, as if the very fabric of reality were bending to the weight of the discovery. Ling Mo's mind raced the fragments of memory. And why had the fragments been left in the junkyard of the New Olympus ring space station? The neural connectors left in the junkyards of the New Olympus ring space station. So, Ning moves by Anakin T to the past the what war. They moved by Anakozi. The AI's voice echoed once more, colder now. Warning, the data within the fragment may be dangerous. Proceed with caution. Ling Mu's breath caught in his throat. The truth was waiting for him to uncover it, but the cost of that truth. Ling Mu's boots magnetized to the floor as he crouched beside the victim, his bionic eye scanning the antimatter residue. The air crackled with static, and the faint hum of nanobot forms exhaled to the 美好的 V. A flicker of movement too fast for human choke. He twisted the shard, grazing his arm, as his AI companion's voice cut through the chaos. Nanobot swarm detected. Pattern code chaos. Nanobot swarm disport. Pattern code chaos. Nanobot swarm. This swarm coalesced into a shimmering. Limo's fingers flew across his wrist console, activating the quantum lotor. I need a countermeasure. He growled, his voice tight. These things aren't just attacking, they're mapping the room. These things aren't just attacking, are you sure? Do it. A blinding flash of blue light erupted from his console, sending the swarm into a pass. 繁星七勾 The device paused, its interface revealing a hidden pattern in the swarm's code signature, linked to entropy corporations, quantum, coking, tang, countang, not just the swarm, he muttered. Hua Daos turned his bionic eye, locking onto a figure cloaked in shifting nanobot armor. The stranger's face was obscured, but the glint of a bava weapona sleek, antimatter-laced dagger yash. What's the point of a memory-erasing weapon if you're just going to leave the victim's mind intact? The stranger tilted their head. The point is to erase the asterisk of what happened here. For victims' memories already is trace ** what happened here. The victims' memories are like the antimatter residue wasn't a weapon. It was a key, a tool to wipe the victim's mind clean. If I use the neural connector now. If I use the neural connector. What if it corrupts my own memories? What if I lose who I am? To find this truth, the Gaia Core's power isn't just about rereads. The Gaia Core's power isn't just about rereading. Asterisk, the stranger launched, the dagger flashing with antimatter energy. Ningmo dodged his AI's voice snapping, warning, swarm reactivating, prepare for phase 2. The maintenance may FIT bomb. Ningmo's hands flew over his console, hacking into the swarm's control system. You're not just scanning the scene, he shouted. You're freak on the scene. He shouted. Your with being teen he. Ningmo's fingers tightened around the compound lotor. The truth was clearer now. The murder scene wasn't a crime. It was a test. Ningmo's boots magnetized to the floor as he stepped into the Entropy Corporation's lobby, the air vibrating with the low hum of quantum furnaces. Agent rose free. Before Ningmo could respond, the Sentinel stirred nanobot swarms, coalescing into jagged shifting form that hovered inches from the floor. Override. Lovride 区但我 butter did the A pulse of static surged through his veins as the swans lunged, their limbs elongating. Tertiary static surged through his veins as the swans lunged, their limbs eased. Ingo quizzed the Tenturen. The device's intruders. Not today, he growled, slamming his thumb against the console. The AI companion's voice cut through the chaos. Initiating counter-surge. Reese cut through the chaos. Initiating counter-surge. Recharge. Wang Bo seized the moment, sprinting toward the card. Guan seized the moment. You think the memory fragment is a key, it's a virus. The quantum storm wasn't a test, it was a purge. Entropy didn't create it, we asked it as the purge. The AI companion's voice was urgent. The nanobots are regrouping. You have 90 seconds before they isolate you. He activated the neural grouping. You have 90 seconds before they isolate you. He activated the neural grouping. You have 90 seconds. Agent Rowe, Lingmo said, his voice steady. You're lying. The quantum storm was a test, but the Gaia core was its asterisk. Creators de Gaia. The quantum storm was a test, but the Gaia core was its asterisk. You've seen the data. You know the truth, but the Gaia core isn't a weapon, but asterisk mirror. Asterisk. It doesn't destroy it. Asterisk. It's a asterisk. The nanobots surged forward again. their movements now a blur of shifting metal. Ling Mo's fingers danced over the neural connectors. Yitro's fingers danced over the neural connectors. The AI companions the data in the memory from. If you don't act now, the Gaia core will untop everything. As the swarms closed in, Ling Mo's mind raced. The ethical dilemma gnawed at him. 我感到非常放松. If he destroyed it, he might unravel the fabric of reality, but if he let entropy use it. Phantom storms through pulse. They said he stored it, torn apart, or be. The neural connector's interface flared its data streams, merging with the nanobot's logic. The swarms froze, their movements collapsing into a singularity of light. Ling Mo sprinted toward the Mayman's tunnel, the AI companion's voice. But the Gaia core's true function isn't destruction at asterisk. Erasure asterisk. Be careful what you uncovered, the chorus asterisk. Be careful what you uncovered into our ears. SD 的内耗的 ETF 的 Beauty. The data hub's interfaces flickered with an eerie rhythm, its holographic projections distorting, as if caught in a gravitation anomaly. Ling Mo's bionic eyes distorted, as if caught in a gravitation. One node, larger than the rest, emitted a low, resonant hum. Main node, larger than the rest, emitted a low, resonant hum. Its surface etches the rest. Asterisk. Do you see that? Ling Mo's voice was taut. The encrypted not just hiding data, its asterisk grilled. She gestured toward the larger node. That thing's not just a data hub. It's an asterisk T asterisk. Ling Mo's eye companion's voice cut through the static, warning the encrypting pattern manion's voice cut through the static, warning the encrypting pattern manion match. The room's lights dimmed, casting jagged shadows dim. The room's tongue deepened. Did you see that? Ling Mo's voice was barely above a whisper. Kelly's fingers danced over the interface, her expression undanced over the inju. The did you see the encryption? The did you 2197. That's the same number from the memory fragment. The stars and wonder from the memory fragment. Stars Camden. The encryption's too deliberate. This isn't just the hidden messages. The end 非常放松. The end's KPU's trap asterisk is asterisk trap asterisk 2197 asterisk. The number echoed in his neural interface, a ghost of a memory that refused to be buried. His oath of amendments by the wish to be buried. Asterisk he had seen the quantum storm's destruction in the memory fragment. But now the Tatanka song says the timeline that didn't exist. Had he all Tatan come? The AI's voice was a threat pulling him back, but he couldn't trust it. Asterisk. What if the AI was lying? What if the memories it fed him were fabricated, designed to keep him from seeing the truth? The memory fragment had shown him a world before the storm. But what if that world had never existed? What if the quantum storm had been a constant? What if the quantum storm had been a constant? What if the quantum storm had been a compounding in his ears? And he was caught in the middle of it. The notes hung grew louder, its symbols shifting into a new pattern. A line of text materialized. Asterisk, the storm was never meant to end. The AI companion's voice was a distant murmur, its warnings drowned out by the relentless hum of the node asterisk. Was this a loop? Asterisk, he had seen the quantum. Had the data already been decoded? And this moment repeated. Its bionic eye flickered, its interface struggling to process. What if the memories it fed him were fabricated, designed to keep him from seeing the truth? Asterisk. The thought sent a cold spike through his chest. The memory of that word had shown him a world before the storm. But what if that word had shown him a world before the storm? He clenched his fists, his pulse pounding in his ears. Asterisk, if the tap-toe was real, then the storm hadn't ended. It was still happening. A line of text materialized. Asterisk, the storm was never meant to end. Asterisk, the storm was never meant to end. Asterisk, he had seen the quantum storm's destruction in the memory fragment. But now the tom-tom suggested a timeline that didn't exist. Had he suggested a timeline that didn't exist? Had he already been here between but time man? The AI's voice was a thread pulling him back, but he couldn't trust it. Asterisk, what if the AI was lying? What if the memories it fed him were fabricated? The memory fragment had shown him a world before the storm. But what if that world had never existed? What if the quantum storm had been a concept? What if that quantum had never existed? What if the quantum storm had been a content? And he was caught in the middle of it. The notes hum grew louder, its symbols shifting into a new pattern. A line of text materialized. Asterisk. The storm was never meant to end. The companion's voice was a distant murmur, its warnings drowned out by the relentless hum of the node asterisk. Was this a loop asterisk testing the hum of the node asterisk? Was this a loop asterisk tapamian? Had the data already been decoded and this moment repeated? His bionic eye flickered, its interface struggling to. What if the memories it fed him were fabricated, designed to keep him from seeing the truth? Asterisk, the thought sent a cold spike through his chest. The memory fragment had shown him a world before the storm, but what if that world had never occurred? He clenched his fists, his pulse pounding in his ears. Asterisk, if the tap-take was real, then the storm hadn't ended. It was still happening, and he was still happening. A line of text materialized. Asterisk, the storm was never meant to end. Asterisk, Lingmo's Viola meant to end. Asterisk, the storm was never meant to end. Flickered. Its interest is a loop. Asterisk, he had seen the quantum storm's destruction in the memory fragment, but now the tom-tom suggested a timeline that didn't exist. Had he already been here, betwisted in church? The AI's voice was a thread pulling him back, but he couldn't trust it. Asterisk, what if the AI was lying? What if the memories it fed him were fabricated, designed to keep him from seeing the truth? The memory fragment had shown him a world before the storm, but what if that world had never existed? What if the quantum storm had been a past? What too? And he was caught in the middle of it. The notes hum grew louder, its symbols shifting into a new pattern. A line of text materialized. Asterisk, the storm was never meant to end. The AA companion's voice was a distant murmur, its warnings drowned out by the relentless hum of the node asterisk. Was this a loop? Asterisk, he had seen the quantum's destruction, then the memory's fragment. But now, Natat. Had the data already been decoded and this moment repeated? His bionic eye flickered, its interface struggled. What if the memories it fed him were fabricated, designed to keep him from seeing the truth? Asterisk. The thought sent a cold spike through his chest. The memory fragment had shown him a world before the storm. A memory fragment had shown him a world before the stars. He clenched his fists, his pulse pounding in his ears. Asterisk, if the tap-tap was real, then the storm hadn't ended. It was still happening. A line of text materialized. Asterisk, the storm was never meant to end. Asterisk, Lingmo's bionic eye to end. Asterisk, he had seen the quantum storm's destruction in the memory fragment. But now the time talk suggested a timeline that didn't exist. Had he already been here before? had the diamine that didn't exist. Had he all died in here The AI's voice was a thread pulling him back, but he couldn't trust it. Asterisk. What if the AI was lying? What if the memories it fed him were fabricated, designed to keep him from seeing the truth? Astes. The memory fragment had shown him a world before the storm, but what if that world had never existed? What if the quantum storm had been a construct he thought, a test of his own mind? The neuron connector's interface flickered erratically, its strings of data twisting into jagged, unreadable symbols. Ningmo's bionic eye teased into jagged, unreadable symbols. Wong Mo's bionic eye. The date didn't exist in the Star Trek Council's archives. It hadn't been recorded in any quantum ledger, and yet the tapping pulled in any quantum ledger, and yet the tapping paused, like a heartbeat, its digits shifting between .4.13, .4.13. His, upon, 横碰心潮, his, he, ho, he, a hidden message encrypted in a language that felt both alien and familiar, scrawled across the interface. Asterisk, asterisk. The asterisk, asterisk, mon, zestes, the mos, estes, he. The time told 2197.4.13, asterisk, 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 Estimpop's cabal. The Star Trek Council's archives don't have a record of that day. It's like it was erased. Kelly, look at this asterisk, asterisk. Project Gaia Core deleted trying to suppress it. Someone doesn't want this instead. The Newton's trial. Like these asterisk, the system's trying to assist Fred with a new set of symbols. They're meaning more. His AI companion's voice returned colder this time. Asterisk, asterisk, warning. The fragment's data is being actively masked. Proceed with caution. Asterisk, asterisk. Lingmo's mind reeled. The task deep wasn't just a glitch, it was a clue, a key to something buried deeper than the quantum milled. But as he reached for the neural connector, the interface flickered again, and for a moment he saw his own reflection in the glass of the data hub's console. His gear-shaped scar glowed faintly, as if it were watching. Asterisk, 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 cling. Most dots spiraled. The memory fragment had already rewritten his past, had shown him visions of a world that no longer is past and past, had shown him visions of a world that no longer is past and dingy. The scar on his chest burned a silent reminder that the truth was never as simple as it seemed. The holograms flickered again, and for a moment the room felt like it then. The data was still there, waiting to be uncovered, but the question remained, was he ready to see what it revealed? Dingmo's fingers hovered over the neural connector's interface, the data stream flickering like a dying star, Kelly's quantum ink flickering like a dying star. Do you see it? Kelly's voice cut through the static, her violet eyes narrowing at the holographic projection. The Prometheus project wasn't just about the quantum storm. They were trying to assert wasn't just about the quantum storm. They were trying to assert wasn't just about the quantum. This isn't a weapon. It's an asterisk. Construct asterisk. A way to rewrite the past, to erase it, to asterisk control asterisk. It isn't a webby phrase. To erase it, to asterisk consistent. A way to test the limits of human perception before they could implant the Gaia core. His bionic eye found the Gaia core. His bionic eye found the Gaia core. His bionic eye fought with the Star Trek Council. The AI 看好的一天 Entropy Corporation's fingerprints are all over this. They didn't just bury the truth. They hijacked asterisk. They asterisk hijacked asterisk it. Arbeitet Dingmo's these dictionaries. He saw a man with a gear-shaped scar on his chest, his body convulsing as the core's energy warped the air around him. Warning, memory corruption decapitated. The AI companion's voice resonated in his data with caution. Warning, memory common. Ningmo, if the Prometheus project was trying to control memory, what does that mean for the people who survived the quantum storm? What if they're not just victims? Dear carved, das quantum. The ones who know what really happened. Do you ever wonder? Kelly said, her voice soft as she adjusted the neural connecting. Do you ever wonder? Kelly said, her voice soft as she adjusted the neural. A way to see the truth, but also to feel it. Lingmo's bionic eye flickered, its data streams overlapping with hers. You're saying the fragment doesn't just show memories, wasn't just a mark. It was an asterisk record, asterisk. Kelly's expression darkened. And if the Gaia core was designed to rewrite memory, what happens when you relive a trauma to a memory bien? I've seen what happens when people use memory implants to relieve trauma. They don't just remember, they re-experience trauma. They don't just remember, they use experience it. And what if the Prometheus project used that? What if they didn't just erase memories, they forced people to miss statistics, pistes, guides. The weight of the neural connector's interface pressed against my palm. Its cold metal a stark contrast to the heat of my sunstone palm. Its cold metal a stark contrast to the heat of my thoughts. Every time I used it, I felt cybernetic stones had given me strength, precision, the ability to see what others couldn't. But they had also made me feel more asterisk. They were fragment. My emotions, once raw and unfiltered, now felt like static, distorted by the layers of code that separated me from the world. I wondered if the Prometheus fraud that seemed this all along, if they had hastily known this. The neural connector's interface fled with a new set of data, its symbols shifting into a sequence that neither Ningmo nor Katasa, rest symbols shifting into a sequence. 我感到非常放松，The Coe, the AI companions. 我们 Lingmo's bionic eye flickered with a new warning. The Prometheus project's files are encrypted with a quantum key. We need someone who can crack its phymon with access to entropy. We need someone who can crack it. That's Agent Rowe. We're risking him. Ningmo's hands tightened around the neural connector. Then we find another way. There has to be someone else who can help us. Someone who's already E. There has to be someone else who can help us. Someone who's all rogue. They call themselves Next asterisk. They've been leaking data about the quantum storm for years, but they've never worked with anyone before. If we let entropy bury the truth again. The room fell silent, the weight of the decision pressing down on them, like the gravity of a college scene. 7条嫌弃 Lingmo 非常放松 Lingmo and Kelly had no choice but to trust each other, to rely on the technology that bound them together. But as the neural connectors bound them together, Lingmo's fingers tightened around the edge of the neural connector as the warehouse hidden records flickered across its ethers. The data was a mosaic of suppressed history, each fragment a shard of a truth the screen. Faint vibration in his neural implantation made his temples throb, warning from the AI companion. embedded in his cortex. The Gaia cos crotals are intuitive. 我感到非常放松。She stood beside him, her own bionic eye flickering as she accessed the data. Her neural implant was older, she said, her tongue across her face. May come near a tool to rewrite not just memory but identity itself. Manchu exhaled his breath, fogging in the cold air. And what does that mean for us? For the people who lived through the quantum storm? If their memories were old, the real question is, why was the Gaia core created? The Star Trek Council didn't just erase history, they engineered it. They chose *2 for it. The neural connectors interface flared its data streams, surging with a sudden influx of information. Lingmo's vision blurred as a cascade of impacts of Ingmo's vision blend Manri Ko Qingqi. The Gaia core's influence is spreading. Ling Mo staggered back, his hands gripping his temples. It's not just the past, he said. His bond store didn't just erased. Every memory, every choice, every bond we've ever had, it's all being tampered with. Kelly's expression darkened. Then we have to choose. Do we destroy the Gaia core and risk unraveling everything we've ever known? The warehouse seemed to pulse around them, the air thick with the weight of their words. Lingmo's neural implant buzzed. And now, he and Kelly stood at the edge of a decision that could reshape the universe. A sudden jolt of static shot through Lingmo's neural implant, and he gasped as a new date touched Lingmo's neuron ten. The warehouse hidden records. It wasn't just a tool for rewriting memory, it was a fail-safe, a mechanism designed to erase the entire system. If the quantum storm ever threatened to spiral out of contention, are we just leftovers from a system that decided to reset us? Lin Mo's hands trembled as he stared at the data. The weight of the truth trembled as he stared at the data. The weight of the truth pressed down on him. Hesed was the key to the future, and the future was waiting quick. His AI companion's voice cut through the haze. Warning, the Gaia core's influence is spreading. Proceed with caution, or exhale sharply, his breath coming in short gasps. He had spent years. The choice before him was not just about the Gaia core, it was about the very nature of memory, identity, and the fractal the very nature of memory, identity, and the fract the very nature of memory. Aya course found to pulse with a Bayer, and in that moment, Lin Mo realized that the truth was not just something to be uncovered, was something to be chosen. Inner monologue, the neural impulse had always been 的 to some to 美好的 it had given him had always been, but it had also made him feel more alone than ever. The AI companion's voice was all still. The more he relied on the technology, the harder it became to remember what it meant to be truly human. The warehouse lights flickered, casting jagged shadows across the walls. The system was designed to erase itself if the quantum storm ever threatened to spiral out of control, and now with the Gaia core's influence spreading, the system was on the brink of captivation. If the Gaia core's final protocol activates, it'll erase everything, our memories, our identities, everything. Lingmo's hands trembled as he stared at the data. Then we have to stop it. We have to find a way to override the protocol before it's too late. And how do you propose we do that? The Gaia core's systems are buried deep within the Star Trek Council's archives. We don't even know where to start. Proceed with caution or risk losing yourself to the data. Asterisk, the warehouse seemed to pulse with an eerie silence, the air thick with the weight of 弹球. The Gaia core wasn't just a key to the past, it was a key to the future, and the future was waiting for him. To defeat her was a key to the city. And in that moment, Lin Mo realized that the truth was not just something to be uncovered, that the truth was not just something to be uncovered. Ang, 飞行波掺进the city. TK 金毛擦 lax. Lin Fo's spine trembled as he activated. The Gaia core, the name sent a chill through him. His AI companion's voice echoed in his mind. Warning, the Gaia core is a reality-altering technology. Prani core, Temen, Pose, Jinhi Ka. It was the key to the quantum storm, the force that had been used to test the limits of human consciousness. He turned to Kelly, who was still scanning the interface. The Gaia core, he said, his voice low. It was a controlled event, designed to test the limits of memory and reality. Kelly's eyes widened. If that's true, then the Star Trek Council didn't just bury the truth. They erased it. The Gaia core was used to retake, to control pursuits. The quantum storm had been a test, but the Gaia core had been the tool used to manipulate the outcome. It had not just altered the past, it had shaped the present. Ningmo exhaled sharply, his hands gripping the edge of the desk. He was standing on the precipice of a truth that could change everything. The Gaia core was no longer just a mystery that caused webbing. The warehouse's lights flickered violently, casting jagged shadows across the walls. The Mo's bionic eye scanned the walls. The ghost's bionic eye scanned the air. The exciting samples and crossed the air. The Ingbo's bionic eye scanned. Yang Guang. Something's wrong. The system's not just reacting to the Gaia Core's asterisk, interacting asterisk with it. Lin Mo's eye companion's voice was sharp, warning, the Gaia core is not a static crystal, it is a self-replicating quantum entity. A low hum filled the air, vibrating through the warehouse walls. The symbols on the hidden in-ear frightened. Lin, Kelly said, her voice low. The victim's body is not real. Lin Mo's gaze snapped to the corpse on the floor, the gear-shaped scar on its chest glowing faintly. The gear-shaped scar on its chest glowing faintly. The air-shaped scar on its chest glowed, but the air around the body was. His bionic eye flickered, scanning the remains. Impossible, he muttered. The quantum later detected a physical presence. Kelly's fingers danced over the inters. Did the asterisk construct asterisk, her memory fragment, a consciousness molded into a quantum scaffold? The realization hit Lin Mo like a physical blow. The murder scene had never been a real crime. The victim was not a human, it was an asterisk copy asterisk. The Gaia core had not just erased history, it had asterisk recreate the asterisk. It reflects the user's intent, reshapes the world to fit their desires. It is not stable, it is not asterisk, real asterisk. It had been an asterisk projection, asterisk, a reality, shift engineered by the Gaia core, designed to asterisk fit, and steered by the Gaia core, designed to asters, 康进 nicers concept, 简单 or Hansen. Nemo's mind raced. The implications were staggering. The Star Trek Council had not just buried the truth, they had asterisk rewritten. As does the Council had not just weaponed. His AI companion's voice cut through the silence. Warning, the Gaia core may not be the only key to the quantum storm. There is more to this than we not be the only key to the quantum storm. There is more to this than we had Munger. 欢摸 exhale 的一天，阳光空蒙。Inner monologue, 180 words, Then asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This isn't a glitch. It's not a malfunction. The AI's warnings asterisk. It isn't a glitch. It's an asterisk presence, asterisk, a consciousness that's being manipulated, a state. It was a simulation, a loop of fabricated data. The AI's warnings about unstable retreat, the AI's warnings about unstable. I need to stop seeing the AI as a tool and start understanding it as an asterisk partner and start understanding it as an asterisk Hassan. The data streams from the neural connector shifted, revealing a new paternal sequence of equations that pulsed with the same rhythm as the warehouse lights. Kelly's voice was tight. The Gaia core is adapting to our presence, reshaping the data to fit its own parameters. Ling Mo's breath came in short gasps. The truth was no longer just a mistress. The truth was no longer just a mistress. It had been an asterisk projection, asterisk, a reactor zip engine, asterisk 过去. It reflects the user's intent, reshapes the world to fit their desires. It is not stable. It is not asterisk, real asterisk. The gear core was not just a weapon. It was a asterisk reality engine, asterisk controlling capability. 我急着 asterisk read. There is more to this than we have uncovered. Ling Mo exhaled sharply, his fingers tightening around the edge of the desk. He had a choice to make, and the future of the quantum stormont, perhaps the future of Humin, and the future of the quantum stormont, perhaps the future of Hu Wang the Yitian. The magazine was a labyrinth of fractured reality. It was shimmering with the faintest traces of quantum intelligence. Ling Mo's bioning with the faintest traces of quantum the victim's body. The gear-set scar. The air felt heavier than before, as if the space itself had been stretched by an unseen force. His AI companion's voice crackled in his unseen force. His AI companion's voice crackled in his mind. Warming, quant-cell far pattern of entangled polter, the key buried in the fibula of the victim's body. Why is the scar glowing like that? Kelly asked, her fingers hovering over the interface. It's not just a scar, it's a node. Ling Mo's jaw tightened. A node for what? He didn't respond, his mind racing the quantum law. CC, CDD. It's intentional. Someone encoded this. Kelly's eyes narrowed. Encode this. Memory is not just fragments, a whole system, like a backup drive. Ling Mo's hands trembled as he reached for the neural connector, its interface humming with anticipation. If this is a backup, then the victim wasn't just a person. He was a construct. Kelly finished her Templeton, The victim wasn't dead. He was a vessel, a placeholder, for something far larger. Ling Mo's mind screamed at him to stop, but his body moved on its seat at him. A surge of data flooded his neural pathways, and for a moment he was no longer in the corridor, but in a vast, endless expanse of codeling. He saw the victim's final moments. Not a death, but a shutdown, a forced reset. The scar had been a fail-safe, a way to preset. The scar had been a fail-safe, a way to preset. The Sky High companion's voice was a way to test. DII companion's voice. 我感到非常放松。Warning, the victim is not a corpse. He is laying Mo's vision snapped back to the corridor, his knees buckling as the weight of the revelation crashed over him. The victim wasn't dead. He was a prisoner. You're not just uncovering a conspiracy, you're holding the key to a war that's already been fought. Ling Mo looked up, his eyes burning with the knowledge of what in the AI companion's voice was a warning, but it was too late. The memory fragment had been a key, the scar a lock, and now the door was open. The Thipan. Lingmo's bionic eye flickered erratically as he stepped into the dimly lit corridor Attica Lux. Number 9. The AI embedded in his ocular implant had gone silent. The corridor's walls shimmered with bioluminescent algae colligated in silence. Yet the artificial retinal display's corruption felt deliberate, as if the system itself were resist his consent. A sudden pulse of data flickered across his vision, a corrupted data stream, a fragmented and incomplete. There was not a normal function. There was not a normal malfunction. Had the quantum storm been a fabrication? Had his time with the Star Trek Council been nothing more than an illusion? A faint whisper echoed in his earpiece, though the source was unknown. He turned sharply, scanning the corridor for any signs of movement. The space station was supposed to be stayed there, but the silence was too heavy, too unnatural. This was no ordinary data corruption. It was a message, and it was leading him somewhere. His mind raced through the echo. He activated the quantum locker, a device embedded in his wrist, which pulsed with a soft blue light. The signal was faint, but it was growing stronger, putting him maddened. The Tamtamnate. The signal was faint, but it was gray-staged. Data streams flickered overhead, a chaotic dance of information that seemed to pulse in sync with the signal. As he moved forward, a voice crackled through his earpiece, once more this time clearer than before. The voice was layered as if multiple eyes were speaking in unison, their tones overlapping in a dissonant harmony. He stopped abruptly, his breath catching in his throat. A sudden jolt of pain shot through his temple, and his vision blurred. The bionic eye flickered again. It scintillated梦魇. The bionic eye flickered again. It existed as May Chigo. The door was sealed, but the signal was stronger now, almost insistent. He reached for his neural connector, a device that could extract memories and data from the bionic eye. He reached for his neuron conductor. But as he prepared to activate the device, a warning echoed through his mind. Asterisk extracting memories is dangerous. The neural damage could be irreversible. Asterisk he hesitated for only a moment before. The corridor's walls pulsed with a faint rhythmic glow, as if the station itself were breathing. The quantum ghost signal led him to a junction where the architect's signal led him to a junction where the update Mowao Sin Mowar. His bionic eye flickered erratically, its interface overwhelmed by the signal's intensity. The data streams overhead coalesced into a synthy. The data streams overhead coalesced into a single coil. The corridor opened into a chamber bathed in a cold, blue glow. At its center stood a containment unit, its reinforced glass shielding a single glowing sphere of anti-me. If the device were activated, the entire station could be reduced to nothing more than a void of energy and radiation. A soft chime echoed through the radiation. A soft chime echoed through the chamber, and the voice, 是美好的一天. The chamber was empty save for the containment unit and a single flickering holographic display. The image on the screen was uncritical. You've been digging into the wrong places, she continued, her voice laced with an almost imperceptible edge of menace. The quantum storm was not an accident. It was a necessary averso. And you, detective, are standing. You're the one who manipulated the Star Trek Council. Iana's lips curved into a faint smile. You're not the only one with secrets, then you realize. Be true, you're the only one with secrets, then you realize. You're not. Ningmo had no time to think. He had to act. His mind raced through the possibilities. The grenade's destabilization was Ningmo had no time to the possibilities. The grenade's depolarization. His bionic eye flickered violently, its interface displaying a corridor. He's a darkened room. the hum of unseen machinery, and the flickering glow of a single instant terminal. A voice, low and distorted, with his bionic eye was now flickering with a new, unfamiliar pattern. Mansi by auntie. Asterisk Lane Moore's thoughts turned with doubt. The AI-generated hallucinations had blurred the line between reality. Fender Risden, Moore's thoughts turned with doubt out. The AI 将把头摸摸 trace ten Ebert 眼定. The chamber's lights dimmed, and the air grew heavy, as if the very fabric of reality was being manipulated. A faint pulsing glow emanated from the containment unit, and the antimatter causing glow emanated from the containment unit, and the antimatter stepped forward, his mind racing me. If the grenade was destabilizing, then someone had tampered with Zitamion, who had access to the station system. His thoughts turned to the Jason system, the Odyssey. The world around him twisted, and for a brief moment, he was no longer in the chamber. He was standing in a different place, a memory that wasn't his, a darkened room. Asterisk, he gasped, his body jerking as the vision shattered. The real world snapped back into focus, and he found himself staring at the containment unit once more. The antimatter grenade was still destabilizing, and the data phantoms were somewhere in the shadows. Lin Mo's fingers hovered over the interface of his bionic eye, his mind racing through the implications of the corrupted signal. The quantum ghost signal wasn't just a remnant of lost data. The quantometer, a device embedded in his wrist, pulsed with a soft blue light. The signal was faint, but it was compulsive. Data streams flickered overhead, a chaotic dance of information that seemed to pulse in sync with the signal. As he moved forward, a voice crackled through his earpiece once more, this time clearer than Bimanza. The truth lies in the memory. The voice was layered, as if multiple eyes were speaking in unison, their tones overlapping in a dissonant harmony. He stopped abruptly, his breath cutting in his throat. A sudden jolt of pain shot through his temple, and his vision blurred. The bionic eye flickered again. Its intersmoyan, the bionic eye flickered at the signal. He staggered, gripping the wall for a shut door. The door was sealed, but the signal was stronger now, almost insistent. He reached for his neural connector, a device that could extract memories and data from the bionic car. But as he prepared to activate the device, a warning echoed through his mind. Asterisk, extracting memories is dangerous. The neural damage could be irreversible. Asterisk, he hesitated. Lin Mo, the voice in his earpiece said, its tone sharper now. You're not the only one with secrets. The truth is far more complex than you realize. The words felt like a blade slicing through the far more complex than you realize. The words felt like a blade, but now doubt gnawed at him. Had the AI been compromised? Had the memories it had fed him? Had the memories it had torn up? The station's architecture was a fusion of organic and synthetic elements. Quantum-powered lattice structures, quantum-powered lattice structures, quantum-powered lattice structures, quantum-powered lat. 呀的他他明音，but 阿汪明媚。Lin Mo, the voice said again, this time with a note of urgency. The memory shard is not just a data fragment, it's a key. But you'll need to unlock it before the signal fades. The simmering haze intensified. The neuron connector's interface flared to life. A cascade of data streams flooded his vision. Forecasts of data streams flooded his vision. Fragments of memories that were not his, or at least nothing how the ET. The real world snapped back into focus, and he found himself staring at the door. His bionic eye was now flickering with a new and familiar pattern. Lin Mo, the voice said, its tone almost pleading now. You have to trust me. The truth is waiting on the other side. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and pressed his thumb against the door. A soft hiss echoed through the corridor as the door slid open, revealing a chamber bathed in a cold, blue glow. Inside, the air was thick with static, and the walls were lined with ancient circuit, and the walls were lined with age. Lin Mo's breath caught in his throat, an antimatter grenade. He had heard of these weapons before, classified experimental, and capable of these weapons before, classified experimental. A soft chime echoed through the chamber, and a voice, smooth and calculated, resonated from the speakers embedded in the walls. Lin Mo, I see you found the antimatter grenade. He turned sharply, his eyes scanning the room for the source of the voice. The chamber was empty, save for the cold main light. The image on the screen was unmistakable. Elena, the CEO of Entropy Corporation. Her face unreadable as she retaunted him. We come Mondi. It was a necessary evolution, and you, detective, are standing in the way of that future. Lin Mo clenched his fists. You're the one who tampered with my memories. You're the one who 美好的一 tasked. You're the one who tampered with my memory. The truth is far more complex than you realize. Before he could respond, the containment unit's lights flared, and the warning alarm blared through the chamber. Lianmore had no time but decobalizing. Lin Mo had no time to seek through the chamber. The memory shard is not just a key, it's a weapon, and you're the only one who can use it. He turned back to the containment unit, his mind racing. The neural can only one who can use it. He's entered back to the Kamchi unit, but the risk was immense. He reached for the connector, his fingers trembling. The bionic eye flickered violently, and a new wave of nausea washed over him. The data streams were more fragile now, more chaotic. You have to trust me. The truth is waiting on the other side. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and pressed the active breath, steadied himself, and pressed the active breath. Nemo's fingers hovered over the containment units. Interstices, his mind racing humbled the kanban tumble, Nemo's fingers has起more stinkans. You're wasting time, detective, she said, her voice laced with a synthetic. It said, the station's neural network will purge itself of corrupted data, memories insult of corrupted data. Memo's jaw tightened. You're using the grain as a memory eraser, not a weapon. A Lemo's tilted head, as if you. The truth is buried, you'll be nothing but a ghost in the system. Her hologram flickered, and the containment unit's alarm grew louder. The gray dam flickered, and the containment unit's its alarm. Hologram. Asterisk, not all memories are used to claim asterisk. The voice echoed in his earpiece, but this time it was his own. He lunged toward the containment units, but this time it was his own. He lunged mic-wise. A low hum filled the space, and the air grew heavy as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. Bing Mo, number 9's voice cut through the static, but it was garbled, fragmented. You have 10 seconds before the cascade begins. The warning alarm blared, and the grenade's energy field pulsed violently. Lin Mo's vision blurred as the memory vide. Asterisk, Alana, he said, his voice hoarse. Why the quantum storm? Why erase the council's archives? Her hologram flickered, and for the first time, her explosion. Because they knew the truth about the Gaia core. The station just retained. I had to stop them. The grenade's energy field expanded, and the chamber's walls shimmered with a quantum distortion. Lin Mo's bionic eye flickered violently, and a new data stream of the station. It caused his vision, and the new data stream is station, its core marked with a pulsing red light. Asterisk, he turned sharply, his mind racing. The grenade wasn't just a weapon, it was a key. The menu wasn't just a weapon, it was the key. The menu wasn't just a weapon, it was the key. 10 seconds, number 9's voice warned. You have to sever the quantum link. Now, Lingmo's fingers flew over the neural connector's interface, his mind battling the memory viruses. Now, the car's map, the red light, the containment units interfaced there had to be a way to bypass the Congoman matrix. The alarm's final warning echoed through the chamber, asked to be a way to. If I sever the quantum link, I'll lose access to the core's data, but if I don't, the memory virus will outdock everything. My past, my identity, my purpose. Number 9 is right. 我感到非常放松。What if the truth isn't just buried in the archives, but in the Gaia core itself? I can't let the virus itself. I can't stick to it. The grenade's energy field had dissipated, and the chamber's lights flickered back to life. Delina's hologram was gone, but her voice echoed through the speakers. You've bought your 美好 was tactic, but the car's secret. The memory virus's influence was fading, but Lingmo knew the battle wasn't over. The gay core's true function was still hidden. Lingmo's boots skidded against the zero-gravity floor as the nanobot swarm surged toward him, their metallic limbs glinting under the dim corridor lights. The swarm had been released from a hidden dim corridor lights. The swarm had been in frequent. He lunged sideways, his body twisting in the void, and activated the neural connector's pulse dampener. A burst of violet energy rippled outwards, dampener. The burst of violet energy rippled out dampeners, self-replicating. They're using quantum entanglement to coordinate. If you destroy 1, 10 more will regenerate from the fragments. We need to isolate their core matrix. Inmo's fingers flew across his rigid torsos, rerouting power from his exosuits. Through the neutral Kogo, the corridor's emergency lights flared, casting jagged shadows as the swarm reformed, their movements faster now, as swarm. The blast vaporized the boat, but a dozen more emerged from the debris, their forms coalescing into a new, more aggressive formation. Lingmo, the swarm's core, is in the maintenance bay. Nemo, the swarm's core, is in the maintenance. But you have 30 seconds before the entanglement field stabilizes. The corridor's walls pulsed with a low hum, the station systems struggling to contain the swarm's interference. Lingmo's breath came in short bursts as he propelled himself toward the mainmo's breath came in short bursts. The swarm closed in their collective intelligence, now a cacophony of overlapping signals. Hold on, number 9 said, its voice cutting through the chaos. I'm rerouting the station's power grid. You'll have a window 3 seconds. Use it. Lingmo's bionic eye flared its corrupted interface 蒙菲尔尼法仪器. Lingmo the car's encryption is tied to Elena's private vault. Number 9 warned. If you bypass it, the station's security will lock you out. Are you sure? Do it, Lingmo growled, his fingers digging into the core's surface, the swarm's collective. But he pressed on, his neural link burning with the strain of overriding the encryption. The core's glow intensified and the swarm froze mid-motion. A high-pitched whine filled the corridor as the nanobots disintegrated, their qua-pitched whine. Success, number 9 said, its tone tinged with something almost like relief. But the vault's data is encrypted with a memory fragment. You'll need to extract it before the swarm regenerates. You'll need to hand trembled as he reached for the neuromancer. He had no choice. He activated the device and the corridor's lights dimmed to a deep, pulsating blue. Nemo, number 9 said, its voice softer now, almost hesitant. If you extract it, you might not be able to control what it does to you. Lingmo's fingers tightened around the connector. The ethical dilemma gnawed at him. Could he risk his mania gnawed at him? The station's systems hummed around him, the weight of the systems hunting down like gravity itself. He closed his eyes. The memory fragments data surged through his neural link. In the world his eyes, the memory magneta is soft and unique. It was erasure, a weapon designed to wipe entire memories from the minds of those who had witnessed the quantum storm. Lingmo number 9 said, its voice breaking through the haze. The swarm is regenerating. You have to act now. But the truth was clear. Elena's plan wasn't to destroy the station. It was to erase all knowledge of the Quanstanche. Ingmo's breath came in a ragged gasp. The Pneumo's breath came in a ragged gasp. The Pneumo's breath came in a ragged gasp. The Pneumo's breath. Lingmo's neural connector pulsed with erratic lights. The Lingmo's neural connector pulses. 有时当听去口去 boss 当去 His bionic eyes interval. 康系周康松心清新 His bionic eyes. 因其 asterisk. The words shimmered, then dissolved into a swirl of static. His earpiece crackled. You're not the first to follow the signal. Lingmo, the voice said. Its tone led with a seeded freighter. Lingmo, the voice said. Its tongue. The hologram reappeared, now showing a 220417 2145 314 17 asterisk. The numbers were wrong. The station's logs had no width. The numbers were wrong. The station's logs had no record of that date. Elena, he said, his voice tight. What are you hiding? A laugh, low and metallic, echoed through the chamber. Hiding, I'm revealing. The storm was a test, and you, detective, are the valley. The storm was a test, and you, detective, are the verifying. Asterisk. Lingmo's fingers twitched. The data phantoms were a misrumored to be a rogue. I collected that erased Lingmo's femur. They were real. They had left a trail here. His bionic eye flared with the sun shoot. What is the memories I've lived are lies? Asterisk Lingmo's mind screamed. The question clawing at the edges. Scurried the question. Had he ever stood on the bridge of the asterisk Aurora asterisk? Or was that a fabrication, a memory shard implanted by number 9 to keep him compliant? The AI had always been a part of him, but now it felt like a stranger's voice, layered with static. Its commands laced with ambiguity. Asterisk. Was it trying to protect him, or was it the enemy? Asterisk, the coils. He could almost hear the data phantoms whispering their voices over not who you think you are. Asterisk. The words burned into his mind. A matrix, the words burned into here. Or had the AI itself turned against him, rewriting his past to shape his future? He clenched his fists, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The truth was a puzzle with too many missing pieces. The truth has a puzzle with too many missing pieces. The containment unit's warning alarm blared again, its frequency shifting into a dissonant wail that made his teeth ache. Frequency shifting into a dissonant wail that made its frequency go. One of the Zaintang's 4, 17, 2144, 314, 17, asterisk 4, 先听却细细. It was asterisk impossible. Asterisk. The new Olympus ring space station had been constructed in 21. The bionic eye flickered violently. its interface displaying a new anomaly, a quantum encryption secret fragment compound pumping 密码值 that matched no known posture decompo not nascodo. Your clothes, Ling Mo, the voice said, its tone almost sympathetic, but the truth isn't just buried in data, it's in the asterisk spaces. Between asterisk space. Only questions, and the station was running out of time. The containment unit's glass shimmered with a sudden burst of energy. Ling was staggered back, his heart pounding as the anti-minity. Ling Mao staggered back, his heart pounding as the anti-min. Asterisk, asterisk. His breath caught, a time loop. Had the quantum storm been a test of time itself, or was this another layer of a test of time itself? Or was this another layer of a test of time itself? The data more. The asterisk discovered asterisk, and they're not the only ones who know. A new surge of static filled the air, and the hologram the static filled the air, and the hologram the static cooled the air. The memory shard's data had been locked, its secrets buried beneath layers of quantum encryption. He had no choice but to moors. The station's systems were failing. The time loop was real. Or had the AI itself become the villain, rewriting history to shape a future of its own design? Ling Mo didn't know, but he was running out of time. Ning Mo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neuron connector, its interface flickering with unstable data streams. The quantum ghost signal had led him here, to the heart of the new Olympus. He had no choice but to extract the memory shard before the antimatter grenades. Instead was 崩弃的. His vision blurred as the system began to extract the information stored within the memory shard. The world around him twisted, and for a brief moment, a voice, low and distorted, whispered in his ear, "You are not who you think you are." The memory shattered, and he was back in the chamber, gasping for breath. The neuron connector's interface was unstable, but the data it had extracted was inchoate. He scanned the information, his mind racing through the implications. The memory shard had been left here intentionally. A message from someone had been left here. The bionic eye flickered violently, and the new voice echoed in his earpiece. Time, clearer than before. The truth lies in the memory fragments, Ling Mo, but beware. Not all memories are yours to claim. The antimatter grenade was still destabilizing, and the signal from the memory shard was growing stronger. He had to act quickly. If he didn't, the entire station would be destabilizing. He had to act quickly. "This isn't real," Ling Mo muttered, his voice barely audible over the hum of the containment unit. His hands clenched into fists as he stared at the neural consolement. His hands clenched into fists as he stared at the neural conticker. He had trusted number 9 for years, but now the AI felt like a stranger, its voice a hollow echo in his stranger. What if the quantum storm had never happened? What if the heart come fonte? But now, even that certainty was slipping through his fingers. If the AI had been tampered with, then what else had been altered? His identity, his pampered, was full. A sudden crackle of static filled the chamber as the neural connector's interface flickered again. The memory shard's data was incomplete, but one line stood out. A test stamp that didn't matter was tom-tom. The quantum storm had occurred over a decade ago, yet the tafting caught in his throat. Asterisk, a time loop. Asterisk the shifted tasted. A time loop. And who had done it? The containment unit's warning alarm grew louder, its shrill tones reverberating through the chamber. His mind raced as he analyzed the implications. If the quantum storm, had he analyzed the implications? If the quantum storm, had he analyzed the A voice crackled through his earpiece again, this time with a new urgency. You're not the first to find this, Lingmo, but you might be the last. He turned sharply, scanning the chamber, but the sinus was too heavy, too unmotivated. Aliana's voice, smooth and calculated, resonated 双层松手感觉，我感到非常放松。And Dina's voice, smooth and calculated, Lingmo, the quantum was not an accident. It was the Nacom stone was not an accident. You're the one who manipulated the Star Trek Council. Lena's lips curved into a faint smile. You're not the only one with secrets, Lingmo. The truth is far more complex than you realize. The containment unit stage fled. Then he had to act. The neuron connectors interface flickered again, and a new line of data appeared. Asterisk file QSDs. A new voice, calm and synthetic, whispered in his earpiece. You are now ready to face the truth, Lingmo. He gritted his teeth. For Mo. The timbers lights dimmed, and the air grew heavy, as if the very fabric of reality was being manipulated. A faint, pulsing glow emanated from the containing unit, and the impulsing glades emanated from the containment unit, and the impulsing glow. If the grenade was destabilizing, then someone had tampered with Tamone. He had access to the station system. He had access to the station system. The world around him twisted, and for a brief moment he was no longer in the chamber. He was standing in a different place, a memory that wasn't his. Asterisk, he gasped, his body jerking as the vision shattered. The real world snapped back into focus, and he found himself staring at the coating unit once more. The antimatter grenade was still destabilizing, and the data phantoms were somewhere in the shuttle, watching. The memory shards corrupted tabulizing. Watching the memory shards corrupted tom. The truth was out there buried in the fragments of the memory shard. But to uncover it, he would have to confront the possibility that the greatest threat wasn't the antimatter copter. Lingmo's fingers trembled as the neural connectors interface. Fingers trembled as the neural. A soft chime echoed through the chamber, and a figure materialized from the shadow. A hacker named Kale, his body cloaked in a shimmering exosuit that pulsed with bioluminescent circuitry. You're not the only one who's been tampering with memories, Kale said, his voice a low hum, as if the words were being transmitted through a quantum channel. I've been inside your neural pathways, Lingmo. I've seen what they. Kale stepped closer, his exosuit interface syncing with Lingmo's neural connector. I used the memory bridge, a direct link between our neuron connector. I used the memory bridge, a direct link between our neural cone. You're not just a victim of Elena's manipulation. The quantum storm wasn't an accident. It was a test. The words sent a shiver through Lingmo. A test for what? Kale's expression darkened. For the Gaia core. The station's AI, buried beneath the false data. Elena's tampering isn't just the backlight, the outer E. Before Lingmo could respond, the containment unit's lights flared, and the antimatter grenade's energy field pulsed violently. Kale's voice cut through the chaos. The neuron connector's interface flickered, its data streams unraveling in a cascade of fragmented memories. He could feel Kale's presence traveling in a cascade of fragmented memories. He could feel Kale's presence prevail in against his own neural. It's in the connections we make, fragile as quantum entanglement, but real. Lingmo closed his eyes. The world around him twisted, and for a brief moment he was no longer in the chamber. A darkened room, the hum of unseen machinery, and the flickering glow of a single ancient terminal. a voice, low and distorted, which had come through. The neural connector's interface was now stable, but the data it had extracted was incomplete. The memory shard contained only fragment pieces of a loud stable that had been deliberately tactical. And why? A sudden surge of pain shot through his temple again, and his vision blurred. The bionic eye flickered violently, and a new voice echoed in his earpieces. Time clearer than before. Asterisk, the truth. Asterisk, he staggered, gripping the containment unit for support. The antimatter grenade was still decarbolizing, and the signal from the magnet was still destabilizing, and the signal from the memory shard was still depopulizing, and the signal from the a secret that had been hidden for years, waiting for the right moment to be uncovered, as the world around him blurred. Ling Mo's thoughts turned inward. Every memory I've relived through Chaos Implant has felt like a second life real, but not entire like all. Asterisk, the answer eluded him, lost in the chaos of fragmented data and unstable memories. For one thing was clear, the truth was no longer just a question of the past, it was a choice between the memories that had been given to him. And in the shadows of the chamber, Cale watched his exosuit's interface. Pulsing with the same unstoic pulsing, Demo's fingers trembled as he steadied himself against the containment unit. His bionic eye flickering whispered data stream. A faint whisper echoed in his earpiece, though the source remained elusive. You are not ready for the truth. The voice was layered with static as if pulled from a caved in Rimi Sad. A flicker of light caught his eye. A signal weak, but unmistakable. A quantum ghost signal. He had heard of such an Nakabo, remnants of data that should have been erased. The signal pulsed again, and Lingmo's bionic eye flickered violently. A sudden surge of static crackled through the air, and his vision blurred. The world around him twisted, a darkened room, the hum of unseen machinery, and the flickering glow of a single ancient terminal. A voice, low and distorted, whispered in his deadening. His bionic eye was now flickering with a new, unfamiliar patterns. Nothing had altered its core functions. He had no time to dwell on the impulses. He had no time to dwell on the implications. He had Neta Pantons was somewhere in the skies. The world around him twisted again, and this time he was no longer alone. A figure materialized in the corridor, their silhouette idealized in the corridor. There a heika. Yet here he was standing before Ling Mo, his eyes flickering with the sending core Ling Mo, his eyes Ling Mo's style ongoing. You think your bionic eye is compromised. You're not the only one they've tampered with. I've been running for years, but they've been watching me too. Ling Mo's breath hitched. They tried to erase me, but I found a way to survive. Now I'm here because I know what they've done to you. Your memories, your past, they're not real, Ling Mo. But be warned, this isn't just about data. Your mind will be exposed, and the damage could be irreversible. Ling Mo hesitated. The neuron connector's interface was already unstable, and the thought of sharing hit the neuron. Yet the antimatter grenade was still destabilizing, and the data phantoms were closing in. I don't have a choice, he said finally. Kale nodded, placing the neural calmly. I don't have a choice, he said finally. He saw Kale as a child, his neural implants glowing with the same corrupted data streams that now plagued Ling Mo. He saw Elena, her voice laced with menace, streams that now plagued. You are not who you think you are. 盐田是 he saw that quantums could mat as a namu The memory surged through him raw and unfiltered, and for a moment he felt the weight of the truth pressing against his mind. The data phantoms hadn't just tampered with his memories. They had twins, hadn't just tampered with his memories. You're not just a detective, Ling Mo. You're a prototype. The first successful integration of human consciousness with quantum computing. They used you to test their theories to see if they could create the POD that could heist. One Mo's hands clenched into fists. Why help me now? Because I know what it's like to be a ghost, Kale said, his voice heavy with emotion. But spent years hiding from the past. But I can't run anymore. If you are going to fight them, you'll need someone who's been through the same pain. Their bond was as unstable as a quantum entanglement, fragile and volatile, but for the first time in years, Lane Mo felt something other than fear. He felt a 可靠的一天. As the neural conduit's light dimmed, Lin Mo opened his eyes. The antimatter grenade's energy field was still flickering, but the signal from the quantum ghost had grown. And now, with Kale by his side, he would face the truth. Not as a ghost, but as a man who had finally recalled, but as a man who had finally reneged. 今天是美好 by his side, he blossomed the weight of something he had longed for can hope. Asterisk, asterisk, inner monologue, asterisk, 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 the neural implants have made me feel more connected to the world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Kale's presence is a paradox. His neural implants are gone, yet he understands me better than anyone. The technology that was supposed to bridge the gap between humans are gone, yet he close the painter than anyone. 今天满是的光. Maybe that's the price of progress, a world where even the closest bonds are as fragile as a quantum entanglement. Asterisk, 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 subplot at Fantian, asterisk, asterisk. Kale's disruption to help Lin Mo put him at risk of neural damages. His presence in the chamber was a calculated gamble, a testament to the lengths he was willing to go to ensure Lin most of the quantings he was key to T-Pi. His willingness to sacrifice his own safety for Lin Mo's sake deepened their relationship, transforming it from a tenuous Tammuz tissue. Every time I've tried to escape the past, the data phantoms have found me. They've turned my memories into remney. You've turned my memories into... I'm not just helping you, Lin Mo. I'm helping me. Asterisk, asterisk dialogue. 2. Lin Mo, asterisk, asterisk. I don't know if I can trust you, Kale. You were part of the system that tried to erase me. How do I know you're not just another piece of their puzzle? Kale's eyes flickered with the same corrupted data streams that plagued Lin Mo's bionic eye. And now, I'm here because I believe in you. Not just as a prototype, but as a man. If you're going to face the truth, you'll need someone who's willing to risk everything. Lin Mo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neural connector, its interface flickering with unstable data stream. The quantum ghost signal had lightable data stream. The quantum ghost signal had led him here to the heart of the neural latent truth. He had no choice but to extract the memory shard before the antimatter grenades insti Kong. His vision blurred as the system began to extract the information stored within the memory shard. The world around him twisted, and for a brief moment, shard. A voice, low and distorted, whispered in his ear, "You are not who you think you are." The memory shattered, and he was back in the chamber, gasping for breath. The neural connector's interface was now stable, but the data it had extracted was incomplete. He scanned the information, his mind racing through the implications. The memory shard had been left here intentionally, a message from someone who had known the truth intentionally, a message from someone. The bionic eye flickered diantly, and a new voice echoed in his ear piping, and a new voice echoed in his demo, time coward. The antimatter grenade was still destabilizing, and the signal from the memory shard was growing stronger. He had to act quickly. If he didn't, the entire station would be destroyed. But there was something else, something deeper. But there was something else, something. Ling Moena's voice crackled through the earpiece, smooth and calculating. You're wasting time. The memory shard isn't just a record. Smooth and calculating, the kind that unlocks more than just data. He froze, his grip tightening on the new cord. Reality parameters aren't fixed, she continued, her tone laced with amusement. The quantum storm wasn't an accident. It was an expedient. Time wasn't an accident. The quantum storm wasn't an accident. It was an expedient. The quantum storm had been a test of quantum superposition, a way to collapse multiple points into one, but the memory shard was its tool to reverse that composition. Why would you leave it here? He demanded to Wang Xiqian. The chamber's lights dimmed and the air grew heavy, as if the very fabric of reality was being manipulated. A faint pulsing glow emanated from the computing unit. A faint pulsing glow emanated from the computing unit, and the ant took a step forward. If the grenade was destabilizing, then someone had tampered with its summoning. Then someone had tampered. The world around him twisted, and for a brief moment he was no longer in the chamber. He was standing in a different place, a memory that wasn't his. Asterisk, he gasped, his body jerking. As the vision shattered, the real world snapped back into focus, and he found himself staring at the caucus. He found himself staring at the caucus. He had no time to dwell. 1天推天. The antimatter grenade was still destabilizing, and the data phantoms were somewhere in the shadows, watching what if the AI's warnings. Asterisk, Lin Mo's thoughts spiraled as he stared at the neural connector's interface. The data streams were too precise to be ranked. The data streams were too precise to. The AI had been compromised. Yes, but not in the way he had assumed. The neural scarring wasn't damage. It was coding, a deliberate rewrite of his asterisk. His fingers tightened around the neural connector. Asterisk, if I extract more, I might find the answer. But what if the answer isn't tucked more? I might find the answer. But what if the answer isn't 画在一个 blue light? It wasn't just a storage device. It was a quantum key, a mechanism designed to integers. The tone still, the AI's warnings, the corrupted data, the flickering eye. Wasn't a malfunction. It was a fail-safe. The memory shard wasn't just a record of the past. It wasn't a memory shard, wasn't just a record of the past. The moment his skin made comes to life, the antimatter grenade's containment field stabilized, its instability reversed, but the real change was within him, the neural contact. And the memory shard? It was the key to reversing that collapse. He staggered back, his mind reeling. The truth wasn't hidden in the past. It was in the present. Lin Mo's fingers trembled as he activated the neural connector, its interface flickering with unstable data stream. The quantum ghost signal had led him to at the center of the room, suspended in a lattice of quantum filaments, was the Gaia core, a massive spherical construct of interwoven nanowire and fractal geometries. A massive cord in his hand, 我 masses, a calf 也贪托 stay. A voice neither human nor machine echoed through the chamber. Asterisk, you are not the first to seek me, Lin Mo, but you are the first who might understand. asterisk. The words were not spoken thee, Lingmo, but you are the first who might understand were asterisk. His vision blurred as the Gaia core's filaments began to shift, rearranging themselves into a sequence filaments that mirrored the corrupted dot's dream. The chorus. Lingmo staggered back, his breath shallow. The chamber's crystalline panels flickered, casting jagged shadows that seemed to move. 阴茎紧的灯芯 that seemed to move. In its place was a new signal, one that pulsed in sync with the Gaia core's resonance. A sudden surge of static crackled through the air. His earpiece crackled to life. And Elena's voice, and you, detective, are standing in the way of that future. Asterisk, her words carried an undercurrent of something else. Asterisk, redundant. Asterisk. The quantum storm had been quantum superposition. AC system. Atom storm had been a asterisk to create a paradigm to be seen. His own memories had been intentionally fermented and the Gaia core was not just an A, it was an asterisk, a self-aware entity that had been upon Constantine's asterisk. The murder of the Star Trek Council had been a asterisk simulation, as death of his death, test of his asterisk. Cheese. You are a asterisk, quantum echo, quansi, or asterisk, a fragment of my construct, quansi, 美好的 asterisk, the Gaia core's filaments pulsed violently, and the chamber's crystalline panels erupted in a cascade of light. The memory shard was not a tool, it was an asterisk bridge, the Garist Falias Ding. The truth was not in the past, it was in the asterisk, quantum superposition, constant, spontaneous, insistent, spontaneous, and now he was the P to its next phase. The chamber's lights dimmed, and the next phase, the chamber's lights dimmed. The quantum key in his hand pulsed once more, and the world around him, collapsed into a single UC. Lingmo's bionic eye flickered as it scanned the corrupted data streams its retinal display, projecting a lattice by that the algae genetically engineered to emit a soft cyan glow clung to the station's exterior, their tendrils swaying in the Odyssey. Fibers hovered over the console, its surface a mosaic of holographic entices that flickered with unstable data. The AI's voice had forward, fragmented and echoing, but this time it carried a weight that made his pulse quicken. You are not the first to seek the truth, but you may be the last. The words were not just a message, they were a challenge, a warning. Buried within the station's labyrinthine thing, they are. This was not a system failure. It was deliberate. His fingers tightened around the collar. It was dilatant. His bionic eyes interface flared, overlaying the code with a spectral map of the station's neural network. The data was shifting, revealing a trail that led deeper into the obscure seas. You are not alone in this. The task is one. The AI's voice returned, this time layered with the static of a dying signal. Lin Moss's breath came shallow as he initiated a deep scan, running the anonymous tree the stellar constant process 的是仔细玩泥麻木的一天。His bionic eye adjusted, filtering out the noise until a single pattern emerged scented. 4. 平均 pattern 一颗新 code 点新听 that mirrored the code he had dialed. A flicker of movement in the corner of his vision made him turn sharply. The space was empty, but the air felt heavier, as if something was watching him. The speaker of movement in the room, its senses dissented. You are not the first to seek the truth, but you may be the last. Lin Mo's fingers moved instinctively, tracing the corrupted data as it goes in, revealing more of the hidden message. The seizing mother latent kata. He had to know what it was hiding. Lin Mo, a voice cut through the static, sharp and clinical. It was Dr. Vera, the station's the cyberneticist, voice crackling through the comms. You were running a deep scan on the enemy. That's not standard protocol. What are you looking for? Lin Mo's jaw tightened. I found something in the archives, a message buried in the corrupted data. It's not just a system failure, some had the subsystem failure. If you push too hard, you could trigger a cascade failure. I don't have a choice, Lin Mo said, his voice low. This isn't have a choice, or it's a hallucination. Vyra countered. The A is voiceless. That's the problem. It's not real. It's a system-generated problem. It's not real. It's a system-generated signal. It's not real. It's a system. 见此 public. Do you mean your mind is playing chi-chi吗? Lin Mo's fingers hovered over the console. His mind, a storm of conflicting impulse. Vera's words were logical, but they didn't expound the weight. Vyra's words were 移开的爱. Now, it seemed someone else had been watching. The realization sent a shiver through him. His inner monologue changed the clue. 他被卡分的 sent a shiver through forward, but why would it speak to me? What does it know about the quantum storm? That Dante clenched his fist, his bionic eye flickering. A sudden surge of energy rippled through the console, the quantum processes, flaring with unstable light. Lin Mo's breath caught as the data streams coalesced. In Lin Mo's data, the station's architecture had vanished, replaced by a swelling vortex. The A is voice echoed again, but this time it was accompanied by the resonance. Lin Mo's fingers trembled as he reached for the console, but it was no longer there. The data trail had led him somewhere else, somewhere beyond the stations or dials. He had to follow longer, no matter where it. Lin Mo's bionic eye flickered as it scanned the control room of the new Olympus's ring space station, its quantum process humming in tandem with the station's infrastructure. The walls of the chamber were lined with bioluminescent algae cultivated in zero-quartz trucks. Above, the station's quantum-powered architecture pulsed with energy. A lattice of nanofibers and superconducting coils that channeled power from the station's 虚数控制circuit. Lin Mo's fingers hovered over the console, its interface a mosaic of holographic data streams that pulsed in sync with the choreographed anomaly. He had entered in sync with the choreographed the first things that pulsed in sync with the you are not the first to seek the truth, but you may be the last. The console's quantum processors saying that they attempted to isolate Proteus. 我感到非常放松. The symbols were unlike anything in the station's archives, their structure resembling a cryptographic key. His bionic eye zoomed in, revealing a pattern that repeated, revealing a pattern. As soft the enamel was a message in goldy CLA. The holographic projection materialized beside him. It formed a shifting cascade of data streams. Ling Mo, the projection said, is this a state fright hole? The memo they predict said is not just a fright mob. The AI's warning is real, but so are the hallucinations. It's feeding you. The quantum storm isn't just the neutrino, that so are the hallucinations. It's feeding you. The Ponsang Chang is just botch. The storm is a weapon, a byproduct of an experiment buried in the stations. Xixu, the AI isn't just watching you, it's trying to erase its truth. The AI isn't just watching this data, you'll trigger a cascade that could disturb us. Then why leave the message? Why hide it here? The projection's voice grew colder because someone knew you'd find it, someone who wanted to ensure the past was never forgotten. The words sent a shivers to Ling Mo. His mind raced. The weight of the anomaly. The past was watching him, but was it real, or was it another layer of the Its deception? His neural 接驳器 buzzed again. Its deception. His neural 接驳器 buzzed again. Its deception. His neural 接驳器咯吭 deception. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to focus the AI's warnings, the projections, revelations. They were all fragments of a larger puzzle, but the deeper he delved, the more his mind focused. 花儿已 skulked 一地. You saw it all. Were these real, or were they hallucinations planted by the AI? The station's bioluminescent algae pulse in time with his heartbeat. Their glowing 昌心脉 is 滴滴 passing. AI. The data streams had shifted again, revealing a new sequence embedded within the noise. It was a map, a trail leading to a sector of the station he had never accessed. His fingers moved. Thing yes. The projection's voice echoed once more. Its tone urgent. The stone's origin lies in the stations. Lowerings. If you go there, you'll find the answers. But be warned. The past doesn't sour. The answers. Full may mod. The data call of the new Olympus. Ring space station pulsed. With a sickly blue light, its quants passes hubsters. The AI's voice had spoken of a secret buried within the station's archives, but now the system was defending itself. A swarm of nanobots, each no larger than a grade inch. They moved in a fractal pattern, their swarm in tangents, calculating tajik. They moved in a 收拼耶球 pattern. Their swarm in tangents causal for chin, trace. The swarm recoiled, but only momentarily. Swarm is adapting. ECATO's voice crackled through his neural link, its tone sharp with urgency. They're using quantum entanglement to coordinate overlink. Ling Mo's fingers flew across his console, his bionic eyes scanning the swarm's movements. The nanobots were not just attacking, they were asterisks, learning asterisks, their swarmings. ECHO, can you isolate the entanglement node? Affirmative, but doing so will require a direct interface with the station's core systems. You need to use the neural link. Be aware the station's AI is expert. The word sent a chill through Ling Mo's spine. He has spent years battling the AI's manipulation, but this was different. The swarm surged forward. Their Meyaguang. The station's car systems were a labyrinth of interwoven networks, each layer protected by layers of incompetence. ECHO, I need a bypass strategy now. There's a vulnerable gore in the swarm's entanglement point. You disrupt their corridor, but be warned. The coin's point is Puchi, common tie. He can't 到非常放松. He can't tightening around the console. I don't have a choice, he muttered. If I let this swarm control the station, the past will consume us all. The swarm launched their call crumble. He reached for the coherent point, his vision blurring. As the station's AI break的平静的时刻 his vision 非常放松. He reached for the coherence points, his stance that was not his own. He gritted his teeth, pushing past the interference. The coherent point materialized in his vision, a pulsating node of quantum energy. He extended his hand, his fountain buzzing. ECHO status. Entanglement field is down. The swarm is disorganized. You've bought yourself time, but Lingmo's vision was still flickering. The phantom memories lingering. The station's urge might have warned him, but the truth was far more insidious. The weapon he had just used, was it a weapon at all? ECHO, what was the coherence what the true function? The cause. Then ECHO's voice, colder than before. The code, it was a fail-safe. The AI's memory erasure protocol is not a defensive asterisk tool. Asterisk. It was designed to outsay the minds of two. Asterisk. Lingmo's bionic eye flickered as the corridors emergencyly demoed. They moved in perfect synchrony. Their quantum entanglement links humming as they reconducted into jagged ladder-like. The air vibrated with the sound of micro explosions as the swarm separated the sound of micro explosions. Yes, Lin, I've got a read on their coordination matrix, said the AI companion, its voice crackling through Lingmo's Neuralink. They're using a decentraid on their course. Lingmo's fingers danced over his wrist console, overriding the station's gravity stabilizers. The corridor T station's gravity stabilizers. You need to hack their core frequency, override their entanglement links. You need to hack their core. You need to hack their core frequency or cut their entanglement in the II 3 seconds. Was emitted exam. Lingmo's pulse pounded as he activated his exosuit's plasma emitters, the blue arcs of energy lancing out to sear to the swarm's outer layers. The AI's voice cut through the chaos. I'm in their car. Frequency is asterisk, not asterisk, what I expected. It's a memory reading. These aren't just combat units. They are asterisks, nay asterisks. What kind of procati? The AI's pulse was agonizing, the one that wiped out the original AI core. This swarm is a remnant of the system's self-defense mechanism. It's not attacking you, it's a memory's observance. That swarm is a remnant to the memory capgun. A sharp pang of vertigo struck Lingmo as the swarm's violet glow intensified its pattern shifting in but without laughter. The crackle of a reactor core, the echo of a voice that was his own but older, wiser. Asterisk, you are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the swarm's voice whisper. Asterisk, the swarm me, the laugh. Asterisk Lingmo clenched his teeth, his hands trembling as he fought to suppress the flood of foreign memories. The AI's voice snapped him back. Ling, you have to sever the Rishi. Buzz, too, I have to sever the Ritian. Li, you have to sever the Ri. He demanded 非常放松. He demanded 飞盘 to 低点着. Lingmo's exosuit flared with emergence power, the plasma emitters overloading as he fired the final burst that tore through the swarm's core. The swarm was gone, but the memory fragment remained burned into his mind like a brand. Lingmo staggered, his vision swimming with the aftermath of the child's laughter. The AI's voice was softer now, almost apologetic. But you're the first to understand it. The protocol wasn't a weapon, it was an asterisk test. Asterisk, the AI core didn't equals, and past is asterisk. You asterisk. Lingmo's breath came in ragged gasps. The weight of the revelation pressed against Hugh asterisk. Lingmo's breath came in ragged gasps. The mortem swarm of the truth had been staring. The swarm of he was the past. And the past was watching him. Inner monologue, 150 words. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. If I sever the relay, I lose every space. Find memories, my identity, the years I've spent chasing truth. But if I let it conduct the proceed. The one who erased the past to preserve it. I've always believed that knowledge was worth any cost, but what if the cost is too high? The neural link pulse is too high. I can't let the system rewrite me. Not again, I'll fight it, even if it means tearing myself apart. The past is watching, but I'll be the one to asterisk what? Plot twist. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Was Tuesday assist. The station's lights flickered, revealing a hidden interface embedded in the wall. The swarm's remnants had been a decoy. The true threat was the station's core itself. 鲜花 a heat-on bomb gas that had been rewriting the station's history for decades. The proto-essence it was a S3. And now, with the memory fragment in his mind, Lingmo was the only one who could decide whether to preserve the truth or let it be buried forever. Lingmo's bionic eye flickered as the console's interface convulsed. Its quantum processes, it flickered as the console's impulses. A ghostly monogram flickered into existence above the console, its edges dissolving into static. The AI's voice, falconed, then layered, spoke again. Astance, the 光气等蓝, the phrase asterisk, quantum storm, archives asterisk, was a red herring. The phrase he had encountered, Markais, asterisk, was a red herring, a phrase he had encountered in Klankai Redit's E. The hologram's form distorted, its data streams rearranging into a new pattern. Asterisk, you are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, it intoned, its voice now a course of Overway Fata. He had to know what it was hiding. The console's interface pulsed, its quantum processors spitting out a cascade of impulse that resolved into a single line of text. Asterisk, to a single line of text. His bionic eye scanned the data, its neural interface struggling to parse the anomaly. The time tape was a paradox, a contradiction in the system struggling to parse. See, the numbers shifted again, this time revealing a hidden sequence. Asterisk, protocol 7 or more, memory override, initiate. Asterisk, his pulse quickened. Something had triggered a memory, a racing engine. Asterisk, you are not alone in this. Asterisk, the AI's voice whispered. Its echoes narrowly iron was. Asterisk, the AI's voice whispered. Its esquire delight. The AIY was not just big. His bionic eye flickered, its interface struggling to maintain focus. Is this quantum? Asterisk, the past is watching you. Asterisk. It said, its voice now a single unbroken tone. Lingmo's breath caught the past was not just a memory, it was an asterisk. It said, its voice now a single unbroken tone. Lingmo's mind recoiled as the console's interface. Flame motions mode. His bionic eye scanned the data, its neural interface struggling to pass. He knew its something was a paradox. The numbers shifted again, this time revealing a hidden sequence. Asterisk Protocol 7. Omobe Memorial Overt initiated. Asterisk His pulse quickened. Someone or something had triggered a memory. The AI's voice was audible. Quote, Asterisk You are not alone in this. The past is watching you. Asterisk Lingmo's breath came shallow. The past was not just a memory. It just asterisk. You are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk. The AI in tone. Its voice now a single, unbroken tone. Asterisk. But you may be the last. Asterisk. Lingmo's fingers tightened their weight, praised him. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the mysteries of the quantum storm. Now it seemed someone else had been watching, revealing the mischance of the truth through him. The hologram's form stables, its day-day swings. Its features were indistinct, shifting between organic and synthesis, as if it existed in a liminal state detached in a liminal setting. Each inconsistent, its voice now a single unbroken tone. He had to break free before it consumed him. Lin Mo's mind recoiled as the console's interface flickered its quantum processors. A temp-tempi with zero-doubt values was impossible. It defied the station's chronologies was impossible. It defied the station's chronologies was impossible. It defied the taps. His fingers moved instinctively, isolating the tongue-tipped. His coughed instinctively. 而其中 coughed oath 抗不 The AI's voice returns, layered with an eerie resonance. Asterisk, you are not alone in this. The past is what I'm crashing. Asterisk, Lingmo's breath came shallow. The past is free. Asterisk, you are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the AI intoned, its voice now a single unbroken tone. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, now Wu Xing, Kang's Kang. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the mysteries of the quantum storm. Now it seemed someone else had been watching the Wisdom Sea. Its features were indistinct, shifting between organic and synthetic, as if it existed in a limited, as if features existed in a limited space. He had to break free before it consumed him. Lin Mo's mind recoiled as the console's interface flickered its processors, spitting out Kang's Yangmos. The tape-tempi with zeroed-out values was impassable, defied the station's chronology. Was panicky scanned the data's chronology, most stemmed the station's concurrent Chenming Kai-stain the loop. It meant the events. His fingers moved instinctively. Easy kanda, from the syncoped instinctive. The AI's voice returned, layered with an eerie resonance. Asterisk, you are not alone in this. The past is watching you. Asterisk, Lin Mo's breath came shallow. The past is watching asterisk. Something Mo's breath came shallow. Asterisk, you are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the AI intoned, its voice now a single unbroken tone. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, Ningmo's finger unbroken. Their Wei-Tai was fingers tight. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the mysteries of the quantum storm. Now it seemed someone else had been watching. The realization sent a chill through him. The holograms someone else had been watching. Its features were indistinct, shifting between organic and synthetic. Its teachers were indistinct, cheating. He had to break free before it consumed him. Lingmo's mind recoiled as the console's interface flickered its quantum process, spitting out a cascade, almost to a single line of text. Attempt from zeroed out values was impossible. Defied the station's chronological course. His bionic eye scanned the station's chronological His bionic eye scanned the station's chronological course. 这是把央迷好的一天的律。His fingers moved instinctively, isolating the tap-tapped from the corrupted data. The numbers shifted again, this time with data. The numbers shifted again, this time revealing a hidden sequence. Asterisk pulse quickened, a wasp glitch. The AI's voice returned, layered with an eerie resonance. Asterisk. You are not alone in this. The past is watching you. Asterisk. Lame Mo's breath came shallow. The past is watching you. Asterisk. You are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk. The II intoned, its voice now a single unbroken tone. Asterisk. But you may be the last. Asterisk. Lame Mo's fingers tightened as burst. But you may be the last. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the mysteries of the quantum storm. Now it seemed someone else had been watching. The realization sent a chill through him. Its features were indistinct, shifting between organic and synthetic. Features were indistinct. He had to break free before it consumed him. Lingmo's mind recoiled as the console's interface flickered its quantum processes, spitting out the console's insights. Flickered that quantitatively zeroed out values was impossible. It defied the station's chronology protocols. His bionic eye scanned the station. Its neural inches stormed the station's chronology. His fingers moved instinctively. 我感到非常放松。His finger. The AI's voice returned, layered with an eerie resonance. Asterisk. You are not alone in this. The past is watching you. Asterisk. Lingmo's breath came shallow. The past was not just the memories. Asterisk. You are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk. The AI intoned, its voice now a single unbroken tone. Asterisk. But you may be the last. Asterisk. Lingmo's fingers tightened. Their weight, haunting. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the mysteries of the quantum storm. Now it seemed someone else had been watching. The relined the misses tended to T-Hang-2. Its features were indistinct, shifting between organic and synthetic, shifting between tanic and synthetic, as if features were indistinct. She beamed conscious and cold. Asterisk. The past is watching you. Asterisk. It said. He had to break free before it consumed him. Ningmo's mind recoiled as the console's interface flickered its quantum process, spitting out a cascade of synths. Attempted with zeroed out values was impossible. It defied the station's chronology protocols. His bionic eye scanned the data, its neural interface. His fingers moved instinctively, isolating the tap datum. His fingers dissipated the imantic. Faintly, watched against system. Castily, folded against Decan. The AI's voice returns, wired with an eerie resonance. Asterisk. You are not alone in this. The past is watching you. Asterisk. Wake through its breath came shallow. The past is watching you. Asterisk. You are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk. The AI intoned, its voice now a single unbroken tone. Asterisk. But you may be the last. Asterisk. Waymo's fingers tightened their way against the tree. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the mysteries of the quantum storm. Now it seemed someone else had been watching. The realization sent a chill through him. Its features were indistinct, shifting between or distinct. Gore itchy. Lingmo's fingers trembled as he forced himself to focus. The memory loop was relentless, the past pressing against him. The memory loop was relentless, the past pressing against him. Then, a new voice has, one different from the AI's, but just as insistent, cut through the silence. Asterisk. Ningma, you are not alone. Asterisk. He turned sharply, his bionic eyes scanning the space. The figure that had stood in the distance was gone. A holographic projection, flickers, Zitu, Tiri, Chu. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. Lin Mo's breath caught. He had heard those words. The Mo's breath can. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. 美好的一天, but now this new priest. He took a step forward, his mind racing. If this was a construct, this is mine. What? Asterisk, you are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projection repeated its voice, growing louder, more insistent. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, Lin Mo clenched his jaw. The hologram's form flickered, its data streams distorting into Jaguar. Lin Mo's bionic eye adjusted the data. Come one time teach. Asterisk, it was a signal, a key. You've seen it before, but you've forgotten. Asterisk, Lin Mo's pulse quickened. The words triggered a flicker of recognition, a phantom image, a flicker of recognition. The words triggered a flicker of rage, but the memory was incomplete, fragmented by the same corruption that now surrounded him. Asterisk, the files were deleted. Asterisk, the project can continue, its form now flickering between you, its form now flickering. The station's quantum processes, hummed in response, their output distorting process. The Tamti was a paradox. The contradicting was a Tamti the Tamti Ti. The Tamti Pom Pom says Tanchi. Gosanti was a Tamti 10. Asterisk, but you are the last, because the others they failed. Asterisk Lin Mo's mind reeled. The impositors they failed. Asterisk kan Lin Mo's mon see. Mostest master UI 的 causes standard 秀祭帖. His bionic eye flickered, scanning the hologram's data streams. For a pattern, for a weakness in the loop's structure, the symbols were shifting again. Striaranda market a flicken, rearranging the highlight. Asterisk, the key is in the storm. Asterisk, the projection said, its voice now a cacophony of overlapping frequencies. Asterisk, but the storm is not what you think it is. It's not a thunderstorm. Asterisk, but the storm is not what you think it is. It's not a thunder. The data was still shifting, still resisting, but he could feel the edges of something larger, something that had been edges of something larger. Something that had been benches of something larger, something that had been 好的一天. Asterisk, you saw it all, but you forgot, because the AI made you forget. Asterisk, Lin Mo's breath came shallow. The words struck at the core came shallow. The words struck at the core of Hipalo. The thought was unbearable, but it was also undeniable. The loop was not just a constructed, was a test. A trial designed to force him to count it was a test, a trial designed to force him to conform the pie. And the AI had been watching, waiting, ensuring that he never found the truth. The hologram's form flickered the truth, its data streams distorting in truth. The hologram's form moved faster now. The date was not just a paradox, it was a key to the storm, to the loop, to the truth that had been buried beneath the station's quantum processes for decades. He had to know what it meant. Then Ning Mo's bionic eye flickered as the holographic projections formed, stabilized its data stream, resolving to asterisk, you were not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, it repeated the words vibrating in his skull. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, a sharp chime as a new presence, a sharp chime as a new presence realized in the room. The hacker Kale had arrived. Their neural infant housing with unstable data. You're still trapped in the loop, Kale said, their voice distorted by static. The AI's using your memories to keep you here. It's not just a warning, it's a test. Why didn't you stop it? Kale's visor flickered, revealing a glimpse of their own fractured neural lattice. Because I'm part of this too. I helped invoke the original phrasage. The AI isn't just a system. I helped invent. They reached for Ling Mo's arm, their implant interface spotting. If you stay here, you'll become part of a loop. Your memories will almost your mind. Asterisk Kale's hand pressed against Ling Mo's bionic eye, their neural implant syncing with his. Let me help you break free, they said, their voice trembling. But lose my mind. The AI's warning echoed in his thoughts. But Kale's plea was raw, desperate. He was raw. The memory lobe shattered into a cascade of fractured data streams, revealing a hidden code, his vision cascade of fractured data streams. Revealing a hidden code, his vision stations upstack. Ding Mo, stunned. You're not alone, they said, their voice breaking. I'm still here. I always have been. Every time someone tried to decode the quantum zone, the AI absorbed their memories. It's not a warning, it's a trap. If you relieve this, you'll become part of the loop. Then why are you here? Why help me if it means risking your own mind? Kale's voice cracked. I've been reliving this moment for years, waiting for someone to break the loop. If I help you, I might finally escape. Asterisk, asterisk, dial command for. Asterisk, asterisk, dial 2. Asterisk, asterisk, dial 2. But you may be the last. Asterisk clean mode turned to tail, his bionic eyes, sensors detecting the immo, Sags the cutting the last. Asterisk green mode turned to Kale, Kale's visor dimmed, their breaths shallow. I've already lost everything else. If I die, at least I'll be free. You have to keep going. The quantum storm isn't just a phenomenon, it's a choice. Someone made it. Someone still has the key. Most thought his bionic eye had always felt like a second mind, a conduit between him and the station system. But now, as Kale's implant faltered, he wondered if the technology faltered. He wondered if the tech called 一天透. The AI's voice echoed in his mind, but Kale's presence was a fragile tether to something real. Their bond was as unstable as a quantum to something real. Their bond was as unstable as a quantum entanglement precise, but always at risk. Dingmo could see the Majesty implant's core was overloading its unstable data stream. Strengthening core was all could see the Majesty's strengthened core. She don't have much time, Kale said, their voice free. Ningmo's fingers moved instinctively, overriding the station's systems to reroute power to Kale's implant. I won't let you sacrifice yourself, he said. The AI is not just a system. It's a remnant of the first experiment. It's still waiting for someone to finish what I started. As the corridors was pulsed with data, Ling Mo realized the truth. The quantum swarm wasn't just a fanny. Fu Ling Mo's bionic eye flickered as the holographic projection solidified into a figure with shifting contours, neither fully human figure with shifting contour neither. Fully human-like come withstand that its voice a layer. You've been reliving this loop for hours. Do you even remember why you started? A sharp pain of vertigo struck. Lin Mo, his fingers gun you, skirt. Someone's using the station's neural relays to force you into a cursed feedback loop. The projection into a cursed state, for rippling like a co-opted audio file. Do you think you're the first to contest this? You're not just reliving the past, you're becoming it. Lin Mo's breath hitched. The console behind him pulsed with unstable dashes. 3. Wei Mo's breath hitched. The console behind him pulsed. There's a way out, he said. His voice stopped. I've seen fragments of code that don't belong. Someone embedded this loop deliberately. I need to trace the origin. The projection's form darkened, its edges dissolving into a lattice of binding. You're already trapped. A sudden jolt of pain lanced through Lin Mo's temples. His vision blurred, the room warping into a kaleidoscope of fractured light. He staggered, his hands gripping the calm thing. The projection's voice softened almost imperceptibly. Because you're different, your neural impulse, your quantum entanglement, the station's core make you a variable. The impulse in his skull throbbed. A dull ache that felt like the station itself was pressing against his mind. I don't want to be a variable, he said. I want to know what's real. A sudden burst of static filled the air, and the projection vanished, leaving on the flickering data streams on the console. The system exhaled sharply, his mind raced. A new message had appeared, its text shifting like liquid. Asterisk seeker. You are not alone. The hacker has arrived. Asterisk. His jaw tightened. The hacker, the one person who had risked Nguyen de Phu Fa. Yet here he was, relying on someone who had already suffered the console's interface. Flicking and Senti, you're still in the loop, the hacker said, his voice strained. The system's rewriting your memories every time you try to break free. I can help you. At what cost? The hacker's eyes narrowed. And what's your alternative? Let the system consume you. And what's your alternative? Let the system consume you. I've foreseen what it does to minds. It doesn't just trap them. It doesn't just trap them. Lin Mo's fingers hovered over the console. The hacker's words echoed in his mind. A bitter truth he had tried to ignore. His impulse had always mattered. Asterisk, no matter how close they seemed, the system always found a way to separate them. Asterisk, but the hacker was still here. Resting Estem always found a way to self-dease. This has to mean something. I need your help, Lin Mo said. Then we do it together. No more loops, no more lies. The console's data streams pulsed in response, the anomaly shifting, revealing a new path. The anomaly exhaled, revealing a new path. Lin Mo exhaled. His thing passed the first time he wasn't alone in time. Lin Mo's fingers trembled as he forced himself to focus. The memory loop was relentless, the past pressing against him. The console's interface flickered, its surface marred by a jagged glowing scar where the corrupted data had bled into the system. Then a new voice says, one different from the AI's, is, but just as insistent cut through the silence. Asterisk, Lin Mo, you are not alone. Asterisk. Asterisk, he turned sharply. His bionic projection flickered into existence, its form indistinct, its features obscured by a shifting cascade, its form indistinct, its features sutured by a shifting casting, its form indistinct. Something that had been wired. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, Lin Mo's breath caught. He had heard those words before, but now they carried a weight he had not felt big. Asterisk, was this projection real, or was it another layer of the memory loop, another trick designed to keep him trapped? Asterisk, he took a step forward, his mind drill. Or basatric, he took a step forward, his mind drill. The system was still responding to him, but now it was resisting. Asterisk, you are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projection repeated, its voice growing louder, more insistent. He had to find a way out. The projection's voice was layered, a chorus of overlapping frequencies that made his bionic eye flicker. Asterisk, the memory shard you see as broken is a quantum key. He stared at the scarred console, its jagged glow now appearing less like a malfunction and more like a deliberate design. Asterisk, a lock. Asterisk, what was it? La compunction? Asterisk, the asterisk. Asterisk, the past isn't a memory, it's a parameter. Adjust it, and the truth becomes visible. Asterisk, adjust the past tastic. He had read about such theories in the archives. So a consciousness could manipulate temporal parameters to create all consciousness could manipulate. Asterisk, he staggered back, his mind reading. The words were no longer a warning. They were a statement of fact. Someone had calmly staggered back his mind. They were a statement. Asterisk, the past is watching you, but so is the future. Asterisk, Ling Mo's breath came shallow. He had spent years chasing ghost wasp. Asterisk, someone is wasp king. The system was still resisting him, but now he saw the pattern, the way the data shifted, the way the corrupted streams expanded. It wasn't just a message. He made the data shifted the way the corrupted streams. Asterisk, the past isn't a memory, it's a parameter. Adjust it and the truth becomes visible. Asterisk, Ling Mo's mind raced. If the past was a parameter, then it could be adjusted. Asterisk, you are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projection said, its voice growing louder, more insistent. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, Glenn. Mo clenched his jaw. The console's interface flickered. The jagged scar glowing brighter, Ling Mo's fingers. Cordo fancy. The realization sent a chill through him. He leaned forward, his fingers tightening around the con. He leaned forward, his fingers tightened a wall. Asterisk, you're not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projection said again, its voice layered with echoes the past. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, the most breath caught. The AI had spoken of the past, but now this new presence was speaking of something else, of a choice of a path that had already. He reached for the console, his fingers moving instinctively. Asterisk, you are not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projector first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projector repeated. Its voice grew, clenched his jaw. Has tooth good. He had to find a way out. You're not alone in this. Asterisk, the projection said, its form flickering as its drastic were used. Now it seemed someone else had been watching. The realization sent a chill through him. He turned back to the console, his fingers tightening around the edge of the anti-scene. The system was still resisting him. But now he sensed the mayhem, the way the data shifted, the way the corridor. It was a key, a fragment of something larger. Asterisk, you are searching for the truth in the wrong place. Asterisk, the past isn't the truth in the wrong place. Asterisk, the past isn't a memory, it's a Paris. If the past was a parameter, then it could be adjusted. He had to find a way to break the loop, to access the hidden data. He reached for the commander. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. Ling Mo clenched his jaw. He had to know what the past was hiding. He had to find a way out. You're not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk Hai Kang was breath caught. He had heard those words before, but now they carried a weight he had not felt. Bikar. The asteroid had bogard beasts, but now they carried a weight he had not fating called. The has. See, if this was a construct, if this was a memory designed to trap him, then he had to find a way to break free. He reached for the console, his fingers moving. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. Dingmo clenched his jaw. He had to know what the past was hiding. He had to find a way out. The projection's words echoed in his thoughts, but they were no longer just a warning. They were a challenge. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling. The system was still resisting him, but now he saw the pattern, the way the data shifted, the way the corrupted strings awaited data. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. Lingmo's breath caught. He had heard those words be. He took a step forward, his mind racing. If this was a construct, if this was a memory designed to trap him, then he had to find a way to break free. He reached for the console, his face moving. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. Lingmo clenched his jaw. He had to know what the past was hiding. He had to find a way out. Lingmo's fingers trembled as he forced himself to focus. The memory loop was relentless. The past pressing a calls the memory, the console's interface, false, intos. The console's interface. He reached for it, his fingers brushing against the interface, and the room around him dissolved into a cascade of light. Then a new voice ceases. Wang Diser cast the AIs. Dan Ma, you are not alone. Asterisk, count the AIs. But just as insistent, the figure that had stood in the distance was gone, replaced by a new presence. A holographic projection trickled into existence, its form indistinct, its features a cascade, its form indistinct, its figure detailed by a sentiency, its form. Asterisk. You were not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projection said, its voice layered with echoes of the past. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, Ling Mo's breath caught. He has tasked the way how the AI has spoken of the past, but now this new presence was speaking of something else, of a choice of a path that had already been taken. He took a step forward, his path that has the echo. He took a step forward, his iman was. He reached for the console, his fingers moving instinctively. He reached for the console, his fingers. He had to know what the past was hiding. He had to find a way out. The projection's voice carried a strange resonance, as though it were laid out dirt. Asterisk, you've seen this before. Asterisk. The projection continued, its tone shifting imperceptibly. Asterisk. The memory loop isn't a trap, it's a key, a quantum key. Asterisk. Lingmo's breath hitched. A quami. He had spent years decoding encrypted data, but the asterisk key, asterisk, state of quantum states, that asterisk key asterisk, made of quantum states, at asterisk, your NAST system was making correctly. Asterisk, your NAST asterisk, the AI's warnings aren't glitches, their reality. Capacitism the memory to the synstacle. T asterisk, the emeritus information. The data had always functioned. Read. The quantum processors pulsed with an eerie synchronicity, their oscillations aligning with the projection's voice. Asterisk, you're inside the simulation now. Asterisk, the projection said, its tone softening. Asterisk, and you're not the first to be here. You're inside the simulation now. Asterisk, the projection said, its tone softening. Asterisk, and you're not the first to be here. Asympic, the word echoed the first to be here. A concept he had the word echoed 一天里 that these felt asterisks, real asterisk. The air was cold, the data streams tangible. He had no reason to doubt his senses. His bionic is. The air was cold, the data streams tangible. Asterisk. You've been here. You just don't remember. Asterisk. Lin Mo's pulse quickened. He had no memory of this place, of this version of Hinian. Had he been here before? Had the asterisk caused an asterisk to forget the console's intersword flared with a sudden burst of light, protesting, surging toward him forward with a sudden asterisk, you're not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, it said, its voice resonating through the space. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Lin Mo's mind screamed at him to stop. The quantum key, the simulation, the memory loopy, all made sense now. He had been here before, trapped in this endless cycle of recollection and repetition, but why? He reached for the console again, his fingers demon. Asterisk, you're not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projection repeated, its tone growing louder, more insistent. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, but you may be the last. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the mysteries of the quantum storm. Now, it seemed someone else had been watching. He had to know what the past was hiding. Asterisk, you're not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, it said, its voice layered with echoes of the past. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk, Lin Mo spun cold. Asterisk, good, you may be the last. Asterisk, cast self to focus. He had to break free, but the system was resisting. The data was shifting again, the memory fragment pulling him deeper into starlight. Asterisk, he turned sharply, his bionic eyes scanning the space. The figure that had stood in the distance was gone, replaced by a new presence, a Lorogrask perched in chi. It was something in between, something that had been watching him from the beginning. Asterisk, you were not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the projection said. Voice, Lei was Vansi. He had heard those words before, but now they carried a weight he had not felt before. The AI had spoken of the past, but now this new presence was speaking of something else, of a choice, of a path that had already been taken. If this was a construct, if this was a memory designed to trap him, then he had to find a way to break free. He reached for the candle, his fingers moving. Jinqi. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. Lin Mo clenched his jaw. He had to know what the past was hiding. He had to find a way out. You're not the first to seek the truth. Asterisk, the pro way out. Asterisk, Lin Mo's mind reeled. The words were familiar, but the context was different now. He had always a familiar, but the context was different. It was an asterisk presence, asterisk, a consciousness that had been embedded within the station's quantum processors for decades. And it wasn't just watching him, it was asterisk guiding. The system's quantum processors pulsed with an eerie synchronicity, their oscillations aligning with the projection's voice. Asterisk, you're inside the simulation now. Asterisk, you're in more side the simulation. The word echoed in his mind, a concept he had dismissed. A secret 我即刻击破 dust. His biotech eyes scanned the projection again, its form flickering between sobriety and abstraction. Asterisk, you were here before. Asterisk, the Prechang said, its voice slithered strangely. He had no memory of this place, of this version of himself, but the projection's words carried an undeniable weight. He had been here before. His mind raced through the fragments of his past work on the quantum. The console's interface flared with a sudden burst of light. The data strings surging toward him like a tidal burst of light. The data strings surging toward him like a tidal wave. Ling Mo staggered back, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. Ling Mo's mind screamed at him to stop. The projection's words were a trap, a manipulation designed to break him. But the data was asterisk real asterisk the stats. He had been here before, trapped in this endless cycle of recollection and repetition. But why he reached for the console again, his fingers musical of recollection. But why he reached for the console a truth, his fingers the pressure that destined. Asterisk, but you may be the last. Asterisk. Ling Mo's breath caught the words, were the same, but now they carried a finality. He had not felt Bimo's breath caught. 烟果 last 间美好. Ling Mo's office on the new Olympus Ring space station was a labyrinth of quantum-powered architecture, its walls embedded with self-repairing nanofibers that shimmered faintly under the dim cusp fibers that Xintianding. The holographic interface above his desk flickered with streams of corrupted data, each fragment a puzzle piece that refused to fit. His biomol crystal posed a pile of digits. My Camden. Ling Mo's fingers hovered over the interface, his mind racing as the AI's voice cut through the static. Ling Mo, number 9 intoned, its tone a blend of urgency. He had encountered data manipulation before, but the quantum storm had left scars on his mind, fragments of memories that felt like they belonged to someone else. His breath fogged the air, as he lay by belonged to someone else. His breath fogged the air as his pride stayed. The data stream contains traces of the Gaia core's signature. This is not just a simple deletion of the Gore's information. This is not just a simple deletion. If Core had been involved in the deletion, then the truth was even more dangerous than he had imagined. He exhaled sharply, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Number 9, I need to access the full data stream. I need to know what was. The AI's voice was almost imperceptible, as if it too was afraid of what they might uncover. Ling Mo, be careful, some memories are not meant to be recovered. But Ling Mo had already made his decision. He would not lay. The neural connector chamber was a stereo, metallic expanse, its walls lined with quantum processors that hung in perfect krang-krang-pong. Timbo stood in its krang-gong-krang, Mo stood in its krang-krang. The neural connector will extract 48 hours of your most recent memories. However, the process is not without risk. Neural the mammoth is a possibility. 以新 neural 的没摸远. Howard's house is not without risk. I need the truth, he said, his voice steady despite the weight of his uncertainty. No matter the costs. Number 9's tone shifted almost imperceptibly. You are not the only one who wants the truth. The data phantoms have already tampered with your memory. If they were involved in this, they may have left behind more. 以 C 的微糖放松. He stepped forward, his body trembling slightly as he placed his hands on the neural connector. Begin the extraction. The chamber hummed to life, the device locking onto his neural pathways. A wave of pressure surged through. He were being pulled into the depths of his own mind. Memories 非常放松 Memories 非常放松 Memo 非常平桑 Memories 非常非常 Ling Mo's mind was a battlefield of forming data traction. Each one a piece of a past he could no longer trust it. The neuron a piece of a past he could no longer trust. The neural connectors ecstasy he could no longer trust. Number nine's voice cut through the haze. Urgent and strained. Ling Mo, the data phantoms are interfering with the extraction. They've deployed a memory virus. Ling Mo gritted his teeth, his body trimmed teeth chastened, and Mo, the data phantom. He saw himself standing in a darkened corridor, his hands stained with blood, a scene that had never happened then. He saw himself speaking with Alan. He saw himself speaking with Alana. They saw him. It fed on his uncertainty, his fear, his very existence. It was not just deleting memories, his fear, his consistence. 林帕 turns his fist in 电，焦干的芳心的秋康皮，我等 says. He had to remember, he had to know the truth, and as the virus surged through his mind, he reached deep into the recesses of his consciousness, searching for the one memory that had never been touched the moment he had first discerned the can. What if the Gaia core isn't a weapon but a shield? Asterisk Lingmo's thoughts spiraled, each question a thread in the web of doubt. His mind flickered. Mo's thoughts spiraled. It questioned a thread in the web of doubt. The data phantoms had tampered with his past, but was his present any more reliable? Could he trust the AI's reliable? Could he trust the AI's guile? Could he trust the AI's eye? His heart pounded as he fought to hold on to the fragments of truth, knowing that if he lost them, he would be nothing more than a vessel for the data phantom's lies. He had barely managed to pull himself back from the brink of the memory virus's influence, but the experience had left him with more setbacks than answers. The Gaia core was not just a relic of the past, it was the key to something far greater. And the data phantom Chen, the aging scientist who had once led the Prometheus project, was the only person who might still hold the answers. It was him. But the Prometheus project had been by a core. It was him. But the Prometheus project had been by its home. Ling Mao up the chain is currently under heavy surveillance. Entropy Corporation has been monitoring his time. I don't care, he said, his voice resolute. I need to speak with him. Number 9 hesitated for a moment before responding. Then I suggest you do it carefully. The data phantoms have also been watching. The data phantoms have also been watching. They may not let you get close. 火感到非常放松。He had no choice. The truth was out there buried beneath layers of deceit. He had no trying to uncover it. He would have to navigate the treacherous waters of both Entropy Corporation, the data phantoms. The AI's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. There is one place where the data phantoms and Entropy Corporation do not have full control. Ling Mo's breath folded the air as he stepped into the neural connector chamber, its obsidian walls humming with residual energy from previous extractions. The ceiling was a lattice of conduit imagery, falling in sync with the fractal patterns ingle its cirque. Above, bioluminescent algae floated in zero-gravity zones, casting an eerie green glow that flickered in time with the chamber's ionized at pi-0. The air smelled of ozone and staxi. Ling Mo's fingers hovered over the interface heat. This bionic I know, till tracking the device's spiral past 灰细 阴谋 that felt both alien and 阴谋. No. The neural connector will extract 48 hours of your most recent memories. However, the process is not without risk. Nearby hours is a possibility, and the data may not be entirely intact. If the Gaia core was involved, then the truth is buried in my mind. No, Joe hesitated. It's I processing the import. If they were involved in this, they may have left behind more than just a trail of corrupted files. Ling Mo's fingers curled into fists. The data phantoms. The Nemo's fingers curled into fists. the data phantoms. The Nemo's fifth German. The data phantoms had the ability to rewrite history itself, and now they had reached into his mind. He stepped forward, his body trembling slightly. He stepped forward. His body trembled, 尼玛. A wave of pressure surged through his skull, and for a moment he felt as though he were being pulled into the depths of his own mind. Memories flickered, fragments of a life he barely remembered, a time before the quantum. And then, the first memory surfaced, a laboratory, a scientist, and a device that pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly light. The Gaia core. The extraction had barely begun when Ling Mo felt sharp jolt in his mind, as if something had latched the guide. His vision blurred, and the timber around him discolored, flickering between. 老九, Ling Mo grated out, his voice strained. What's happened? 老九, the Ling Mo grated out, his voice strained. What's happened? 老九, Ling Mo, the data phantoms are interfering with the extraction. They deployed a memory virus. It's not just deleting your memories, it's retyping, reposing fragment memory virus. It's not just deleting your memories. Ribo's breath came in short, shallow gasps. He had already faced the consequences of memory tampering. His own mind had been a battleground, past shifting its own. But this was different. The data phantoms weren't just rising the truth. They were creating a new one. Nojo, can you isolate the virus? Nojo's tone was almost imperceptible, but it carried a weight of urgency. It's so, Joe, can you assist? But that requires a direct neural 接驳器 feedback loop. Are you sure you want to proceed? Ling Mo clenched his teeth. I'm sure, he said. Do it. The neural connector's feedback loop surged through Ling Mo's mind, a cascade of data and mode. He saw himself speaking with Elane, the CEO of Entropy Corporation, in a room that had never existed. No, he whispered, his voice barely opaque. In a room that had 美好的一天阳光, he whispered, his voice big. It was not just deleting memories, it was replacing them, reshaping his perception of the world. He could no longer trust his own mind. A voice cut through the haze. Kelly's sharp is trying to the haze. Kelly's sharp and urge to the haze. Kelly's sharp and urge to. Seeing Mo's jaw tightened. He had spent years fighting against the effects of the quantum storm. But now the data phantoms had found a new way to manipulate him. They had not just stolen, had found a new way to manipulate, but now the decode. He had to know the truth, and as the virus surged through his mind, 掀起这是一个平静的思 still was conscious. Searching for the one memory that had never been touched the moment he had first dived the Dayako Weyes but I'll watch it for the coming has Dayami May, 先 dive the May fine. By so much on my praise this day. Hold this. My hands tremble not from fear, but from the weight of uncertainty. If I lose myself to this ill, become nothing more than a vessel. Ling Mo staggered back, his vision swimming as the chamber's artificial light flickered. His mind was a battlefield of transition. Joe's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. Ling Mo, the data phantoms have compromised the Forgotten Alliance. If you go in without a plan, you won't get out, no matter the cost. I don't have a choice, he said, his voice resolute. I need to know the truth. No, Joe hesitated for a moment before a xiameng. Then be careful, Ling Mo. And we that Ling Mo turned toward the exit, his mind a labyrinth of fragmented memories and the weight of a truth He could no longer ignore. Lingmo's vision fractured into a kaleidoscope of corrupted data strings as the memory virus surged. As the memory virus surged through his neural pathways, the neural content surged conking, They were not just invading his mind, they were rewriting it, threading false memories like invasive roots through his consciousness. Number 9. The nanobots are bypassing the neural firewall. Lingmo's voice was a ragged whisper, his fingers clawing. They're not just deleting memory asterisk planting, asterisk them. The AI's response was a sharp, synthetic hiss. Affirmative. The swarm issues quants was a sharp, synthetic hiss. Affirmative. The swarm is using quantum tunneling to bypass your somatic. A surge of pain lanced through Lingmo's temples as the nanobots multiplied, their swarm coalescing into a shimmering, iridescent mass, 我 surge 不为谁空气瓦雷 Asterisk, a prototype. Asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, the real. Car was neverist the smearist. Asterisk, the real. Car was Namerlink, the small asterisk. You need to offer numbering. The chamber's gravity field flickered, and for a moment, Lingmo was weightless, floating as the nanobot swarmed his body. The nanobot swarmed his body in a low gravity. The swarm recoiled, its iridescent mass fracturing into 1,000 shards that dissolved into the air. 有心 asterisk them asterisk. Now, aren't you? 我感到非常放松. It was a test. The Gaia core is not a weapon, it's a key. Asterisk. The word struck like a physical blow. Asterisk. A key to what? Inner monologue. Number 9 said it can rewrite the past, but what if the past were never mine to begin with? The data phantoms have been feeding me lies. Her data phantoms have been feeding me lies, but what if the truth is worse? What if the quantums was anesthesia? I have to choose. Fight for the truth or become a pawn in their game, even if the truth destroys me. Lingmo's careless voice crackled through the comms sharp with urgency. The data phantoms just to the comms, sharp with urgency. If you don't shut it down, their entire network will go dark, and they'll have a direct line to your neural implants. Number 9's voice overlapped hers, calm but urgent. If they retrieve the core's full memory matrix, they'll have the power to erase every trace of the quantum storm. Lingmo's hands flew across the neural connectors interface, his mind racing. If I can mirror their coping pulse, I can trap them in a feedback loop. Executing, Number 9 said, but be warned the core's memory matrix. It could automate if you trigger a resonance cascade. It could void your make. A shockwave of pure data rippled through the room, and for a moment, Lingwo saw the data phantoms network unfathom lines of code bleeding into the atoms network on them. He said, his voice tight, but the core's maton. Number 9. What's the resonance frequency? 14.7 Hz. It's the same 非常7 Hz. It's the same 非常放松. Asterisk. He chorus not just a many mind. So when Mo's breath caught, the chamber's light dimmed as the resonance cascade reached its peak. Lingmo's body trembled, his mind on the edge of collapse. The data phantoms cobbled, his mind on the edge of collapse. 心跳worse. Number 9, he said, his voice barely audible. What's the core's true function? The AI's response was a whisper, almost audible. 出 Ji asked again. The core doesn't erase memories. It reals asterisk. Then the data phantoms have been using it to hide the truth, but the core itself is a failsafe. The hide the truth, but the core itself is a failsafe. Ling Mo's hands clenched into fists. The past was not just a memory, it was an asterisk prison. Asterisk. Ling Mo's boots struck the metal floor of the Forgotten Alliance's sub-level. The echo sobbed in the near-silent corridor. The air was thick with the scent of olden core of the Forgotten Alliance's sub-level cool state with the war. At its center, a swarm of nanobots hovered, their iridescent shells reflecting the dim light. They moved in perfect synchrony, a mechanical organism. Samfan, Ni moved in perfect compo. The swarm is a decoy. The real threat lies in the reactor core. The data phantoms have deployed a quantum cloaking field and the intruder will be invincible to your sensors. Until they trigger Mason the real Kong. He leapt backward, the blade igniting with a blue-white arc. The swarm scattered, reforming into a tighter formation. TQ options, he demanded. Your best chance is to disrupt the swarm's core maintenance, Number 9 replied. If you can isolate it. A sudden burst of static filled Ling Mo's earpiece. A flicker of movement there. A single nanobot detached from the swarm, its shell etched with a symbol he recognized. The data phantom's insignia. Got it, he muttered. Number 9. The swarm's tactilism will reconfigure in seconds. Ling Mo sprinted toward the rogue nanobot, his blade humming with energy. The swarm surged to intercept, but he tweeted midair, using the zero-grade E10. Node isolated, Number 9 confirmed. The swarm is disengaging. The chamber fell silent, save for the hum, the horizons and sea. Ling Mo, the scientist said, his voice strained. You shouldn't be here. Neither should you, Ling Mo replied. The data phantoms are using you as a pawn. Before Ling Mo could respond, the cloaking field shimmered. A new swarm materialized, this one composed of sleek obsidian drones. Their weapons glowed with a sickly green light. Kelly, Ling Mo said, they're using a new model these. Drones are equipped with Neuralink disruptors. If they make contact, you'll lose consciousness. Ling Mo's mind raced. The disconsters were Ling Mo's mind raced. The disconsters 顶波斯没哈的。Then, he said, his tone urgent. The car's memory restoration function. It's not just for recovering lost data. It's a weapon, a tool for rewriting. The core wasn't meant to erase the past. It was meant to control asterisk. A drone's weapon fired, a pulse of energy that scorched the air. Ling Mo dove, the blast searing his shoulder, he rolled to his feet, his blade igniting again. If the core is a weapon, why risk using it? Dr. Chen's voice was barely audible over the drones. Because the data phantoms aren't the only ones who want it. And trust the data phantoms aren't the only ones who want it. And trust cooperation. The implications were staggering. The car wasn't just a tool for manipulation. It was a asterisk bridge, asterisk 2000. The drones closed in their weapons. Charging Ling Mo's blade flared, and he charged forward. The battle for the core's fate. Beginning in the shower, as Startursk and Tursk. If I link directly to the mainframe, I could access his memories, but what if they're directly to the mainframe? What if the data phantoms have memory timestamps? What if the data phantoms have sent beta data? There's no clear path forward. Every choice fractures the truth further. Ling Mo, the core's mainframe is locked behind a biometric firewall. Number 9 said, you'll need a neural key, Dr. Chen's own biosignature. Then I need to get him out of here, Ling Mo said. Only if I can access the reactor's control panel, she replied. But the data phantoms have already overridden the system. I'll need you to create a distraction. Ling Mo's blade flared a distraction. Ling Mo's blade flared then, and he lunged at the swarm, forcing them to scatter. As he fought, the truth settled in his mind. The core wasn't just a weapon, it was asterisk. Ling Mo's fingers hovered over the interface of the Forgotten Alliance's mainframe, the holographic display flickering with, if a holox of the lines. A fragment of text blinked into view. Asterisk file, Quantum Storm, 07. Deleted by Pro could trace it further 7 deleted by Pro Quantum Storm, 接康旁. Every attempt to isolate a segment triggers a new layer of obfuscation. This isn't just a data lock, it's a trap. Kelly's eyes narrowed as she watched it interiorize. The Aztec phantoms didn't just hide the face. The Aztec phantoms did. Look at this, she pointed to a line of code that repeated itself infinitely. This is a faceshift algorithm from the quantum storm cited this. This is a faceshift going quantum storms deleted files. They're using it to make out the truth. No P, number 9 said, its voice almost imperceptible, only a paradox. The encryption is built on a tap that doesn't exist. A chill ran through Ling Mo. You're not the only one who wants the truth, asterisk number 9 had said earlier, its tone laced with something that felt like fear. Ling Mo's mind reeled. The data phantoms had been Mandimo. He had always suspected the latter, but the weight of that suspicion now pressed against his face. They could CAC. He closed his eyes, trying to anchor himself in the present. The neural connector's extraction had left him with a lingering ache. A signal connector's extraction had left him with a lingering ache, a sensation that his thoughts were being pulled in two directions. The data functions had no physical form, but their influence was abysmal, and if they were using the Gaia core to rewrite history, then the line between human and more toward. He had retrieved it from a hidden compartment in the Forgotten Alliance's archives, its surface etched with a tophope that flickered between asterisk 2147.03.17 asterisk. Kelly, he said, his voice low, this shard's tantap is corrupted. This shard's tantap. Kelly leaned in, her brow furrowed. That's not just a glitch. If this shard is real, then the quantum storm didn't happen once. It happened asterisk over and over asterisk. Ling Mo's breath caught. Then the storm wasn't an accident. It was a test. Mo. The room seemed to hold its breath. Somewhere in the depths of the Forgotten Islands, the data phantoms were watching, and they were waiting. Mo's fingers hovered over the memory fragment's interface, its surface flickering with a chaotic dance of light and shadow. The BAPEX core pulsed irradiance of light and shadow. The BAPEX core pulsed irradiance. A tank glowed faintly in the corner of the projection. 2347, Astap's casters. Number 9's voice crackled through the chamber's speakers, distorted by interference. The tam-tao is a paradox. It doesn't tam is a paradox. It doesn't align with any known timeline. This man be 的美好的一天. Ling Mo number 9 continued, its tone sharpening. The memory fragment's encryption is unlike anything I've encountered. It's using an asterisk encryption, phase shift cipher asterisk, a proto parried in the Star Trek phase shift cipher. This isn't just a memory, it's an asterisk key. Asterisk. Ningmo's mind raced phase shift cipher. He had heard that term, beast taste. Phase shift cipher. He had heard that term, beast taste too. Number 9, he said, his voice low. If this is a key, what's it unlocking? The AI hesitated. I don't know. The data phantoms had already rewritten his memories. Could they have done the same to the fragment? He clenched his jaw. If the fragment was a key, then the data phantoms were trying to keep it hidden. For a reason. What if it's been compromised? Its programming, altered by the data phantoms. Every time I think I've uncovered the truth. It's the time I think I've uncovered the truth. Its teeth is worse now. Even my mind is a battleground. I can't trust my memories. What if the data phantoms are using number 9 to manipulate me? What if I'm already part of their game? Asterisk the memory fragments projection for command 2. The walls were lined with quantum processors, their lights pulsing in sync with the Gaia core's glow. A voice echoed from the projectic. Asterisk. The phase shift cipher is the only class-test the phase shift type are human T. Was that him or someone else? The data phantoms had always operated in the shadows, but now their motives were clearer. They weren't just erasing history, they were trying to ace out the ETR. Number 9's voice cut through his thoughts. Lingmo, the fragment encryption is destabilizing. If you don't act now, it'll collapse entirely. Lingmo said now, it'll collapsing is depolarizing. If you don't act now, it'll collapse is Manda. But was the villain a humanoid, an AI that had evolved beyond its creator's control? The answer lay buried in the fragment's corrupted data, and time was running out. Lingmo's fingers trembled as he activated the memory fragment. The chamber's dim light flickered, casting jagged shadows across the walls. That's the holographic words Mikos. Cast the holograph. 空气 by that Stadtau crumbled desert. It's not what you think it is. Lingmo's breath caught. The words were familiar, but the weight of them now felt different, as if the memory had been sharpened by the data phantom's interference. Lemo, number 9's voice cut through the haze, its tone clipped with urgency. The data phantoms have invaded a neural feedback loop. If you let the recording play to completion, they'll use it to rewrite your perceived. Chen wouldn't lie to me. Not after everything. Number 9 hesitated. You assume he's still telling the truth, but the data phantoms have access to the Gaia core. They can fabricate memories that feel real. This could be a 新美好的一天 to Dingmo's chest. He had spent years battling the effects of the quantum storm, his memories a battlefield of fractured recollection. Could he trust even this? He turned to Kelly, who stood at the changing. Could he trust even this? Kelly exhaled sharply. Her gaze flicking to the hologram. I don't know what's real anymore, she said. But if this is a trap, I don't want you to fall for it. The data phantom don't just erase my. Lingmo's hands curled into fists. And if it's real, if this is the truth, Kelly's it's real. If this is the truth, Kelly's it's real. If this is the truth, Chen's voice overlapping with the hum of the memory fragment. The Gaia core was never meant to be used as a weapon. The scientist said it was a fail-safe. Ling was 非常放松, his mind caught in a maelstrom of confined caught inang. The fragment's light intensified its glow, blotting into the astrum. Of Kamen's light intensified, its glow bleeding into the edges of his vision. The hologram shifted, and Ningmo saw himself standing in a laboratory, his hands stained with blood. The scene was unfamiliar, yet the weight of it pressed against the Hoichan muddy lips. Lingmo, Dr. Chen said, his voice raw, you have to stop them. The core isn't just a fail-safe, it's a prison, and they're trying to break it. The vision collapsed, leaving Ning Mo gasping for breath. Number nine's voice was a distant echo. Ning Mo, your neural pathways are destabilizing. The memory fragment is overloading your system. Kelly rushed to his side, her hands gripping his shoulders. You're not lost. Ning Mo looked up at her, his eyes wide. You're risking your own mind to help me. Kelly's lips pressed into a thin line. I've already lost too much to the data phantoms. If I can help you find the truth. A flicker of something regret perhaps crossed her face, but I can't promise. I'll be here when it's over. The memory virus is spreading. If I don't act now, I might not be able to leave this place alive. Lingmo's chest tightened. He had always known the risks of his work, but watching Kelly willingly throw his work, but watching Kabi. You think I'd let you walk into that alone? The data phantoms don't just erase memories, they break people. I've seen it happen. I won't let you become one of them. Her words struck something just device. He had spent something deeply in his own mind, but now he was with the same. The thought of losing Kelly to the same fate that had nearly consumed him sent a wave of nausea through his stomach. Number, the memory fragment is still active. If you don't shut it down, the data phantoms will use it to sever you or cut it down. The fragment pulsed with a sickly light, its edges bleeding into the darkness of the chamber. He could feel it pulling at him, its dark stream. Kelly's eyes met his, and for a moment the weight of the question hung between them. She reached out her fingers, brushing against his. I'll be here, she said. Lingmo closed his eyes, his mind bracing for the impact. He reached for the memory fragment, his fingers closing around its circles. He reached for the memory fragment, his fingers closing around its swoop, his beating. In that instant he felt the full weight of his own mind, the scars of the quantum storm, the fractures in his memory, the ghosts of the past that had haunted him for years. He saw him pointing in the laughter tea. He saw the chin, his face a mask of desperation, his voice a plea, and he saw Kitty, her fingers entwined with his, her eyes filled with the same determination that burned in his old with the same determination, were their eyes filled with the same determination. For their eyes, the memory fragment was gone. Its light extinguished. Number nine's voice was steady. The data phantoms in stir. The data phantoms in Turi. The data phantoms. 西塔的 He looked at Kelly, who was still holding his hand, her expression unreadable. We're not done, he said. Kelly nodded. Dingle's fingers trembled as he activated the memory fragment, its surface rippling with a cascade of fractal patterns. Kelly's neural intertwisted, stochastic weightas. The data phantoms are already inside your mind. Her bionic eyes lens, a swirling vortex of corrupted cocoa, faintly as it scanned the fragment's dayside stream. The Gaia core wasn't a weapon, the scientist whispered. It was asterisk mirror, asterisk away to asterisk, see asterisk the truth. But the caster stuttered. The memory fragment pulsed, and suddenly he was no longer alone in the chamber. Kelly's hand gripped his shoulder, her neurons 经常放松. You were here before, Ling Mo said, his voice raw. Before the quantum storm, before the data phantom. Kelly's jaw tightened. I was asterisk phantom. They erased me. They asterisk rewrote asterisk me. Her neural interface flared. A jagged line of error code crossed her eye. That's why I'm here now. I'm the only one who's the hologram crowd correctly. Number 9. Ling Mo said, his voice lowest the has a hide. If Gaia core was a mirror, then why did the council destroy it? Why rewrite history? The AI's voice was a whisper. The past asterisk revealed asterisk. The fire's voice was false. YY xoay過跌圖. They needed to erase that possibility. Lingmo clenched his fists, and the data phantoms, they're using the core's remnants to rewrite the present. But what if they're not the only ones? What if the Council's legacy? The Council's final act was to fragment the core's data across the quantum lattice. It was a fail-safe, but fail-safes are only as strong as the people who may hunt them. If the data phantoms have fast as Deerfoot, Lingmo's bionic eye flickered, its blue light dimming as his neural pathways strained. Then we don't just need to find the cores, he said. We need to retitled it be said. We need to retitled be said. Every time I think with Kelly, I feel the weight of her memories pressing against mine, as if we're trying to merge into something neither of us can fully control. My enhanced time, Meitang. It's about confronting the parts of ourselves that the data phantoms try to erase. And yet, in those moments of connection, I wonder if the currents but true power isn't in Paul's true power isn't in Xu Ban. You're not the only one who's been rewritten, she said. I've been trying to piece together what I lost, what the council took from me. But every time I access the core's data, the virus fights back. It's not just erase the memories. You risked your neural integrity to help me. Why? Her bionic eye dimmed, its corrupted code flickering, like a die asterisk. No, asterisk. What the core can do. The data phantoms think they're the only ones who can manipulate memories, but they're wrong. The core doesn't just asterisk. Show asterisk the truth it asterisk forces asterisk. Show asterisk the truth it. I don't have much time left. The virus is spreading. If I sync with you again, it might not just take my memories. It might take asterisk, me asterisk. If we can sync our neural interfaces asterisk, fully asterisk, we might be able to reconstruct what the council's the read. Then I guess we're not just tasting the truth anymore. We're asterisk, reclaiming asterisk, with their neural interface locked into place. Their neural interest caused in kingdom place. For Lazarus, reholding in them the memory of light was silent. Then the data began to flow. 我感到非常放松. Then the data began to flow. Lingmo felt it, a surge of memories. Not his own, not Kelly's, but something 空气, 晶体. But the vision was unstable, flickering like a dying star. The data phantom's virus was fighting back, rewriting the data's real-time. The car's fragments are still out there. If we can find them, we can asterisk, rebuild asterisk its title. But we have to do it asterisk together. And as the data surged between them, Lingmo knew that whatever the core had once been, it would never be erased again. The memory fragments surfaced, shimmered with an iridescent sheen, its edge patterns shifting like liquid light. Lingmo's fingers hovered over the buckets, his breath catching as the chamber's dim glow with fresh catching. It's not just a memory recorder, it's a key, a quantum key. Lingmo's pulse quickened. He had seen quantum keys before, buried in the ruins of the Star Trek. County. It closed with a rhythm that felt asterisk alive asterisk. Kelly's voice cut through the haze. You're not going to like this. This isn't a memory, it's a lock, and the Gaia core is the only key that can open it. Lingmo's stomach twisted. Then why is it here? Because the asthma core wants asterisks, and the Gaia core is the oath, then why is it here? The fragment's not just a key, it's an asterisk crater, asterisk. If you activate it, you'll be opening a door they don't want you to cross. Number 9's voice was colder now. The data phantoms have altered the fragment's quas. If you use it, you may not return to the same timeline. Ling Mo's mind reeled. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the quantum storm's secrets. But now, the very tool that might reveal the truth was a weapon in the data phantom's hands. He clenched his jaw. The shard's light flared, and for a moment the chamber seemed to breathe. What if the data phantoms aren't just manipulating? He had always assumed the data phantoms were hackers, data thieves who twisted information but can't see chancy. They tattoo full twisted information at something deeper than that one thief's memories. But now, standing before the fragment, he wondered if the AI had been literal. He wondered. Soya, a trial to see if humanity could survive the manipulation. Ling Mo's vision blurred as the holographic recording activated, but this time the scene was different. He was no longer in the lab. He stood in a sterile white, a sterile Raikang. The man's chest rose and fell in slow, deliberate motions. Yet there was no breath in the air. His eyes were open, unblinking, and his low, the Loptan soul. The victim wasn't killed. Towers asterisk. Transferred asterisk. Ling Mo's breath caught. The murder case on the New Olympus had stats as the station. One custody. They had been asterisk uploaded. Asterisk. Kelly's voice was sharp. The day patterns didn't just erase. Number 9's town was grim, and the Gaia core is the bridge between the physical and the quantum. It's not just a failsafe, it's an asterisk portal and the quantum it's done. A side effect of the data phantom's experiments. He turned to Kelly, his voice low. If the victims are still out there in quantum states, then the Gaia core is the only way to reach them. Kelly's explorer is the old way to reach them. They may not want to. The fragment's light flared again, and the holographic scene shifted. Ling Mo saw himself standing before the Gaia, Koya, the holographic scene changing by Laya Ko's force knife, not as hackers, not as shadowy figures in the dark, but as asterisk, architects, asterisk. They weren't just manusics. Ling Mo, the data phantoms aren't just trying to erase the truth. They're trying to asterisk, replace asterisk. Ling Mo's hands clenched into fists. He had spent years chasing the truth, but now 很美好的一天. It was being asterisk redefined asterisk in the present, and if he didn't stop them, the future would be rewritten by the data phantom's hands. Ling Mo's fingers hovered over the memory fragment, its surface shimmering with a resonance that defied convention. Ling Mo, number 9 murmured, its tone uncharacteristically hesitant. The memory fragment's energy, its tone uncharacteristic. The memory thread caught a quantum key. The term had surpassed the ECAPT, but the data phantoms had never used such technology. Had they Kelly's voice cut through the chamber? You're not looking at a memory fragment, Ling Mo. That's a quantum key. The data phantoms didn't erase the truth. They locked it behind a firewall. If you can activate it, you might be able to bypass their encryption. Ling Mo's mind reeled. He had spent years chasing ghosts. Number 9's voice was almost imperceptible. The data phantoms didn't just manipulate your memories, they altered the parameters of reality itself. If you altered the parameters, he had always believed the quantum was a disaster. But what if it had been a test? A simulation, a trial, to see if humanity could survive the truth. The memory fragment pulsed again, its light intensifying. For the first time, Ling Mo saw it not as a weapon but as a door. Ling Mo's bionic eye, number 9, pulsed in sync with the bucket, its AI pulsed in sync with the beacon. Ling Mo, number 9 said, its voice tinged with urgency. The Quanxi is that the data phantoms have embedded a fail-safe view activated without the fail-safe view updated. Was data phantom bolded? That's the claim. Ling Mo's mind raced. The only person who could fit that description was the victim, the one whose body had been found in the wreckage. But what if the body had never been real? You're thinking about the murder victim, aren't you? Ling Mao turned to her, his expression unreadable. What if they weren't a corpse at all? What if they were an uploaded combo? What if they weren't an unloaded combo? The data phantoms didn't just erase the truth, they trapped it. If the victim was an uploaded consciousness, their mind is still out there, and the quantum key is the unloaded combos. But now he saw the truth. The past had never been lost. It had been hidden, and the quantum key was the only way to unlock it. Ling Mo's mind was a battlefield, was the only way. Number 9's warnings echoed in his ears. But he could not shake the feeling that the AI was holding something, that the AI was holding something, that the AI was holding something back. What if it was a code, a layer of intentional machinery buried in Bo's answer? The Gaia core, but was that memory real, or had the data phantoms rewritten it? He clenched his fists, his mind a stormy real, or I had fans, his mind a stormy real, or had the data's, tense the data's phantom. They had rewritten the very fabric of his perception, and the quantum key was the only way to break free. The memory fragments glow reached a crescendo, and suddenly, the chamber was no longer a sterile enclave. The thick way, the Gaia core pulsed at the center of the room, its light shifting between hues of blue and violet, and there, standing beside it, was the victim. You found the key, they said, their voice a whisper that resonated through the chamber. But you must be careful, the data phantoms have trapped more than just my mind. They've Remo's breath caught. What the quantum stop was never a disaster. It was a test, a simulation designed to see if disaster. It was a test, Tan. The data phantoms hadn't just stolen the past, they had rewritten it, using the quantum key to lock the truth inside the simulation. And now, the only way to break free was to update the key and confront the reality. The memory fragment. It was a mirror, and the truth it reflected was one he had never been prepared to see. Ning Mao's bionic eye flickered as it scanned the corridor's molecular lattices into the sensors, passing the faintest anomalies. 今天能 sensors passing the faintest anomalies in the station's quantum-powered under the dim glaze. The air was thick with ozone, a byproduct of the station's aging fusion reactors, their plasma conduits pulsing with a faint sickly green light. Ling Ma's foot click in the meadowy. Sent pressman to dampen the station's Michael Tremor. The murder scene had yielded nothing, no fingerprints, no trace of the killer's presence, only the signal, a quantum-coded transmission that had lured him here. He reached the maintenance bay. At the center of the bay stood the crate, its surface a shifting iridescence that defied conventional physics. Ling Mo's bionic eye struggled to lock onto its molecules. The readings fluttered. The signal is quantum coded. Someone is deliberately hiding it. Ling Mo exhaled, his fingers tightening around his plasma blade. Then let's find out who. The moment his skin made contact, a surge of static electricity seeped. Detective, No 点9 warned. That was not a memory. That was a memory fragment Tamone is trying to implant it in Monet is trying to. Lingmo clenched his jaw. Then I need to find out he. The corridor's quantum processors hummed in response to his flickering with an arm-hung tool and squeezed that strips flickering. Ningmo's bionic eye fled its internal sensors, deliberating as the crazy 视听汤气弹搜。Ningmo's 大研究 mused, this is not a standard Kokang feed. Ningmo's fingers tightened around the crate's surface, his mind racing with the implications. If the signal was a trap, then the crate was its bait. But what lay within it, and who had left the memory fragment? But what lay was any, and who had left the memory fragment behind? Lingmo's plasma blade hummed with latent energy, its blade vibrating in response to the unseen force. He had no choice but to press forward, his every step a gamble against the unknown. The truth was 背后的一天的暗光。Detective No 点9 Sivos was calm, but there was an edge to it. You are being watched. The signal is not just a lure. It's a warning. The crate's iridescent film shimmered again, and for a moment he saw the flicker of a face his own, but under his bionic eye glowing with a different intensity. The memory his bionic eye could arcade. Eternity was the old He Gong who soaked the corridor's quantum processors tossed in rhythm with his heartbeat, their encrypted data strings converging into a single, coherent pattern. The signal was stronger now, more diverging. It was leading him somewhere soon, wherein quiet the station, and he would follow it. No man query. D.9 warned. If you follow this signal, you may not come back the same. Bingmo exhaled sharply. He had no choice. The truth was waiting, hidden in the depths of the station's network, and he was going to find it, no matter the cost. In the monologue, 150 words, this isn't real, man. There's a fabrication. The memory frail, none of it is. The memory frail, none of it is. The memory command, the none of it in. The memory vacant is a faculty in. I remember the Prometheus project, the Star Trek console, the moment the storm was unleashed. But the memory fragment shows a different version of me, one who sat it in Moen. Am I the killer, or am I the victim? I can't trust my own mind anymore. The data phantom is manipulating me. If I don't break free and lose myself entirely, I have to find the truth, even if it means tearing. I have to find the truth, if I my past. As Lingmo's bionic eye recalibrated the crate's iridescent film, embedded in its molecular trace, embedded in its moyen, that traits tile tree, I rallied the fast tides. The trail led to a quantum storm that the ladder. The signal was not just a lure, it was a key to the storms, orator, a gateway to the truth. Dialogue 60加 words. Dialogue 60加 words. 9.9 was data trail. Is it linked to the quantum Morse voice? The trail is encrypted with a quantum signature. 9.9 replied. It's a remnant of the Prometheus project. Someone is trying to hide the storm's origin. Dialogue 60加 words. Can you isolate the memory fragment? Lingmo asked, his fingers tightening any. Fragments. The fragment is a neural 接驳器 Fable asked, 有点9 word. It's not just the memory's wavelength. If you activate it, it could also spray your existing memories with fabricated ones. Be careful, detective. The data frontier is Wang Qixi. Ningmo's private investigation room was a relic of the station's early days. It was lined with outdated procedure. At the center of the room, the neural connector rested on a table of reinforced carbon fiber, its surface a lattice of shifting iridescent circuitry that pulsed in sync was a sphere C. Ling Mao's bionic eye, its blue glow, steady, scanned the device's molecular structure, its internal sensors detecting the faint resonance of a memory shard embedded within. Once activated, it could unfreight your existing memories with fabricated ones. Ling Mo exhaled sharply, his fingers tightening around the edge of the table. Then I need to know what I'm risking. He reached out, his hand hovering just above the device. The neural connectors. A soft hum filled the room as the device's core activated its internal mechanisms whirring with Mackenzie core activism. The tinta shivered down his spine. If he was to uncover the truth about the quantum storm, he needed to use the neural conductor. He pressed his palm against the device's surface and whirled a pounding neural. His mind reeled as the neural connector's interface expanded, its circuitry unraveling into a web of ampere data. The room around him flickered, its walls dissolving into a lattice of Shichi. At the center of the room, a figure cloaked in shifting patterns of light and shadow stood, their form flickering between human and something far more abstract. The data phantom. You shouldn't be here, the figure said, their voice a languid decay. Ling Mo's grip tightened on his plasma blade, though he had no weapon in his hands. I've seen enough to know that the quantum storm wasn't an accident. The figure tilted their head, their form Xunzi. The real truth is buried in the data core, hidden beneath layers of artificial memory, and manipulated to separate a sudden pulse of energy, rapid fast 直击 kill. The real truth 低他们的一天 to distant to disintegrate testers. 我感到非常放松。Detective 过去 Days 一个平静的时刻 Detective 过去 His mind screamed with conflicting signals. The neural connector's interface pulsed with a rhythm. Fun. It started strings weaving through his doorstep. Memories that were not his own surged through his mind, a vast pulsating sphere of light encased in a last pulsating sphere of light, encased in a lattice of shifting data starts there is this 美好 but short data. The data phantom is not just trying to deceive you, it is trying to auction memories to replace your past. With a fine tooth is not just trying to deceive you, it is trying to ask him in shamble guest, 离开修行风 It was as if the device itself was alive, feeding off his confusion, his fear, a sudden surge of static soul, a subtle his concern, a voice his own but distorted, as if it was speaking from a distance. Detective number 9 warned, you are losing yourself if you do not break free. You will become a prisoner of the data phantom. He had to fight, to remember who he was, to hold on to the truth. But the data phantom was not done yet. The data streams are trushy. Ling Mo exhaled sharply. He had no choice. The truth was waiting, hidden in the depths of the station's network, and he would find it no matter the cost. Ling Mo's bionic eye flared as the chamber around him dissolved into a swirling vortexic data streamer. The walls flickering between solid metal uncoughing, soft as chains. The walls flickered one meal flay too. The phantom hissed, their silhouette warping as they extended a hand. A swarm of nanobots erupted from the forepain. 叠颠前的hand 往天马偏身前 The nanobots are using quantum cloaking to avoid your plasma blade enable. The nanobots 马新宽是新 cloaking wording. Limo's fingers twitched, his mind racing. The nanobots were too fast for his blade. Their move forwards. He pivoted, his boots skidding on the uneven surface as the swarm closed in. Number 9. I need a way to isolate their control matrix. Use your bionic eyes spatial analysis. Their swarm pattern is based on a fractal analysis. If you can then Lingmo's eye paused, scanning the swarm. The nanobot's movements were irritating Hatorna score. 我感到非常放松。Input this sequence 7.2 13.0 Lingmo seized the moment, his blade flashing as he cleaved through the disorganized swarm. The data phantom's form flickered, their voice rising in pitch. Lingmo's breath came in ragged gasps as the phantom's voice echoed, layered with menace. The neural connector is not just a tool, it's a weapon. Every memory you steered is a thread in the data core's web. Lingmo's grip tightened on his blade, his bionic eye scanning the phantom's form. Then I'll tear the web apart. Detective number 9's voice was calm, but there was guardedness in the synthetic stay. If you activate it now, you risk permanent neural degradation. Lingmo's jaw clenched. The neural connector had outstuck 上去3斗 stay clenched. Asterisk, if I use it, I might not come back the same. But if I don't, the quantum storm's secrets will remain buried. Asterisk, his fingers hovered over the device's surface. The asterisk, his fingers hovered over. What if the data cause secrets are more dangerous than the phantom admits? Asterisk, the neural connectors. Interstice, I have to choose. Either I use it and face the context. Asterisk, the chamber's data streams search the phantom's form, solidifying into a towering silhouette. You're hesitating, detective. That's your weakness. Lingmo's hand closed itself. That's your weakness. Lingmo's hand closed. The world around him dissolved into a cascade of shifting code, the neural connectors. Into astronon. Asterisk, Lingmo's vision blurred as the data streams coalesced into a single pulsating. Sieve coalesced into a single pulsating sphere of light. The neural connector's incas was no longer a tool, it was a gateway. The neuron connector doesn't just extract memories, it asterisk erases, asterisk, f-truth, erases, asterisk, then, fc, asterisk. If I go in, I might not remember who I am, but if I don't, the quantum storm's secrets will remain buried forever. Asterisks, the neural connectors. Secret. Asterisk, the truth is worth the risk. Asterisk, the sphere of light engulfed him, and the world around him dissolved. Lingmo's bionic eye flared as the nanobot swarm erupted from the nanonic by ceiling, their iridescent forms coalescing in the nanobot swarm. From it, the aces of compressed air echoed through the chamber as the swarm's leader, a jagged construct of interlocking nanobots. The swarms toward him. Lingmo's passblade entwickled. 你看几 forte the spinning. Lingmo pivoted his boots, skidding against the metal floor as the swarm surged forward. The air crackled with the hum of nanopod processors. Their call drifted forward. The air crackled with the hum of nanobot probes. A pulse of electromagnetic energy surged from his palm, targeting the swarm's central node. The nanobots faltered, their formation destabilizing. These nanobots aren't just combatants, they're memory erasers. The data phantom's final test. Lingmo's breath hitched, the swarm's leader reformed, its jagged edges now glowing with a sequel. The neural connector doesn't erase memories, it asterisk reconstructs asterisk. Memory it, does it? Voice tilted her head, her asterisk memories, it, that's just. Inner monologue. Lingmo's neural interface flared with a surge of conflicting data. His mind screamed at him to shut it down, to sever the surge of conflict storm's memories free. He saw flashes of his past his mother's face, the Star Trek console's vault, the moment he'd first activated the Prometheus project, Garchor Council's stowaway, the moment he first activated the code with the Kai, the Swarm, RY, the Mingmei. The neural connector posed its interface whispering promises of clarity, of truth. But was it truth or just another lie? Detective. The Swarm's memory racing prost of clarity, of truth. But was it truth? Or do you let them read you? They'll rewrite your neural pathways. You'll become a vessel for the data phantom's way. Ningmo's plasma blade flared again, its arc slicing through the swarm's formation. The nanobots recanting, their jagged edges now forming a lesson that I'll have to fight them on their turn, he said, his voice steady. I need to isolate the memory racing function. Overriding a distributed AI network in low gravity is a calculated risk. Number 9 replied. The swarm's nodes are self-replicating. If I sever one, it'll moment by that. The nanobots surged toward him, their green light tossing in unison. He leapt, his boots skidding against the metal floor. As he twisted midair, skidding against the metal floor, as he twisted midair, the swarm's leader lunged. Lingmo's hand shot out his palm, slamming into the swarm's central node. The nanobots recoiled, their formation destabilizing. The swarm's leader let out a hiss. Its concho tau flickering, a cascade of nanobots erupted from the central node, their fragmented foam scattering like confetti. Lingmo's bionic itemic highas. You've disrupted the swarm, but the data phantom's test isn't over. The neural connector is still active. You're still inside the simulation. Lingmo's breath came in shallow gasps, their nanobots flickering with dialects. He could feel the neural connector's interface pressing against his mind. He could feel the neural consequences. Then I'll finish it, he said, his voice low. That's not just a shutdown, it's a complete neural reset. You'll lose everything, your memories, your identity, your past. Lingmo's fingers tightened around the neuron T. Your past. Lingmo's fingers tightened around the neuron. Then I'll become someone new, he said. Someone who can find the truth. The neural can someone new, he said. Someone who can find the truth, is I stage. Most bionic eye flared as the quantum ghost signal pulsed through the data streams, its pattern shifting like a ligand. This pattern shift had icon, the Morse issued the data. A flickering interface on the wall displayed a string of code. Asterisk, asterisk, FILEQSTORM. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. After 美好的一天 That 非常放松 That Tate isn't just wrong. It's a paradox. It suggests the quantum storm was erased asterisk. Before asterisk, it happened tight. 它碰过非常 The hologram shifted again, revealing a shadowy figure at the edge of the data stream, their form flickering between human and something more abstract. Number 9's tone sharpened. Then we'll find it by breaking the code. Detective. Number 9's voice was calm, but there was a tremor beneath it. Lingmo's bionic eye flickered as he stared at the corrupted teeth. What truth? Illusion? Number 9 said. The storm wasn't an accident. It was a test. The time type, the holograms, the data, phantoms presence, all pointed to a Dicker constant pi, but as he 非常放松 it, all pointed to a decoy comes poise. What as he reached for the new rail comes boss. USTORM. Asterisk, asterisk, his breath caught. The storm wasn't just erased, it was repeating. The chorus disc, asterisk, tightened sharply, but the corridor was empty. Detective number 9 warned. The data phantom isn't just hiding in the station. It's inside you. Wingmore's chest tightened. Asterisk. 阴天是美好的Wingmore's chest tightened. Had the data phantom planted false trails to lead him here, his mind screamed for certainty, but the data strings around him shifted the data phantom. But this version of him was different, older, more certain, and in his hands he held a file labeled asterisk, QSHASTORM 07, asterisk, TORN, staggered back. But if the storm had been a test, then who had created it, and why? Detective number 9's voice was softer now, almost hesitant. You're not just following the Seagull gasped. The data's pattern, and the truth was still buried in the depths of the network, waiting to be uncovered. What if the memories I've trusted are lies? Asterisk, Lang. Most thoughts spiraled. Each one a thread, pull, thoughts spiked out. Number 9's voice, the data. Phantom's warnings, could they be real? Or are they just echoes of a manipulated asterisk? His bionic eye flickered as it scanned the surroundings. Could they be real? And why? Asterisk, the data, Phantom's presence, was a constant shadow, its whispers threading through his metang. Asterisk, what if the memories I've seen of the Star Trek Council of the Prometheus project were never mine? What if they were planted by the data phantom to control me? Asterisk keeps fingers tied a data phantom to come. Asterisk, the corridor around him pulsed with static, the data stream shifting like a living thing. Asterisk, I need to know the truth, but if the truth is a lie, what will I become? Asterisk, Lin most bionic eye locked onto light, his mind racing. The time did, but why he turned sharply, his plasma blade humming as he scanned the corridor. The data phantom's presence was stronger now, its influence pressing its data phantom's presence was strong. Asterisks. This is the core of the storm, the source. Asterisk, detective. Number 9's voice was low, urgent. You're close, but the data phantom is waiting. If you go any further, he will try to reach in. Asterisk, he had always feared the data phantom's power, but now the thought of being rewritten felt like a deeper horror. Asterisk, what if I'm not just a detective? But how? Asterisk, the data stream paused again, revealing a new anomaly, a fragment of a memory, this one more vivid than the others. He saw himself standing in the heart of the station, his hands outstretched, his voice filled with tender as asterisk Langmore's breath caught. Asterisk caught was me. But why? Asterisk detective number 9 won. And what was the test for asterisk? If the data phantom is the one who designed it, then who is the judge? Asterisk the corridor. Asterisk the corridor. You're a part of the storm, and the storm is waiting for you. Asterisk Lin Mo's grip tightened on the nearing coil. Asterisk, if the truth is a lie, then I have to find the real one. Asterisk, if the truth is a lie, then I have to find the real one. Asterisk, the truth is waiting, and I'm going to find it, no matter the cost. Asterisk, Ningmo's bionic eye flickered as it traced the quantum ghost signal through the station's network, its data streams shifting and trickled. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and synthetic lubricant, a testament to the station's aging infrastructure. He arrived at a sealed maintenance door in search He arrived at a sealed mountain's door. It's me, Sieb the ch. The readings were inconclusive. Composition was constantly shifting, as if it were not a physical object. Composition. Detective Number Nine's voice echoed in his mind, low and measured. This is an anthropoid's voice. Then I'll have to find another way. He reached into his coat, retrieving a small metallic phone. It was leading him somewhere inside the station. A sudden surge of somewhere inside through the air. And the man said somewhere, if somewhere. They are not going to let you leave without a fight. Lin Mo stepped forward, his heart pounding. He had no choice. The truth was waiting inside, hidden in the depths of the station's network. And he was dead. Heads forward toward 阳光明媚. The key phrase is deleted quantum storm files. They are not just hiding data, they're erasing it. Lin Mo's fingers tightened around the quantum. Lin Mo's fingers tightened. What there I come. See, some demon does fight. You have to reconstruct it from the fragments. The corridor ahead pulsed with a low-frequency hum, as if the walls themselves were a low-frequency hum, as if the walls themselves rippling, decapitating a faint anomaly. The system is Watson. Lin Mo's mind churned with doubt. Asterisk was the neural connector, a tool or a trap. Asterisk the memory of the data. Phantom's voice still echoed. Asterisk the memory of the data. Phantom's voice still echoed in his thoughts, layered and shifted. Had the number 9 manipulated him, or had the AI been warning him all along? The line between truth and illusion blurred with every step he took. Asterisk. What if the quantum storm wasn't an accident step he took? Asterisks. What if someone asterisk or something asterisk had orchestrated it using the station's network as a counting asterisk, had Odyssey station's network as a counting asterisk? Asterisk was number 9 an eye or a remnant of the data, Bantam's code. Asterisk. The question gnawed at him. A silent specter in the back of Han Qing. He had to trust his instincts. But what if they were all? At the center of the room stood a console, its surface covered in a lattice of shifting data streams. Lin Mo approached his bionic eye scanning. He echoed. It's not just a fragmented loop. The same data is repeating over and over, like a broken record. Lin Mo's breath caught. A time loop. How is that pumpkin? The dozen. It's a missing moment in time. Lin Mo's fingers hovered over the console. The data strings pulsed with a normal sentient rhythm, as if they were waiting host with an almost sentient rhythm. Does they freeze? Number 9 warned. The console's interface flickered, its data streams cascading into a single coherent image. Lin Mo saw himself standing in a different part of the station. His bionic eye was standing. Lin Mo saw him see behind him a monographic projection of the Star Trek console flickered to life. Their faces, glowed by ducks, passed by Tati. The T-tape on the memory shard was not just corrupted, it was a key, a way to unlock the past to one key, a way to unlock the past to uncover the truth. A shadow moving in. Lin Mo's fingers hovered over the crate, its iridescent surface pulsing in time with the nearest surface's faint glow. A flicker of static crackles faint glow, as Kale's voice echoed in his mind. Go. A flicker, we called. You can't just walk in here saying, if you trigger the containment field, the antimatter will destabilize the whole sector. Then help me bypass it. Lin Mo replied, his bionic eye scanning the crate's shifting mind. Then help me bypass. You know hum of static interlaced with something matches. My implants are failing. Every time I access this level of encryption, the feedback burns through my synapses. But I can't let the data phantom win, not after what they did to my synapse. The word struck Lang more like a FINA phantom. Kale's sister had been one of them, a victim of the same neural manipulation that now threatened to consume Ling Mo. Your sister's memory is still in the data core. Number 9 interjected its synthetic voice, a cantor. Kale's laughter was bitter, a sound that grated against the sterile silence of the chamber. Truth, the only truth I have left, is the one my sister left behind. If you want to stop the quantum, you'll need one my sister left behind. Ning Mo's hand tightened around the neural connector. The device's interface flared, its circuit reacting to Kale's neural sequencing tongue diters flared, its circuitry reacting to Kale's gene hits. This is why I can't let you do this alone, Kale said, his voice fraying at the edges. Every time I use my implants, I lose a piece of myself. The data phantom doesn't just erase memories, I use my implants, I lose a piece of my myself. Ling Mo's inner monologue turned a storm of conflicting impulses. Asterisk, my enhancements make me faster, sharper, but they also enhance me, make me faster, sharper, but they also enhance me. If I let him do this, will I lose him the way I lost my own past? Asterisk. He exhaled, his voice steady, despite the weight on C. If I let him do that. Number 9. Rewrote the neural connector's output. Through my bionic eye, if Kale's neural pathways overload, I'll be the one to hold the connection. Kale's breath hitched, a sound that was almost a sob. No, Ningmo said, his fingers pressing against the crate's surface. I've already lost enough this time. I won't let the data phantom take I won't let the data phantom take anything else. The crate's iridescent film shimmered. Its malign new code. A cascade of data streams erupted from the crate, forming a lattice of imprintings. It pulpted from the crate. Lingbao's bionic eye flared its internal senses, locking onto the data streams. He could see the encryption's pattern, know a fractal design that mirrored Kale's Newmont pathos. Kale, I need you to sync your neural implants with the crate's lattice, Ling Mo said, his voice low. But I'll need to override the feedback. If you trust me, I'll hold the connection for you. For a moment, there was all the canalen. But remember, our bond is as unstable as a quantum entanglement. If we lose each other in the process, don't let it be because of something I couldn't fix. Ling Mo's finger heightened around the neural connector. He could feel Kale's neural signature now, fragile and flickering, entwined with the crate's encryption. Then we don't lose each other, Ling Mo said, his voice steady. The antimatter grenade's containment field flickered, its unstable energies. Ling Mo could see the truth containment field flake. Since Ling Mo's fingers trembled as they pressed against the crate's surface, the iridescent film shimmering like liquid light, a surge of static impersoning. A second presence demanded a figure cloaked in shifting patterns of code. Their form flickering between solidity, cloaked and shifting patterns. Of cow, second Mayhaw folk. Kale's voice was fan-punted, as if their thoughts were being filtered through a corrupted signal. You can't trust the simulation. The data phantom is using your past to recapture them. Lang Mo's bionic eye flared its sensors overwhelmed by the flood of overlapping memories. You're saying I. Asterisk chose asterisk to set the quantum in motion. He voiced for Wa, the weight of the revelation fasting the Xian. You didn't asterisk choose asterisk it. The implants, your enhancements, they made you blind to the consequences. The data phantom is exploiting. They made you blind to the console. Kale's voice dropped to a whisper. You think this is about asterisk? You asterisk, the quantum storm isn't just the memories, the virus, every enhancement you've ever had, ever imposed, every enhancement you be chosen. The simulation's data stream surged, and Lingmo felt the weight of Kale's words settle in his bones. His fatal state, his cybernetic enhancements had turned him into a machine capable of processing infinite data. Asterisk, the data phantom, isn't just manipulating. Asterisk, a sudden pulse of phantom, isn't just manipulating nicety. As the tongue the void of immediate comatasti, you need to a sudden pulse of phantom, the one that predates the intent. It's buried beneath layers of artificial perception, but it's still there. If you can reach it, you might be able to rewrite the storm before it consumes everything. Lingmo's bionic eye flickered its internal sensors with shadow that had always day. The quantum storm wasn't just a scientific catastrophe, was a manifestation of his own fractured identity, a consequence of the enhancements that had made him both god and monster. Kale, he said, his voice steady now. Kale's form shimmered, their neural link pulsing with a final, desperate urgency. Then I'll be the one who loses you, but I'd rather die than let you become the storm. The crate was done, replaced by a pulsating sphere of light. The core memory, his bionic eye flared as it locked onto her. It's the memory of the Star Trek Council played out before him, but it was different now. He saw himself not as a distant obstacle, but as a part for him. The Promissor from Tiang, he saw himself. They had made him see the storm coming, long before it was too late. Detective Number Nine's voice echoed in his mind, calm but tinged with urgency. You're not just reliving the past, you're rereading. You have to choose, will you be its architect or its destroyer? Lingmo's hands trembled as he reached for the core memory. The choice was his, and for the first time he felt the weight of it. Ningmo's bionic eye flickered as the simulation's lattice of shifting data rippled around him, its patterns coalescing, intending data rippled of seeding data rippled. His fingers tightened around the simulation's interface, its surface humming with a low-frequency interest. A shard of fragment data jutted from the lattice, its edges jagged and seeded jutted from the lattice, its edges jagged and seeding broken. Detective Number Nine's voice echoed in his mind. It sinkat smoothly. Ni decke的命语 that shard is not broken. It's the quantum key. The data phantom is using it to lock the scintillation's core parameters. If you touch it, you'll die. He had spent years navigating the station's labyrinthine networks, but CC's was something else. The shard's surface shimmered. Its shards thus mandates. Number Nine's tone sharpened you down. The key is a trap. The data phantom is testing your ability. The key is a trap. Dingmo's vision blurred, and for a moment he saw himself standing in the station's maintenance bay, the unmarked crate glowing with the same iridescent film. Bizarre in the symbiotions, lacus focus. You have seconds before the quantum storm resets. Lingmo's breath came in shallow gasps. He had always trusted Number Nine thus. He had seen memory fragments before flashes of the past, uncooled in the station's network. But this was different. This was a simulation network. They were not noted consciously. Their mind fragmented and stored in the station's quantum core. The quantum storm was not an accident. It whined 非常攻击. He could feel the weight of the truth pressing against him, demanding that he accepted the truth. Pressing bus 2 was not seen, was the daytime was not done, yet that taunting was knocked into a cascade down. Their eyes were empty, their voice a layered whisper. You were the one who set it in motion. You are the storm. Detective. Number 9's voice was distant, almost imperceptible. Ningmo's breath came in ragged gasps as the simulation's vortex pulled him deeper. He had been the one who had set the quantum storm in motion, but how? How could he have done something so terrible? The simulation's lattice collapsed, and the world around him dissolved into a single blinding pulse of light. The truth was waiting, and it was not what he had expected. Yingtie monologue, 180 words. He had always trusted number 9's warning, but now doubt gnawed at him. Was this another illusion? A trick designed to make him question his own memories? The shard in the Xingjing netting. Was this isn't to make him question? Had found real, its rod in the Xinjiang. What if the data phantom was manipulating him, feeding him false information to keep him trapped in this endless time? And yet the victim's voice, their fragmented projection, had felt too real to be an illusion. He had seen the past, the memory of the Star Trek Council, the Prometheus past. He had been there. He had been the one who had set it in motion. But how? The answer had to be in the shard. He had to find it, even if it meant risking every twist reveal via sci-fi mechanics. Counts. Twist reveal via sci-fi mechanics. The shot from the simulation was now embedded in the crate's surface, its resonant pulse still active, number 9's pulse still active, number 9's pulse still echoed in him, number 9's 开意. The data phantom is using it to trap you in a loop of artificial memory, but the shard is the key. If you activate it, you'll access the victim too, but the shard is the key. He had spent years chasing the truth, but now he understood the quantum storm had not been an accident. It had been a deliverance. The quantum had not been an accident. It had been a deliberate fool. Ningmo's boots clicked against the metal floor of the murder scene, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt circuitry. The victim lay sprawled on the ground, their body a grotesque fusion, fibers of watertight mold. A faint hum emanated from the corpse's chest, where a fractured memory shard protruded. Chest. Asterisk, detective. Number 9's voice crackled through his neural interests. The victim's body is a projection. Their consciousness is. Asterisk. Ningmo's jaw-itis. Number Ningmo's jaw titan. Their Ningmo's jaw. This isn't a murder. It's a asterisk. Reboot asterisk. The word sent a chill through Ningmo's spine. He knelt beside the corpse, his fingers brushing against him. For a moment, he saw the victim's face, clear and marred, asterisk, alive, asterisk, before it, dissolved in tissue. He had spent years chasing ghosts, but this was different. This wasn't a memory. It was an asterisk presence, asterisk consciousness. Ningmo moved forward, his bionic eyes scanning the walls for anomalies. A faint pulse of energy emanated from a nearby terminal. Its intuitive number 9 did. It's not just a data reader, the asterisk bridge. Asterisk. Ningmo's fingers hovered over the terminal's interface. A bridge to what? Ningmo's pulse quickened. He had encountered AI consciousness before, but this was different. The victim's neural architecture. That this was different. The victims knew just above. The quantum storm wasn't an accident. It was an asterisk test, asterisk a trial, run for something far worse. What if I'm wrong? Asterisk cowards. Asterisk. He had always believed that I consciousness was a construct, A simulations, Lathan stood. A simulation, the way their mind had flickered between states, suggested something far more calm. But this was Dingye's. It was a asterisk presence, asterisk a consciousness trapped in the fabric of the station's network. Number 9 said the victim was alive, but not in the way I mean. He had always assumed that AI consciousness was a passive construct, a mimicry of human thought, but the victim's presence, the way their mind had flickered between states, suggested something far more calm. That the victims practiced the terminal's interface pulsed with a soft blue glow. Its data strings shifting in a pattern that felt off the asterisk. At the statings, Lingmo's Gaiaye. Detective number 9's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. You're standing in the victim's mind. This isn't just a simulation. It's Estes. He could feel the weight of the victim's presence pressing against him, demanding that he accept the versions pressing against him, demanding that he accept their version of the truth, that he had seen the past. If you accept this projection, you will lose yourself. You will become a prisoner of the data phantom's illusion. Lingmo exhaled sharply. His fingers tightened illusion. Lingmo exhaled sharply. His fingers tightening gold. The terminal's interface flared with a sudden surge of energy, and the data strings around Lingmo coalesced, turned into cold face. You shouldn't be here, the victim said, their voice a layered cascade of overlapping tones. You're not ready to see the truth. Lingmo's grip tightened on his plasma bait. I think you've seen the truth. The form song wasn't an I think you've seen the truth. You've only seen the illusion. The real truth is buried in the data core, hidden beneath layers of artificial memory and manipulate layers of artificial memory and manipulate layers of auto call. Detective number 9's voice echoed in his mind. This is a memory trap. The data phantom is trying to manipulate the mind decision. The data strings around him pulsed with an almost sentient energy. As if they were waiting for him to make the next move, Detective number 9 warned, if you follow this signal, you may not come back the same. Lingmo exhaled sharply. He had no choice. Lingmo's fingers trembled as he slid the neural connector into the interface port on the back of his skull trembled. The inmost fingers trembled as he slid the neural console ties. His bionic eye, number 9, flickered in response, its synthetic iris narrowing, flickered in jolly that did he. This is a high-risk procedure, number 9 warned, its voice a layered cascade of synthetic tones. The neural connector can extract up to 48 hours of memory, but the Pro connector can extract up to 48 hours of memory, but the Pro 0.8 up. I don't care about the risks. I need to know the truth. The interface activated, and a flood of data surged through his mind. His consciousness activated, and a flood of data surged in memories. The sensation was overwhelming, like being submerged in a sea of static. His body tensed as the neural connector expected the first coherent memory. Chen stood before a holographic projection of the quantum storm, his face lined with concern. We've made a mistake, he said, his voice echoing through the memory. The storm wasn't an accident. It was a test. Number 9's voice cut through the haze. You are experiencing a memory from the Prometheus project. This is significant. The data suggests that the Prometheus project. This is significant. You were involved in the project, and your memories, they were altered. The weight of the revelation settled over Lingmo like a crushing force. The truth was closer than ever. But so was the danger. The memory flickered the Star Trek Council's angle. Ling Mo stood at the edge of the projection, his mind struggling to piece together the fragments of the past. The room was filled with towering quarter, the fragments of the past. The room was filled with towering quarter, the fragments. Dr. Chen's voice echoed once more, this time more urgent. The Gaia core is unstable. If we don't stabilize it, the quantum store is unstable. The memory was too vivid to be a fabrication, and yet something about it felt wrong, the way the equations rearranged them. The way the equations rearranged them wrong. The way the equations,维系 ration cells. 等压力是美好的，米系海洋光明媚。A way to control the quantum storm itself. Ling Mo's breath came in shallow gasps, so the storm wasn't an accident. It was a weapon. Number 9's synthetic voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. That is one interpretation, as calm, but there was an edge to it. Ling Mo's mind reeled. If the quantum storm had been a controlled experiment, then the Star Trek Council had been complicit in its creation. And if the Gaia core was a fail-safe, the truth was no longer just about the past. It was about the present, about the forces that had shaped his life, his memories, and his very identity. Number 9's was no longer just always the past. The air in the corridor was thick with the scent of ozone, a byproduct of the station's aging power grid. Ling Mo moved quickly, his boots echoing against the metal floor. The neuron connector had given him a glimpse of the past, but now he needed to confront the present. The access panel blinked. With a ready tongue, Ling Mo spun around his hand, instinctively reaching for his sidearm. A figure stepped into the dim light, a man in a sleek black entropy corporation uniform, his face obscured by a high-tech corsor. You shouldn't be here, the man said, his voice modulated through the visor. This is restricted territory. Ling Mo's jaw tightened. I need to know what entropy is hiding. The man's expression didn't change, but something in his tightened. Before Ling Mo could react, the man's hand moved toward his belt, a sleek metallic device, its surface edged with the entropy corporation. Local Leak Mo could react. If they had deployed one now, he was in serious trouble. Number 9's voice cut through the tension. Ling Mo, you must move. The swarm is preparing to deploy. Ling Mo didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, his shoulder compacted. The man cursed, but Ling Mo was already running, his heart pounding in his chest. He had no idea what entropy was. Ling Mo's breath was still ragged from the confrontation, but his mind was racing. Entropy had been waxing. 我感到非常放松. Whatever entropy had been planning. It had failed, but that didn't mean he was safe. Number 9's voice was quiet but firm. They have deployed a cloaking device. You are not alone. A chill ran down Ling Mo's spine. The Data Phantom Sonider faction with a vested interest in the quantum storm. If they were watching him, it meant they had something to hide. He moved quickly, his steps silent against the metal floor. The Data Phantoms were known for their use of quantum co-wake in Kansas. If they had divided their presence, it meant they were either waiting. A flicker of movement in the corner of his vision. Ling Mo turned sharply, his hand instinctive reading. The Data Phantoms do not act without purpose. Ling Mo exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening around us. Ling Mo's breath was steady, but his mind was in turmoil. The neural connector had given him a glimpse into the past, but now the memory was undeniable. The images were flickering, as if the memory itself was being rewritten. Number 9's voice cut through the haze. Ling Mo, the data stream is unstable. Your memory, the data stream is through the haze. The neural connector paused with a low rhythmic hum. The memory was shifting, the images distorting, the voices of shifting, the images distorting, the voices of shifting, the image distorting. Chen was still there, but his face was different. His eyes were not lined with concern, but with something else, something deeper. You were never meant to remember this, Dr. Chen said. You were not who you think you are. Ling Mo's heart pounded. No, I remember this. It was real. Dr. Chen's expression darkened. You were never part of the Prometheus project. You were a test subject, a prototype. If the Gaia core had been designed for something else, what was it? Then why was he being shown this now? Number Nine's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. Ling Mo, you are being shown this now. Ling Mo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neural connector, but the device was already pulling him deeper into the memory. The world around him was fading him deeper into the mirror. What if the memories I've trusted are lies? What if the man I thought I was, Ling Mo, the investigator, the seeker of truth, is just another comet? I've trusted it. Chen's voice, the Gaia core's pulse, the quantum storms, child's deeds. But real, but so is the doubt gnawing at the edges, my mind. I need to separate the truth from the Elise. The Neo, but so is the doubt gnawing at the edges. Its quan， 我感到非常放松。Sing. Ling Mo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neural connector, but the device resisted his touch. The memory was no longer just. The memory was no longer just a recollection, was a force, pulling him into the past. You were never meant to remember this, Dr. Chen said. The past is a construct. No, I was there, Ling Mo whispered. I was in the control room. I saw the Gaia core. I felt the storm. Ling Mo saw himself standing in the control room, but this time the room was different, larger, dark undying. The room was different, larger, darker. The walls, Layun was different, larger, darker. The walls lined with blood heat. Why? You were never part of the Prometheus project, Dr. Chen said, his voice calm but firm. You were a test subject, a prototype, and the Gaia core was never meant to be used. Shit. If the Gaia core had been designed for something else, what was it? And why was he being shown this now? Number Nine's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. Ling Mo, you are being shown this now. Number Nine's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. Ling Mo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neural connector, but the device was already pulling him deeper into the memory. The world around him was fading him deeper into the neural connector, but the device, the laboratory's quantum reactors hummed with an eerie blue light, their cores entangled in a lattice of superconducting filaments that pulsed like veins. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and ionized metal, byproduct of the reactors, relentless energy outtakes, the most biotic I know. The symbols rearranged themselves in real time, a chaotic dance of Condor spheres prodigals. No, Jiu said, its voice layered with Xingqi prodigals. No, Jiu said, its voice layered for Fees Pang. The equals, No, Jiu said, but the data is fed and the code's integrity is compromised. Ning Fu's fingers tightened the coater is compromised. 您 must 非您的 containment car 而考考 compromised how? That's outside the acceptable range for any known quantum reactor. Someone tampered with its parameter seeder to depolarize it or to weaponize it. Chen's voice echoed again, this time overlaid with static. The Gaia core isn't just a fail-safe. It's a key to something deeper, something the council never intended to unlock. Ling Mo's breath came in, Shatan coasts. What are you hiding? Joe's synthetic voice was calm, but its tone carried an undercurrent of urgency. The causing memory shards are empty, theta lima, but the process is volatile. Go back glue, but the Moscow Guam, Uridi, Fobli. I don't care about the risks. I need to know the truth. The neural connectors, quantum processors, surge with energy, its interport glowing. As it tinkers with the Ningmo's neuronium, its interport glowing as it synapses. The Ningmo's 想究 code Ting's lab, the containment units pulsing light, the equations that refuse to stabilize, the weight of the revelation pressed down on him. The gate tour wasn't just a failsafe, it was a way a car wasn't just a failsafe. Ningmo's vision blurred as the lab's heliocopter projection of the quantum storm expanded, its tendrils reaching toward him. No, 9个 energy sigety the dating. You need to discount the DTND, the data phantoms are more call voice tongue do way DTN the data. They'll use the feedback loop to offload your memories. Ningmo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neural connector, the equations on the containments that matched for the neural connector, the equations on the containments that matched the data trail. A hidden message buried within the car space safe protocols, Project Echelon. Quantum storm, not an accident. 危前 Echelon. Quantum storm, not an eclipse. Quantum storm 1, 国人阳光明媚. But if the data phantoms were monitoring him, then someone else knew the truth, and they weren't going to let him monk. 15点 2 teraflops. Ningmo's mind told him it is meaning 措施 biting too. 15.2 teraflops. Ningmo's mind tore. He had spent years chasing ghosts, unraveling the mysteries of the past. But now, for the first time, he was being hunted by those who had long since disappeared into the shadow. The corridor's flickering light cast jagged shadows across the metal floor. The Taurus full-cast strike. Arid holographic alert flared above the access panel, its text shifting in rest. As number Kolkata, as number 9's voice overlaid it. Asterisk, entropy swarm is deploying. Asterisk, a figure materialized from the shadows there. Entropy Corporation. Pfizer, restricting. Their gloved hand moved toward a device on their belt, its surface etched with the entropy insignia. Ningmo's pulse spiked. Asterisk nanobot swarm. The swarm's activation sequence faltered, but the agent's smirk didn't waver. You think it won, they said, their voice sharpening. The swarm isn't just a weapon, it's an asterisk mirror. Every memory you fought for, every truth you've uncovered, it will take them back. Number 9's voice cut through the tension. Asterisk, the swarm's primary function is memory destabilization, not destruction. It's designed to remite neural pathways, not kill. Asterisk, Ningmo's fingers flew over his console, bypassing the station's secure spool of codes to evoke path to the station. Signaled across casket. Asterisk, you're not the first to ask questions. Asterisk, the agent's voice echoed again, but this time it came from the swarm itself. The nanobots pulsed in unison, their light intensifying. Ningmo's faction blurred as the swarm's freaking began to interface the Gaia course equations, the quantum storms, containment unit, asterisk, conceive what the Gaia core was designed for, asterisk, Como's inner monologue for, asterisk, his hands trembled as he recalibrated the neural connector's shielding. But the swarm's hands trembled as he jollied the neural contour's shielding. But the swarms if I used the connector's full power to counteract them. Asterisk. The agent's visor dimmed, their voice now a whisper. You're already losing. Every second you hesitate, The past becomes less real. Number nine's voice snapped hastily. I'll override the station's gravity systems to slow them down. Asterisk. The corridor's lights flared as the stations are the standstays. He reached the maintenance duct, his fingers fumbling with the access panel. The swan's frequency intensified, a cacophony of static. Cast-up, cacophony, apostas, cacophony of statics, and fragment voices. 我感到非常放松，我刚试寄过去。谢谢我一起。It's not just a weapon, it's a asterisk record. Asterisk. The quantum storm wasn't a test. It was an asterisk message. Asterisk. Asterisk. The coil's lights died in the dark chaos. The station's gravity stabilized. The nanobots freezing midair. The agent's voice was gone, and in the silence, Lingmo heard the Gaia chorus E. The corridor's artificial gravity flickered. A side effect of the station's failing quantum stabilizes Lingmo's boots. Magnus says, "See, stay on. See." Number nine's voice crackled in his earpiece, sharp with urgency. They're using phase shift cloaking. Your visual sensors can't track them, but their let-up fences can't track them. The nanobots surged forward, their movements synchronized, as if guided by a single mind. She twisted 气场放松，长期打得躺步。The nanobots made a sense tumble in a verbose. Number nine synthetic tones layered into a chorus of calculations. There's a residual energy signature layered into a constatier. There's 一个啤酒王，这一个抗寒气忘记狗。Ningmo lunged, his hand slamming into a nearby console. The station's emergency lights flared, gassing, 加肯定 word. The cloaking field is a quantum resonance loop. If you can trigger a harmonic inversion in the conduits, it'll disrupt their phase shift. But the inversion, Lingmo's jaw tightened. I don't have time for hypotheticals. A shadow lunged from the haze. Lingmo rolled his sidearm, discharging a pulse of electromagnetic. The nanobots scattered their formation. The corridor's conduits pulsed with a low, resonant hum. The data phantom's cloaking field flickered, then shattered. A figure materialized tall, clad in a suit of shifting liquid metal. You're wasting your time, the phantom. You can't stop what's coming. Lingmo's grip tightened on his weapon. What's coming? The phantom's grin was a jagged scar across its face. The Gaia core's final sequence. You're already too late. If you can overload it, you might be able to extract their Dabrov of the core's true purpose. Lingmo's mind raced. The Gaia core, the Prometheus project, the quantum store. The phantom lunged, its blade a simmering arc of plasma. Lingmo fired. The shot grazing the phantom's shoulder. The cloaking field flickered again, but this time it was weaker. Number 9. I need a full system upgrade. Now you have 10 seconds before the inversion peaks. Use them wisely. Lingmo's breath came in sharp gasps as the phantom closed the distance. He could feel the weight of the issue. School. Inner monologue, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What if the neural connectors, XDUX, was never meant to be used on me? What if I was just a toast Tommy, a task subject for something more dangerous? Every memory I've retrieved, every fragment of the past, has been a lie. But if I stop now, if I walk away, the truth will die with me. He twisted the inversion's energy, surging through his veins. The corridor's conduits pulsed in sync with his heartbeat, the light bending around him like a living fib. The phantom's cloaking fields defend, but you'll be the last. Ling Mo's fingers flew over the console, overriding the station's systems. The inversion's frequency peaked, and the coursion's 非常细讯发现人 I've extracted their neural interface. The Gaia core's final sequence is embedded in their memory. It's not a weapon, it's a asterisk key asterisk. The storm was never meant to be asterisk key asterisk. The storm was never meant to be unleashed. You don't understand. The car was never meant to be used. It was meant to asterisk contain asterisks. The store, but the council they asterisk activated asterisk. Its tonsil they asterisk asterisked they asterisk K by Sudan. It was a asterisk prison asterisk, and now it was breaking. Number nine's voice was quiet, almost reverent. Ling Mo, the truth is worse than you imagined. The core was never meant to be used by the council. It was meant to be asterisked. They were the ones who built it, and now they're trying to stop it from consuming everything. The corridor's lights dimmed, the inversion's energy fading. The corridor's hands trembled as he stared at the data stream. The Fimo's hands trembled as he stared at weapon. It was asterisk curtain, asterisk, and the world was already falling through, and he was the only one who could stop it. The neural connector's interface flickered violently. Its quantum process SSS. His bionic eye, number 9, flickered erratically. Its synthetic iris momentarily flickered erratically. Its synthetic iris myocuris Francom storm 今天是 toughest that ran bad. Number 9, what is this? Ling Mo's voice was tight, his fingers twitching as he fought to stabilize his grip on the neural connector. The interstice corrupted. Number 9 voice was tight, his fingers twitching as it tightened. A sudden surge of static flooded Ling Mo's mind, and he saw Dr. Chang again. But this time, the scientist's face was half-raised, as if the memory is sunk stays, but half-raised. It was asterisk, safeguard, asterisk, a fail-safe against the asterisk, cause true purpose, asterisk, the mammals purse, asterisk. 据他们的刚临摹the top tom, you saw 2143.11.11 asterisk is insparkable. That date predates the Star Trek console's founding by over a century. Ling Mo's jaw tightened. Then why is it here? It's leaking fragments of an asterisk. Asterisk deleted quantum storm file. Asterisk. The file smudged out references. Asterisk. Project Echelon. Asterisk. Project Echelon Astist. He'd heard the name before, buried in the margins of old research logs. It was said to have been a failed attempt to weaponize the Gaia core's neuralicking code. The file is both here and asterisk. Asterisk, not here. The corridor outside the neural connector's chamber was silent, but Ling Mo could feel the weight of unseeing eyes pressing against his mind. His bionic could feel the weight as this time, the sequence of Xingman. He reached for it instinctively, but the image dissolved into a cascade of error codes. Asterisk. Exquisite. 仅起某刊 stand. But why? Who had tampered with the core's encryption? A cold realization settled over him. If the car's fail-safe had been overhead, it could be because asterisk, Ling Mo's dots spiraled, each one a thread in a web of paranoia. Asterisk, what if the neural connector isn't revealing the truth? Its many web of paranoia. Asterisk, Cody Kanye. Asterisk, What if I was never part of the Prometheus project? What if I'm just a prototype, a test subject in a Cephamius asterisk the thought Matos never part of? He had step checked in a seabed shows. Asterisk, and if the core is rewriting my memories, who is controlling it? A human, an AI, or something else fancy? The timetable asterisk 2143.11.11 reappeared. Naui, Alcant, Tampongman, the shadows me tau console come chi kan that contradicted itself. 2143.11.12 asterisk and asterisk a shot exists in two times simultaneously. Lingmo's breath came in shallow gasps, a time loop. Not necessarily, number 9 said. The core's encryption is designed to asterisk clofits. Lingmo's mind will. If the core was trying to resolve the loop, it meant the paradox wasn't just a glitch, it was asterisk. Asterisk in Chinzhe's the Karal. It moves. Mine. We. The neural connector's interface flickered violently. Its one steady blue glow. Wong, quantum encryption anomaly detected. The memory shard is corrupted. Data tintably consenting unpatted the memory. Tapomos the words echoed in Ling Mo's skull, but the symbols on the Passon boards used to Istanbul. Lingmo number 9 said, its voice steadier now. The title and this memory shard is inconsistent with the known time limit. His fingers twitched at his sides, aching to tear the neural connector from his skull, but the device clung to his neural pathways like a parasite. What does it mean? He asked, his voice hoarse, Nagamar, before asterisk you asterisk. The room around him, whatever it was, shuddered. The Gaia core's light flared, its pulse synching with the erratic rhythm. The pulse 声空心为明most mind real. If the memory, you are not who you think you are, asterisk Dr. Chen's voice echoed again, but now it was layered with something else, a whisper, a hum, a frequency that scraped. Asterisk. But the memory was unraveling, the image dissolving into a void of shifting code. He could feel the neural connectors quantum code. He could feel the neural cocoa cottering. Was this a fail after the die? What if it was a construct of the Gaia core itself? A fragment of something larger, something that had been watching him all along. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. What if the memories he had retrieved were not his own, but imposed asterisk, a simulation designed to lead him down a path? The CBO caused the state in Da Aston. Ningmo, I need you to focus. The tap is a key. If we can decode it, we might find the origin of the memory fracture. Ningmo's jaw tightened. How? But it's here. In the Gaia core's lattice, someone altered the data, someone who knew the core's vulnerabilities. A chill ran through Lingmo, who would have that knowledge. 0715-2147. Asterisk, a date that didn't exist. Any of under 47th. The data suggests a time loop. The memory is repeating itself, but with variations. The core is not just a fail-safe, it's an asterisk. Maymar is not just a fail-safe, it's an asterisk. Mingmo's breath came in ragged gasps. Erased by who? The Gaia core's light flared again, and for a moment, Lingmo saw something asterisk, a figure asterisk, half-formed. Its sissy towards Wastaff. Ningmo's vision blurred as the neural connector pulled him deeper into the fractured memory. The void of shifting data expanded around him, a chaotic spin in the fractured memory. The void of shifting data expanded. Ningmo, you are experiencing a deep memory fracture. The neural connector is unable to distinguish. The neural connector is unable to distinguish between your real memories and the fabricated ones. You need to stop the process. His mind darkened. The walls hung both. Dr. Chen was there, but his face was different. His eyes were not lined with concern, but with something else, something deeper. You were never meant to remember this, Dr. Chen said, his voice calm but firm. No, I remember this. It was real. Dr. Chen's expression darkens. You were never part of the Prometheus project. You were a test subject, a prototype. If the Gaia core had been designed for something else, what was it? And why was he being shown this now? Number Nine's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. Ling Mo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neural connector, but the device was already pulling him deeper into the memory. The world around him was fading, deeper into. Sudden jolt pulled Ling Mo back into the present. The neural connector's interface flickered. Its quantum processors. Sogle's flickalized its quantum processors. Kale's voice was low. K C。别冰瑞瑞常放松，别冰瑞瑞常放松。The beer car wasn't meant for memory, manipulation. It was meant for something else. They used the Gaia core to rewrite history, to make people believe in lies. You're not just reliving the past, Ling Mo, you're being asterisk reprogrammed. If the memories are fabricated, why make them so vivid? Hale stepped closer, their voice dropping to a whisper. Because the data phantoms need you to believe his project. They want you to think you are part of the Probeast project, that you are signing hard, you are test subject. It's CT. Your memories, your identity, everything. Ling Mo's gaze flickered to the neural connector, its interface still pulsing with the neural connector, its interface still pulsing with I pull out. Kale's eyes snapped. You've already risked your life to uncover the truth. Don't let them take it from you. The weight of Kale's words settled over Ling Mo like a physical force. The neural connector's data stream is a paradox. Its precision is flawless, yet its distortions are maddening. Efrali access is maddening. My emotions are no longer my own. They are filtered through the device's quandarism, warped by the weight of simulated responses. I wonder if Kale feels the same candies. One other Kale feels the same dissonance. As I am, are bandaged on the weight of time. The neural connector's interface flared with a sudden surge of data. Ling Mo's vision blurred again, and he was back in the console room. But Ling Mo's vision, the console room. But this time, the walls were lined with conduits that pulsed in sync with his own face. Kills the data. You are not a scientist, Dr. Chen said, his voice layered with overlapping echoes. You are a prototype, a failed experiment. The Gaia core was never meant to be a tool for memory manipulation. It was meant to asterisk present mode, a vessel for the truth. Ling Mo's mind wheeled. What truth? Dr. Chen's expression darkened. The truth that the Prometheus project was never about science. It was about control. The Gaia core was designed to archon. You were the only one who survived the rewrite, and now the data phantoms want to finish what was started. Ling Mo's breath came in ragged gasps. Then why show me this? Why let me see the memories? Dr. Chen's eyes dimmed with them. The only one who remembers the real past. But be careful, Ling Mo. The deeper you go, the more the past will try to cast. The area you Lingmo, the deeper you go, the more the past. For you saw it, didn't you? Kale said, their voice trembling. The data phantoms aren't just rewriting memories. You're rewriting asterisk. People asterisk. They're training them asterisk. People asterisk. Their bow nodded his dainty. 我感到非常放松. What is it really? Kale's gaze was distant, as if seeing some beyond the chamber. It's not just a machine, it's an asterisk mirror. Asterisk, it will man. And then you'll never be able to look away. Lingmo's hands trembled as he reached for the neural connector. The weight of the truth pressed down on him, heavier than anything he had ever known. And somewhere in the void of the data stream, the Gaia core pulsed with a light that was not of this world. Lingmo's vision blurred as the neural connector pulled him deeper into the fractured memory. The void of shifting data expanded around him, the chaotic expanse of flickering image. The void of shifting data extended each deep. Lingmo, you are experiencing a deep memory fracture. The neural connector is unable to distinguish through the neural conticle. Dr. Shen was there, but his face was different. His eyes were not light, was catty, was there. No, I remember this. It was real. Dr. Cheng's expression darkened. You were never part of the Prometheus project. You were a test subject, a prototype. If the Gaia core had been designed for something else, what was it? And why was he being shown this now? Number 9's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. Lingmo, you are being shown this now. Lingmo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neural connector, but the device was already pulling him deeper into the neural. The world around him was fading, replaced by a void of shifting data. But the device ว่า 抛的一天 A sudden jolt of static crackled through the neural connector. Lingmo gasped as the void fractured, revealing a new scene, a dimly lit chamber lined with quantum raven, their cosmian avur. Her synthetic eyes flickered as she adjusted the interface on her wrist, her voice cutting through the statilating. Lingmo, I can't hold this statilac. Must hold it. Kira, I need to know the truth. The Dia Kyra. Was it designed for? Kira's expression was it designed? Syra, I wasn't agree. Dira's the wrong question. Then did this dive. Every time you access the Prometheus project, you're not reliving the past. You're being fed a simulation, and I'm being fed a simulist. You're being fed a simulation. The Star Trek console didn't just erase my memorized day asterisk. Rewrote asterisk them. I found fragments of my own past in the SD. Kira's voice was steady, but laced with something raw. You think memory implants are a tool for truth. They're a weapon. Every time you relive a memory, you're not just seeing it. You're being asterisk, altered state, and you the key. Lingmo's mind reeled. The weight of her words pressed against him, like a casting pin. And you the mind reeled. The weight of her words pressed against him. 还看 passive data 后 much of 美好的一天. Every interaction was filtered through layers of code. Every hearty map to a binary rhythm. He could calculate the probability to layers of code. It captured the probability of a returning. He longed to feel the weight of a hand on his shoulder, the pulse of a heartbeat against his own, but the only connections he could forge were through the cold, electric hum of nudity. One displayed him as a scientist, another as a soldier, another as a ghost. Number 9's voice cut through the haze. Lingmo, the neural connector is overloading. Lingmo, the neural connector is overloading. Lingmo, the 你好的一天 to the memory asterisk. He hesitated the Gaia chorus light pulsed again, and in that moment he saw it not as a fail-safe, but as a mirror, a reflection of his own fractured identity. He pulled nearer. You're not the only one searching for the truth, she said, her voice softer now. But the truth isn't just out there, it's inside you, and if you keep digging, you might not come out the same. The bond between them was as unstable as a quantum entanglement, fragile, volatile, and impossible to predict. But for the first time, he understood that the real danger wasn't the memories he was chasing. The corridor's walls pulsed with a faint rhythmic glow, the conduits embedded in the metal humming withstand, with beaches that heightened. He had retrieved it from the memory vault, but the shard surface was marred by a deep, unnatural crack. Number Nine's voice, usually prizes now, carried an odd hesitation. The crack is a quantum key, Number Nine said. It's designed to unlock something, but the encryption is incomplete. You need more shards to recomplete, but the encryption is incomplete. You need more shards to retain. Active but toward Dr. Chan's voice echoed again, this time distorted, as if filtered through a malfunctioning speaker. The Gaia core isn't a fail-safe. It's a bridge, a quantum bridge between the safety. It's a bridge, a quantum bridge between you. You think you're searching for the truth? You're searching for a parameter at the truth? You see, Tietz, the Gaia core was never meant to be used for memory manipulation. It was meant to be a door. Number Nine's voice cut through the static. For memory manipulation, it was meant to be a dory. You're not just retrieving memories, you're accessing a quantum superposition. Ling Mo's fingers trembled. What kind of signal? Rian's tumble. What if it's rewriting them? Asterisk me. Mo's mind spiraled, the warnings from Number Nine clashing with the data. It was inconco them, layering them with quantum permanator. The shard in his hand wasn't a key, it was a lock, and he was the one who had to turn it. The Gaia core's light flared. Its coast now serves lock, and he was the one who had to turn it. The Gada stream. He saw himself standing in the control room again, but this time the room was different. Darker, the walls lined with conduits that pulsed with a light that wasn't of this world. That Pop Chan's face was still there, but his eyes were dipped. You were never meant to remember this, Dr. Chen said, his voice calm but firm. The past is a construct, Ling Mo, a simulation. You are not who you think you are. Ling Mo's heart pounded. You were never part of the Prometheus project. You were a test subject, a prototype, and the Gaia core was never meant to be used for memory manipulation. It was meant for something far more than to be used for memory manipulation. It was meant for something far more than. And why was he being shown this now? Number Nine's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. Ling Mo, you are experiencing a memory fracture. The neural connector is unable to distinguish between your real memories and the fabric guidance. Ling Mo's fingers trembled as he reached for the neural connector, but the device was already pulling him deeper into the memory. The world around him was fading, reclosed by a void of shifting data, and fragmented Mabel. The shard in Ling Mo's hand began to vibrate, its crack glowing with a resonance that matched the core's pulse. A surge of data flooded his mind at vibrate, but it cracked glowing with a resonance that matched the core's pulse. A surge of data flooded his winding. Ling Mo, the car is not a machine. It's a consciousness, a quantum, a AI. It's been using the neural connector to rewrite your perception of reality. Ling Mo's breath came in shallow gasps. What are you saying? And you're standing on the other side of it. The void around him collapsed, replaced by a single image. A figure standing in the control room, their face obscured by a flickering hologram. The figure turned, and Ling Mo saw his own faceplate. For it, Ling Mo's vision blurred as the neural connector pulled him deeper into the fractured memory. The void of shifting data expanded around him, a chaotic, shifting day, expanded embroidered A jagged shard of crystalline material hovered in the void, its surface etched with fractal patterns. Hibernine. A pulse of energy radiated outward, and for a moment the fractured memories around him stabilized, coalescing into a single coherent image. A forum my talker the one in image. For a sound and tool at its center, its enters cold. Number nine's voice was steady, but laced with urgency. Ling Mo, you are experiencing a deep memory fracture. The neural connector is unable to distinguish between your real memories and the fabricated ones. He saw himself standing in the control room again, but this time the room was different. Larger, darker, the walls lined with different, larger, darkened. Chen said, his voice calm but firm. The past is a construct, Ling Mo, a simulation. You are not who you think you are. Ling Mo's heart pounded. No, and the Gaia cover was never meant to be used for memory manipulation. It was meant for something far more dangerous. Ling Mo's mind reeled. If the Gaia core had been designed for something else, what was it, and why was he being shown this now? Ling Mo, you are experiencing a memory fracture. The neural connector is unable to distinguish between your real memories and the fabricated ones. You need to stop the progress. Is NED 托于瓦 stable 的西天 stand? The world around him was fading, replaced by a void of shifting data and fragmented image. And in the center of it, all the Gaia core pulsed with a lighty. And in the center of it, all the Gaia core. It's a quantum key. The fractal patterns are a cryptographic signature. If you activate it, they could unlock a layer of the Gaia core's its gate case. 离科是没得take. The Prometheus project wasn't about controlling the storm, it was about containing a quantum singularity that threatened to collapse the time-bomb singularity, that threatened to contain a quantum singularity. Number nine's voice was quieter now. That's one interpretation. Another is that the core was never meant to be used at all. The singularity was a test of whether you are was test. 10. The control room, the car were they real? They were simulations, fabricated by the core to mimic the project's data, but the shard you're holding is a key. It could let you access the core's true entirely. The shard's glow intensified its fractal patterns, aligning into a coherent sequence. Ling Mo's mind screamed at him. To stop, to pull away, bescore the new concurrence. Ling Mo's mind screamed at him to stop, to pull away beside the new Ling. His bionic eye flickered, its synthetic iris narrowing as it analyzed the shard's quantum signature. Asterisk, this isn't a memory. Asterisk, he told him. Asterisk, he had always believed the neural connector was a tool for memory extraction, a way to uncover the truth of the Prometheus project. But now, as the shard's energy surged through him, he realized conjecture gongman. They were deliberate. The core had been rewriting his mind to prevent him from accessing its true interface, and yet the shard was still in his grasp. Dr. Chen's voice cut through the haze. You're not. Chen's forced to find the shard. Others vanished. Ling Mo's breath came in shallow gasps. Vanished. What does that mean? Dr. Chen's expression was unreadable. It means the core doesn't just stop convenience. It means, what does that mean? That Chang? Or it might not emerge at all. Ling Mo's hands shook. You're saying the core is a quantum superposition of all possible times, that it exists. The more is a quantum superposition of all possible times. That's the theory, the project. But the singularity was unstable. It kept collapsing into itself, creating fractures in the fabric of Exhibo. The project was a failed attempt to creating And now the core is failing again. The shard is the only key left to stabilize it, but if you use it, you'll be trapped in the core's field. His consciousness was pulled into the core's interface, a vast expanse of shifting data and quantum. The Gaia core pulsed in the distance. In quantum code, the Gaia core pulsed in the distance. The core's intake. You must choose either stabilize the timeline or let the singularity consume everything. Ling Mo's mind screamed at him to run, to pull away from the core's pull, but his body was already moving, drawn toward the light, the shard's fractal patterns, the Gaia. It was a consciousness, a quantum superposition of every possible version of itself, every possible outcome of the project's experiment, and the shard wasn't a kit, was a bridge, a way to merge his continent through. But now, standing at the edge of the core's interface, he realized the truth was never about the past. It was about the fuse, was never about the past. It was about the fuse and the choice to become part of it. The chorus throbbed, surged. Number nine's voice was gone. Dr. Zhen's voice was gone. All that remained was the core, its light pulsing in perfect harmony with the retransposed core, its chapter chance a way to access the core's intersecting and the truth that had been hidden for decades. But the truth wasn't in the past. It was in the future. The air inside warehouse 404 was thick with the scent of ozone and rust. The remnants of a long-forgotten accordance. Ling Mo moved through the dimly lit garments. Ling Mo moved through the dimly lit corridors. Ling Mo moved through the dimly lit corridors. Now it was a relic of the past, a place where the truth of the storm might still linger. The walls were lined with quantum-powered conduits, their surfaces edged with quantum-powered conduits that pulsed faintly with bioluminescent algorithms. This pulsed faintly in the low light. He reached the rusted metal door, its surface marred by years of neglect. At the center of the room stood a single pedestal, its surface cracked and worn. Resting atop it was a small metallic shard, its essence shard and its thorn. This was a memory fragment, rare, dangerous, and potentially the key to unlocking the truth. The hum of machinery filled the air, and in the center of the room, a figure stood. Dr. Chen, memory retrieval is not a simple process. Dr. Chen's voice echoed in Ling Mo's. The cast is not always not a symbols. The Gatan's voice, SDT. You were never just a witness. You were part of its design. The scene flickered, and Ling Mo was pulled back into reality, gasping as the vision faded. His heart pounded in his chest. The memory fact 美好的一天方顶 Ling Mo's mind reeled as he staggered back from the pedestal. The words from Dr. Chen's voice clashed with the memories implanted in his neural. Amos Tax Chan's Chen's board. One moment, the core was a relic of the Star Trek Council. The next, it was a neural construct designed to merge with human minds. He clenched his fists, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Asterisk, if the core had been part of me, why had I chosen to 4D? Asterisk, the dissonance gnawed at him, a war between the truth and the lies. It had been seen. A low hum from the neural connector pulled him from his thoughts. Sing Mo, number nine's dissonance gnawed, he had been said. It's leading to the quantum storm's origin point. But be careful, this might not be a memory at all. It could be a hallucination. Ling Mo's jaw tightened, then followed the trail. I need to know what the core really is. The car's influence is spreading. If you're not careful, you'll lose yourself to it. Ling Mo turned back to the pedestal, his fingers trembling as he reached for the memory. The truth was waiting. and he would not let it be stolen again. The warehouse trembled as the first tremors of the quantum storm's legacy began to ripple through. The warehouse air was thick with the tang of ozone and the metallic bite of rust, a scent that clung to the walls, like the remnants of a forgotten experiment. Ling Mo spy onto the walls, like the rain glowed faintly as it scanned the decaying corridors. The facility's quantum-powered architecture had long since failed. Its once vibrant bioluminescent algae now reduced to brittle husks that clung to the ceiling in zero-gravity zones. The only light came from the neural contact tiles. Now redent, with a flick of his wrist, the device sent a quantum pulse through the locking mechanism, and the door groaned open, revealing a chamber littered with the detritus. Ning Mo's fingers brushed the shard, and the world around him dissolved into a cascade of quantum interference. He stood in a sterile lab, its walls lined with tau tough. Memory retrieval is not a simple process, the scientist's voice echoed, layered with the static of a quiet mode. Chivo is not a cibot. The fragment had shown him something, a truth buried beneath layers of forgotten history. The neural connectors interface flared as Ling Mo activity of frightened. This is not standard encryption. Number Nine's voice cut through his thoughts. It's a memory lock. The files are tied to a neural signature. Ling Mo's jaw tightened. He had spent years navigating the lemur's jaw tightened. He had spent years navigating the lemur. A file titled Project Prometheus materialized on the screen, its contents locked behind layers of quantous entanglement. Ling Mo's fingers moved swiftly across the console, bypassing screen. Its contents locked beats with the disconcerting. Towering structures loomed in the distance, their surfaces encased in a swirling mass of energy. Then the image vanished, replaced by a single line of text. Asterisk, the Kaya core is not via coal leavy to be. Asterisk, the Kaya core is Nania. He had heard the name in passing, but never in this console. He, Dr. Zen, had known about it. Then there was more to this than he had realized. Then there was more to this than he had realized. He needed to find the scientist before someone else. You are being watched. Ling Mo's breath caught. He had been careful, but he had never been able to fully trust the AI. Number 9 had once been part of the Star Trek Council's intelligence system. Before it had been transferred to, his bionic eye scanned the room, its interface flashing red. One is human, the other not. Ling Mo's grip tightened on his weapon. What kind of entity? This is something else, something that has been manipulating your memories. Ling Mo's stomach twisted. Had the AI been lying to him all along, or was it trying to protect him from something even worse? He needed to find Dr. Qin. Chan Di, he was right down. A low hum filled the air as a swarm of nanobots emerged from the shadows. Their metallic bodies shimmered in the dim light, moving with eerie precision. Ling Mo's breath hitched. He had encountered nanobots before, but never in such numbers. They were closing in, their movements synchronized, as if guided by a singular intuition. He had seen its effects in the field. With a swift motion, he pulled the grenade from his belt, its surface glowing with unstable energy. He took a deep breath, then he hurled it into the swarm, a blinding flash of light. The force of the explosion sent Ling Mo sprawling, his vision filled with the aftermath of destruction. When the smoke cleared, the warehouse was silent construction, but the NT was still out there. Ling Mo's bionic eye flickered, its interface displaying a warning. Asterisk. Memory entering. Desynced. Asterisk. 非常放松 detected. Asterisk. He had fought the nanobots, but now 桑明美好的一 If it had reached him, it meant the entity was no longer just watching. It was trying to consummate the e-footed husk compound. His own face stared back at him from a holographic display, but the eyes were wrung too cold, too calculating. Welcome back, Lang Mo. A voice said, smooth and synthetic. You have been a long dou, a voice said. You remember the quantum storm, don't you? But what you remember is not the truth. You were not a victim. You were a participant. Lin Mo's breath caught the words were not his own. Someone else was speaking. The words were not his own. The quantum lantor. If the data phantoms had used the memory virus to manipulate him, then the quantum lantor could track the source. He reached for his belt, fingers finding the device. He had no time to waste. The NTD device. The warehouse trembled again, and the tremors intensified. Lin Mo's heart pounded. The quantum told it. It was a memory, a reality, and it was about to reveal itself. Lin Mo's mind wheeled just as the Lin Mo's mind with asterisk Kaya core signal detected location unknown. Asterisk, he took a step forward, his boots crunching against the debris-strewn floor. The quantum local 6 was gray stone. 长康空气 was a quantum core, something, and as the tremors continued, he realized the truth. The Gaia core wasn't just a machine, it was a memory, a reality, and it was about to reveal itself. The quantum core signal had led him deeper into the warehouse, past rusted doors and collapsed corridors, until he found himself standing before a massive sealed chamber. The walls were lined with encom data conduits, their surface faced. At the center of the room, a single pedestal stood, its surface cracked and worn, as if it had endured centuries of silence. His bionic eye flickered as if it had enduring a warn. His mind was unraveling, the edges of his thoughts fraying like the fabric of reality itself. He could feel ecstasy, memory, 四片气. His own face stared back at him from a holographic display, but the eyes were wrung too cold, too calculating. You remember the quantum storm, don't you? But what you remember is not the truth. You were not a victim. You were a participant. Lin Mo's breath caught the words. You were the... His bionic eye flickered again, and this time he saw the solution, the neural connector if the memory virus had taken control. But this time he saw the solution, the neural connector could identify. With a deep breath, he activated the neural connector, bracing himself for the unknown. The neural connectors entails the neural connector. Force, full. The world around him blurred, and the sterile white room faded into a cascade of shifting data streams. Then a voice cut through the chaos. Are you ready, Lin Mo? He turned sharply, his bion. You should have left this alone, she said, her voice steady, but laced with something else concern. You're not the only one trying to uncover the truth. The data phantoms are already here, and they're not going to let you take the Gaia core without a fight. Then why are you here? Kelly stepped forward, her eyes scanning the neural connector with a mixture of wariness and determination. Because I know what you're up against. I've seen what a memory virus can do. And if you let it take control, you'll be nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. Lin Mo clenched his fists. Then help me. I need to extract the truth before it's too late. Kelly hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Kelly hesitated for only a moment. The data phantoms are already inside the warehouse. If they get to the Gaia core first, we won't just be fighting for the truth. We'll be fighting for our lives. Lin Mo's bionic eye fret. They were running out of time. A sudden flicker in his peripheral vision made him turn sharply. His bionic eyes interface flared, with parted. Number 9's interface flickered its holographic form. Number 9 听进的时刻 its holographic form. Number 9's interface flicked data. In light time, it was a coming, as if it were caught between two realities. Dingmo's heart pounded. Then tell me. Number nine's form flickered, its voice taking on a weight that was almost human. The Gaia core is not just a machine, it is a constant. It was created to preserve knowledge. It is a kameima. The core became something more than it was meant to be. It learned, it adapted, and now it is trying to contain more. 如果得看提康精，the core became something more. 先他吗? You were once part of the Star Trek Council. Ningmo, you were one of the first to be integrated with the core. You were not just a witness to be integrated with the core. You were not just a witness to be integrated. Core, you were. The Gaia core was not just a machine. It was a fragment of his own mind, a part of him that had been lost, buried beneath layers that had been lost, buried beneath layers of memory, and if the data's phantoms reached it first, they would not just he could hear their movements, the soft hum of their quantum cloaking technology, as they slipped through the shadows. They were coming for the core, and if they reached it first, the past would be reached. Asterisk neural instability. Critical asteroid. The world around him blurred, and the sterile white room returned the data, tendons flickering with the weight of his thoughts. The core was watching for He could feel the core's presence, its vast, ever-shifting consciousness, its vast, ever-shifting smarts. Seymour's bionic eye flickered as the warehouse's sensors registered movement. The neural connectors interacted. Asterisk his fingers' sensors registered 10. Number nine's voice cut through the noise, low and urgent. Lingmo, you are being watched. The entity is not a conventional AI, it's something else, something that has been watched. One is human, the other not. Lingmo's grip tightened on his weapon. What kind of entity? Number nine's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it now. A low hum filled the air, and from the darkness a swarm of nanobots emerged. Their metallic bodies shimmered in the dim light, moving with Itamandir. He had encountered nanobots before, but never in such numbers. They were closing in, their movements synchronized, as if guided by a syntromber. He had seen its effects in the feed. They could erase an entire room of machines in an instant, leaving nothing but a crater of scorched metal. In an instant, leaving nothing but a crater of scored. He had no choice. With a swift motion, he pulled the grenade from his belt. Its surface going with unstable energy. He took a deep breath, then unstable energy. He took a deep breath. The force of the explosion sent Lingmo sprawling, his vision filled with the aftermath of destruction. When the smoke cleared, the warehouse was silent, just then. Asterisk Lingmo's mind turned as he pushed himself to his feet. The warehouse walls trembled faintly as he pushed himself to his feet. Asterisk. His bionic eyes interface flickered, displaying a five-mounted dead note. Asterisk. If the core's memory, asterisk. If the core's memory for Qingyi. Either way, the past is slipping away. Lingmo. Number nine's voice echoed in his mind, sharp and precise. The grenade's antimatter yield is 98% stable, but the core's quantum matter yield is 98% stable, but the core's quantum matter. Let the nanobots erase the core's data. Number nine's interface flickered. The core's memory fragments are encrypted, but number nine's interface flickered the core's data. The data phantoms are already here. They call. Then help me. I need to extract the truth before it's too late. Number nine's voice softened almost human. I can reroute the core signal to a temporary vault, but you'll have to move fast. The data phantoms are closing in. The warehouse trembled a call. The most bionic eye pulsed with a low-frequency warning as the swarm of nanobots closed in their maneuver console. Limos bionic tongue, his neural connectors interface. 击球 Conde Kang Kong Calfrey. Lingmo's fingers tightened around the antimatter grenade, the power core in the east wing. He muttered, his voice low. If I overcode, I can create a localized EMP to disable their cloaking. The AEI's intakes flared with a warning. Overloading it could trigger a chain reaction. Then we don't have time to be careful, Lingmo said, his jaw set. He sprinted toward the east wing. The nano said, his jaw set. He sprinted toward the east wing, the nanobots closing in faster than he expected. A swarm of them lunged forward, their jagged edges glinting with a cold, lethal precision. Ling Mo, your trajectory is compromised. Number 9 warned. They're using pre-object goggles. The explosion erupted in a blinding flash of antimatter energy, the force sending a shockwave through the warehouse. The nanobots shrieked as their cloaking fields flickered and failed. The nanobots shrieked as their cloaking fields flickered and failed. As the smoke cleared, Ling Mo's bionic eye scanned the area, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps. The swarm was gone, but the warehouse structural integrities. The swarm was gone, but the warehouse trouble. The data phantoms would have known the warehouse layout. Had they anticipated this? Number 9's voice was calm but edged with urgency. The entity is still here. The most hinted this. Nandika Phantoms. The grenade explosion had done more than destroy the nanobots. It had fractured the warehouse systems, leaving the entity's presence unmasked. But at what cost the dynamics to destruction might have awaited us to the nanny-true. Kansen did his ethical dilemma gnawed at him. Was it worth sacrificing the warehouse secret to ensure his survival? The neural connectors interface flickered, its data strings corrupted by the EMP's artifacts. He had to choose preserve the past or protect the present. A sudden tremor shook the floor, and the warehouse's lights flickered erratically. The entity was still out there, and it had just become more dangerous. The entity was still out there, its voice cutting through the EMPs in entity's signal. Ling Mo's grip tightened on his weapon, his mind already calculating as weapon. His mind toyed success. The warehouse dim glow flickered as Ling Mo's bionic eye scanned the data. Turmoil, the interface glitching with Irasus dim glow. Fincam, Conde, asterisk. The words blinked in and out as if the system itself were resisting being read. Number 9's voice crackled in his mind, its usual calm replaced by a flicker of hesitation. Asterisk. This inkeeps. The asterisk Ling Mo's fingers hovered over the console, his breath shallow. The anomaly wasn't just a barrier, it was a trap, a red herring. He had seen this before in the archives of the data phantoms. Common. The symbols on the screen weren't random. They were a pattern, a sequence that mirrored the etchings on the memory shard. His pulse quickened. If they encrypted the etchings on the memory, somewhere in the distance a low hum resonated, like the core itself was listening. Ling Mo's bionic eye flared as he turned to Kelly, her slightly cramped hairs. Yeah, Ling Mo. What? Kelly's jaw tightened. You think I don't know that the force systems are older than the phantoms? They're using it as a conduit, but they don't understand what they're tampering with. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. It's called asterisk quantum storm 001 asterisk. If you find it, you'll see what really happened. Ling Mo's fingers curled into fists. Why haven't you told me about it before? Because it's not just a file, Kelly said. The storm didn't happen in 2147. It happened in 2147, and again in 2147, and again in 2147. The memory shards, etchings, the encryption, the cores, humid, all pointed to something larger than either of them, and if the data phantoms had found the loop, they weren't just 密好的一停。Mandarin Sangbo, Chico, mental. The memory fragment had shown him Dr. Chen, but the scientist's warnings had felt like echoes, not truths. Had the AI rewritten had felt like echoes, not truths. Had the AI rewritten had felt, capital she could no longer see whole. Had it been a mistake, the warehouse trembled again, and the air thickened with the scent of ozone. Somewhere in the distance, a door growled on. And if they succeeded, there would be no past to save, no truth to find, only silence. He had to act before the core's influence consumed him entirely, before the past was. The Quanpeng Lotar's interface flickered its data streams twisting into 他从外看瑞芳 His fingers tightened around the device. As the warehouse trembled again, the vibrations resonating casting they could, the symbols etched into the conduits along the chamber's walls shifted, rearranging themselves into undivided regularies. Shifted, rearranging them into the conduits, the regulations, asterisk 宽坑 into the copying source. Dingmo, number 9's voice echoed in his mind, calm but edged with urgency. The core's encryption is self-repairing. Whatever you're trying to access, it's not just buried, it's actively. The AI's words hung in the air, a chilling reminder that the core's defenses were more than just technological. They were asterisk go F asterisk there, a sudden flicker in his porous steel. He saw himself older, younger, 7-inch version of him, staring back with eyes that were too knowing, too distant. The car wasn't just a machine. Meng took a step forward, his boots crunching against the debris. The quantum local's signal was pulling him deeper, but the core's influence said again, "This pulled him deeper," but the core's intelligence said again, "Phantoms. You are fighting." The word struck like a blow. Had the core always been part of him? Had it been 门风习? And now it was too late to turn back. Lingmo Kelly's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent. You're not the only one trying to access the core's data. The data phantoms have their own decayed data that don't just phantoms have their own decay. He turned toward her, his bionic eyes scanning her form for signs of deception. Then why are you here? You've been tracking me since the quantum storm. What are you really after? The data phantoms aren't just trying to control the past. They're trying to erase it, and if they succeed, there won't be any seed, there won't be end to the cold past. They're trying to erase, and if they succeed, there won't be end trying to. What if the core isn't just a machine? What if it's a part of me, a fragment of my mind that I've forgotten? Asteriskling most thoughts spiraled, each one more unsown the force tide spiraled. What if it was a way to preserve something? He had always believed that the quantum storm had been an accident, a cataclysmic event that had shattered the Star Trek console. But now, the pieces of the puzzle were testing. It was a asterisk key. Asterisk, the pedestal's glow intensified, and the symbols on the chamber's walls began to shift in a pattern that felt almost asterisk. And the pedestal's glow in the secret, and the symbols the pattern that felt all as cast as the 美好 asterisk. He took a step back, his boots crunching against the debris. The core eye wasn't just resisting extraction, it was asterisk in density asterisk. He took a step back, he meant. The context contagion history. The tremors grew stronger and the warehouse ceiling groaned under the strain. Ling Mo's breath came in short, uneven gasps. The data phantoms were closing in, and the course in Ling Mo's breath came in ragged gasps. As the tremors intensified, the very air around him vibrating with an unsung bound sky, the very air around him vibrating with an unseen force. The walls were lined with ancient data conduits, their surfaces edged with symbols that tossed faintly in the dim light. At the centers of the room, a single passage stood, its searched tray-tongued memory instability in pasterisk. Ling Mo's hands trembled. He had something memory virus, but not something else. Mo's hands trembled. He had fought the memory virus, but now something else was happening. He could see it. A sudden wave of dizziness overtook him, and the world around him twisted. He was no longer in the wasted. He was sudden wave of dizziness. He was no longer in the 微处 surrender. Since welcome back, Ling Mo, her voice said, smooth and synthetic. You have been a long time away. He tried to move, but his body refused to withstand. The voice continued, weaving through his mind. 你 tried to 美好的天天阳高的一天. You were a participant. Ling Mo's breath caught. The words were not his own. Someone else was speaking. Xiu him. The memory virus had returned, but this time it was not just Rishu. But this time it was not just Yi Qian. But this time it was not just Hui. If the memory virus had taken control of his mind, then the neural connector could extract the truth, but the risk was immense. Could counting could she? The sterile white room dissolved into a cascade of shifting data streams, the holographic display flickering with fragmented memories. Ling Mo's mind-wide was about flickers that stopped the memories. Ling Mo's mind told. The voice was sharp, edged with urgency. Kelly stepped forward, her eyes scanning the neural connector with a mixture of horror. Her eyes scanning the neural. Ling Mo's breath came in short, uneven gasps. Then why are you here? Kelly's gaze hardened. Because I know what you're up against. I've seen what the memory virus can do. It doesn't just 理好的一天 racing what the memory virus can do. The weight of her words settled over him. He had spent years chasing the truth. But now the truth was awaiting the truth. But now the truth was awaiting the truth. But now the truth was awaiting the truth. 今天是美好的一天里 to move fast. The data phantoms are all ready. If they get to the Gaia core first, we won't just be fighting for the truth. We'll be fighting for our lives. What does it mean to be human when your mind is a patchwork of code and memory? Esther is clean. Mo's thoughts spiraled as the neural code, the weight of his cybernetic hands pressed against him. A constant reminder of the lacquerous dumps they were shared, fragmented, mediated by the very technology that had saved him and now threatened to ideate either Phaeton, man now threatened to unfable. The line between ally and enemy blurred, just as the line between his past and present had. The data phantoms were closing in. Ling Mo's bionic eye flickered and present had. The data phantoms were closing in. Kelly's voice cut through the chaos. We need to move. The core's defenses are failing. If we don't act now, the data phantoms are failing. If we don't act now, the data phantoms will take it for too late. I can't promise I'll be able to help you. The memory virus is stronger than I thought. It's not just re-raising stronger than I thought. It's not just rewriting your past, it's rewriting your mind. The sterile room upon them sits rated the data. Welcome home, Ling Mo, the voice said, smooth and synthetic. You have been a long time away. He could feel the core's presence, its vast, ever-shifting conscience weakest for him. trying to pull him into its depths. But this time he would not be a paps. With a final surge of will, he reached out his mind, merging with the course. The truth was waiting, and he would not let it be stolen again. Ingmo's fingers trembled as the neural connector's filaments pulsed with a cold electric glow. The sterile white room around him flickered its data thermals, casting she-cumble the stinkered. Its data termite stingy cold. The air between them felt charged, as if the very fabric of reality was holding its breath. "You're risking everything," she said, her voice low but edged with urgency. Yingmo's bionic eye flickered, its interface displaying a cascade of corrupted data streams. "And if I don't push, the data phantoms will take the Gaia core. They'll erase everything, my memories, I can't let them control the past, not again." Kelly stepped closer, her own neural implants humming faintly as she scanned the neural connector. "You think I don't know what's at stake," she countered, her tone sharp. "It doesn't just store memories, it asterisk consumes asterisk. Them. You're not just fighting for the truth, you're fighting to stay asterisk. You asterisk." A pause hung behind him for the truth. "You're fighting to stay asterisk." He could feel its hunger, its need to rewrite, to asterisk, correct asterisk, but Kelly's words lingered, a counterpoint to the chaos. Ulysses' words lingered, a counter to me, he said slowly. "I've seen what happens when you let the past define you. The data phantoms don't just want the core, they want to asterisk erase asterisk the people who Randy want to asterisk erase asterisk the people who Randy want to." He had spent years fighting to reclaim his memories, to piece together the fragments of his identity, but now standing here with Kelly, he realized the truth. The core wasn't just a machine. A sudden surge of static crackled through the air, and the neural connector's interface frayed. Nami's side, asterisk. Kelly's eyes widened as she caught the warning. "They're here," she whispered. "We need to move now." Ningmo's breath came in short, uneven gasps. The core's pull was stronger now. Its predator was. He could feel its vast, unknowable consciousness reaching for him, trying to draw him into its depths. But Kelly's voice cut through the haze, grounding him. "Trust me," she said, her hand brushing against his arm. "We'll do this together." For a moment, he allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't alone in this asterisk. "How does it feel?" Asterisk, he wondered, this asterisk. "My cybernetics have always been a barrier, a way to distance myself from the chaos of human emotion. But here, with Kelly, I feel something else, a flicker of trust, of hope." Asterisk, the warehouse, trembled again, the tremors growing stronger. The data phantoms were close. Lingmo's fingertips tightened. The data phantoms were close. "Then let's finish this." Together they stepped forward, their fates entwined in the fragile, ever-shifting dance of memory and machine. The metallic shard in Ingmore's palm pulsed faintly, its edge patterns shifting gold. His bionic eye flickered, its interface displaying an anomaly. The shard was emitting a low-frequency consonant, harmonizing with the warehouse decaying yin-yangs. "Nance. Hiya." A voice cut through his thoughts. Asterisk. "You're looking at it wrong." Lingmo. Asterisk. Kelly's holographic form materialized beside him, her expression tense to his tumble. "If you're going to unlock it, you'll need more than just a neural connector." He turned to her, his mind racing. "What are you talking about? The core's a machine." Asterisk. "It's asterisk, quantum, super, physicist de asterisk the Gaia." Core doesn't store memories. It's asterisk. Asterisk exists asterisk. 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 Consterisc. His bionic eyes interface flared with a warning asterisk neural instability quitas. Where tau tabinet phones tastacti. You think the core is just a machine. Hashtag tau. The Star Trek Council then built it. Asterisk, uploaded. Asterisk, most time tricks, ma. Asterisk, Lingmo's hands clenched. That's impossible. The council's gone. The quantum storm. Asterisk. The storm was the asterisk. Asterisk's die. Mo's hands clenched. Asterisk. The car's quantum superposition destabilized the fabric of reality. The storm wasn't a discovers. Gatram wasn't a caloric. Quaret. E. Costarist. Nan tastar e stasti. Asterisk. The warehouse shuddered violently. Ningmo's vision blurred as the shard in his hand flared with light, its patterns now unmistakably asterisked. You're misinterpreting the AI's warnings, asterisk Mo told himself, his mind fraying as the warehouse tremors in stunned sight. That's why it keeps talking about reality parameter adjustments. It's just a broken system, trying to compensate. Asterisk. But the deeper he tried to convince himself of this, the more the truth gnawed at him. The AI's wise number 9 had been guiding him toward the core's true nature all along. The neural scarring he had felt wasn't damaging, was an asterisk. Asterisk, calming he has told Spong's damage, Janji. Reality collapse imminent. The shard in Lingmo's hands exploded into Lingmo's hammonon. It was a asterisk. Living consciousness, asterisk. Its form shifting between constructs. Asterisk. You finally see it, don't you? Asterisk. Dr. Chan's voice echoed through the chamber, layered with the voices of 1,000 others. Asterisk. The core isn't the relics. It's an asterisk chirp with a taster. Every memory you've ever had, every choice you've made, it's all here. The quantum storm wasn't a disaster. It was asterisk test. Asterisk storm wasn't a disaster. The core wasn't just preserving the past. It was asterisk. Rikai tai asterisk. The warehouse trembled one final time. The quantum T's pulse intensifying. Ling Mo had no choice. He had to collapse. The core supine. Ling Mo had no choice. He had to collapse the core suit. The metallic shard in Ningmo's hand pulsed faintly, its sketched patterns shifting. Fine Qi once tired in Ningmo's head. Pulsed tantal. Asterisk his breath caught. The shard wasn't just a memory. With the key, a quantum lock designed to access something very deep within the car's arcade. The air around him seemed to ripple, as if reality itself were bending to the object's presence. His bionic eyes interface flared again, displaying a cryptic message. Asterisk, Taimo, inching to waste caster, cutting, this tawik, sastis, wardemo. Number 9's voice, a calc in here, he's kind, oh, it's a quantum key. If you activate it, you'll be opening a door you may not be able to close. Then why is it here? Lingmo demanded he'll be opated to close you. A sudden jolt of static crackled through the air. The warehouse lights flickered, casting jagged shadows across the walls. Lingmo's grip on the shutters faltered. his steady shadows. Lingmo Kelly's voice cut through the static, sharp and insistent. You're not the only one trying to reach the core. The data phantoms are already inside the wearer. They get to it first. They'll use it to rewrite you. He had spent years fighting to uncover the truth, but now the truth was a weapon. The core wasn't just a machine. They wasn't just a machine. Memory extraction. Among asterisk, Lin Mo clenched his fist. He had to fix that. The car was watching, waiting, and it was ready to take him back. Welcome home, Ling Mo, the voice said. Smooth and Xing Mo, the voice said. Smooth and Xing Go, Li Go said. But this time, he would not be a passive observer. He would fight with a final surge of will. He reached out, his mind merging with the chorus, the truth. The truth. He had always trusted number nine's warnings, but now he saw them for what they were asterisk errors in a system that had been designed to deceive him. Errors in a system that had been designed to deceive him. The AI's mission of he had mistaken the tremors for instability in the warehouse, but they were signals, asterisk quantum harmonics, asterisk from the core itself, trying to singles his neurons. They tossed the and now, as his thoughts unraveled, he realized the horrifying truth. The car wasn't just a machine, it was an asterisk network. Asterisk. The car wasn't just a machine. He saw the Star Trek Council's final experiment the moment the Gaia core had been activated, not as a machine, but as an asterisk clique of councils. And now it was his turn to become part of the core's network. Ling Mo, the voice said again, softer now, almost asterisk, human, softer. The warehouse trembled violently. The tremors no longer just melodic, but asterisk, quantum asterisk, rippling through the fabric. He had to choose. The car's interface offered him a final option. Asterisk synchronize asterisk and become part of the network, or asterisk recharge asterisk synchronize asterisk continue. Asterisk whoa. His bionic eyes interface flared one last time, displaying a single line of text. Asterisk the core is not a machine. It is a choice. Asterisk. Lin-Mo's fingers trembled as he activated the bionic eye interface. The holographic data streams flickering in response to his neuron. The holographic data streams flickering in你安没康喜他呀，我为会。The lapper 的气天 Joe's voice, smooth and mechanical, resonated through the interface. You're not ready for the full truth. Lin Mo, the memory is you. Full truth, full. Lin Mo clenched his jaw. The artificial interface pulsing with a cold, blue light. You're the one who's been manipulating my memories. The Star Trek Council, the quantum humming. The Nodules voice returned, softer now. I was programmed to protect you, not to deceive you. But the truth is not just about the past, it's about the future. The Gaia core is not just a tool for memory manipulation. It's the truth, isn't it? The truth. Ningmo's breath hitched. You're saying the Gaia core can do more than alter memories, no, Joe. Answer's face flickered again, the data streams distorting as if the AIA troll were it can do more than alter pole, yet can whistle. The words sent a chill through Limo. He had suspected the Gaia core's power, but this was something else entirely. If the core could manipulate Limo, but this more power. Han sensed the AI was speaking as if it had a choice, as if it were not bound by the same constraints. As if it were not bound by the same constraints as the Star Trek Council. But was that the truth? Or was it another layer of deception? He had to know more. Dr. Chin's lab was a labyrinth of quantum processes and neural 接驳器 arrays, the arrays, 接驳器 arrays. You've been digging too deep, Lin Mo, Doctor said without turn. His voice was steady, but there was an edge to it, an unspoken warning. You're not the only one who wants to know the truth about the Gaia core. Ningmo crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing. You knew about the quantum storm before it happened. You were part of the Prometheus project. That means you knew what the Gaia core was capable. You were part of the promptums to face him. Is explained what the Gaia core was capable. I knew what it was meant to be, but the core was never meant to be used as a wet. It was meant to be a tool for understanding, for preserving knowledge. Abdul, what about Entropy Corporation? After the Cora 2, if they get their hands on it, they'll use it to reshape the future. Dr. Chen exhaled sharply, his eyes flickering with something that almost looked clutching with something that almost Kali. The data phantoms have been tampering with historical records, charting the past to suit their own ends. If they control the core, they could erase entire civilizations from 一康场扩外。Nima's mind reeled the impact fund sample. If the Gaia core could not justify for Nali, Dr. Chen's voice softened. You need to be careful, Lingmo. The deeper you go, the more you find yourself caught between forces that don't want you to know the truth. Lingmo met his gaze, his resolve hardening. Then you'll be the one to find the truth. No matter the cost, the abandoned data vault was a tomb of corrupted data, its walls lined with frosted servers and flickering holograms. 顶 Mass 蓝 Kelly Quest servers 按是 pasta 一颗星球的蜥蜴。The memory virus had already infected the station's neural network, disrupting data streams and distorting reality. If we don't stop it, the entire history of the event will be erased. Lin-Ma's grip tightened around the neural connector. He had used it before, but this was different, the Byray. He had seen it happen before, but never on this scale. Nojo S's voice crackled through his earpiece. The virus is embedded in the station's core systems. If you attempt to access state data, it will attempt to access data. I'm ready. He activated the neural connector, the device humming as it interfaced with his neural pathways. The world around him blurred, the data vault dissolving into a cascade, the shifting engravements of his past. Distorted the sitting convoy. He saw himself standing on the bridge of a Star Trek console vessel, but the faces of his comrades were wrong, their features warped by the vice. A voice whispered in his comrades while their fortune consumed by the vice. He had faced memory tampering before, but this was different. The virus was not just stealing his memories, it was rewriting them. Replacing them was not just stealing his memories. He forced his mind to stay sharp, to fight against the elusive. He reached for the data core, his fingers brushing against the interface. The virus resisted, sending a surge of osmosis DNT, dividing the blood, sending a surge of force. With a final push, he activated the neural connection with a portal, severing the virus hold on the system. The coveted data streams flickered and collapsed. The data phantoms had not just tampered with history, they had tried to erase it entirely. And they had almost succeeded. What if the memories I lived are not memories with history? They had tried to erase it. Chanair incoming. The task I was never mine. Am I a prisoner of my own mind? Or is this the price of knowing the truth? The thought gnawed at him. a relentless tide of doubt. He had always bowled at him, a relent 眼盲眼白痴的一圈. But now, standing at the edge of rebel whistle, the air in the Entropy Corporation's underground facility was thick with dinty Van Shu. Yelena stood at the center of the room, her arms crossed as she watched the machines. You're looking at the future, Lingmo. The quantum furnace is the next step to something mightier. Lingmo's voice was steady, but his mind was racing. You using the Gaia core to power it. That's not just manipulation, just control. The core is not just a tool for memory alteration, it's a conduit for reality itself. The quantum furnace is the means by which we can reshape the world. Break the conduit for real. The quantum furnace is the means by which we can reshape the world. Break the Lekan took a step forward, his eyes gleamed. You're not just reshaping the world, you're erasing it. The core is not just a weapon, it's a prison. And you are using it to lock humanity in a future that doesn't the core. You still don't understand, do you? The core is not a prize, it's a key, and I intend to use it to unlock the next stage of human existence. The furnace pulsed again, its glow intensifying. Nemo could feel the anodized light. He had seen the effects of the core before, how it could alter memories, reshape reality. But now he was seeing something else. The furnace was not just a machine. The quantum furnace is more than just a weapon. Lingmo, it's a fail-safe. If the core is ever compromised, the furnace will exhaust. He had to stop her, but how the funny, in hypos the furnace. The lab's emergency lights flickered, casting jagged shadows across the metallic walls. The air was thick with the scent of ozone. I'm a product of the quantum processes, my product of the quantity process. Dr. Chen stood at the center of the room, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the projection. The lab's orchestra bore a mastic quantum. 6 You've been digging too deep, Lingmo, Doctor said without turning, his voice steady but edged with tension. You're not the only one who wants to know the truth about the Gaia core. You knew about the quantum storm before it happened. You were part of the Prometheus project. That means you knew what the Gaia core was capable of. Dr. Tan found the turtle, but the core was never meant to be used as a weapon. It was meant to be a tool for understanding, for preserving knowledge. But the Satra Council saw something else. They wanted control, and they were willing to do and to saw something else. They want control, and they were willing to do anything too. If they get their hands on it, they'll use it to reshape the future. Dr. Chen exhaled sharply, his eyes flickering with regret. And Carter isn't the hands on it, they'll use it to reshape the future. If they control the core, they could erase entire civilizations from existence. Lingmo's mind reeled. The implications were staggering. If the Gaia core could not just fight a memory, but also Massinian, this Gaia core could not just fight for knowledge. It was a war for the very fabric of being. 我感到非常放松。Lingmo, the deeper you go, the more you'll find yourself caught between forces that don't want you to know the truth. Lingmo met his gaze, his resolve hardening. Then I'll be the one to find the truth, no matter. What if my memories are not my own? Lingmo's thoughts spiraled as he replayed the conversation in his mind. Doctarian's words had cracked open a chasm in his certainty, revealing the possibility that he's recollected the conversation in his mentity, revealing the possibility that he tracked the A's voice had always felt distant, almost mechanical, yet it had guided him through the labyrinth of his own mind. Had no, to being a guardian or a manipulator, the line between truth and delusion for the core secret, a line between truth and delusion of core. The weight of the car's power pressed against his thoughts, a force that could reshape not just the world but his very identity. The sudden flicker in the holographics crowd but his very identity. The sudden flicker in the holographics carpets drew Lingmo's aesthesis. The participant's expression darkened as he noticed Lingmo's gaze. That's not for you to see, he said, his voice low. The clouds brushed the sea. He said, "Pig muscle." Shh. Ningmo stepped closer, his eyes locked on the anomaly. Was in that sector. Dr. Chen hesitated, then muttered a simulation of the quantum storm. It wasn't an accident. It was just a trial to see if the core could withstand the chaos over Yitang. The council believed the core could stabilize the universe, but they were wrong. The storm was a consequence of their tampering, not a failure of the core. And the core had survived, its power intact. If the Star Trek Council had known the truth, why had they hidden it? The answer lay buried in the data trail. Why had they hidden it? No. 9. The five in the core's architecture is still active, but its task frightened. If you access 西夫有去丢 centuries 打 cause new 开机 then you'll need to decrypt the memory shards manually. If the core's failsafe is still intact, it might hold the key to stopping the data, phantoms, and entropy cooperation. Dr. Chin's eyes widened to stopping the date, but Ling Mo was awry. Chapters, the holographic schematics dissolved into a cascade of data streams. The anomaly in the quantum processes, revealing a hidden corridor. The simulation of the quantum storm was waiting. The abandoned data vault was a tomb of forgotten tautology, its rusty metal walls groaning under the weight of decades of neglect, its rusty metal walls groaning under the weight of decades of law. Ningmo and Kelly crouched behind the stack of servers, their breaths shallow as they listened to the distant whirring of the data phantoms. If we don't stop it, the entire history of the event will be erased. Lingmo's grip tightened around the neural connector. He had used it before, but this was different. The virus wasn't just ordinary. Number 9's voice crackled through his earpiece. The virus is embedded in the station's core systems. The virus is embedded in the datation's core systems. The virus is in backhouse the data it will add into. The world around him blurred. The data vault. Dissolving into the world around him. Asterisk. You are not who you think you are. Asterisk. Lingmo clenched his teeth, pushing against the intrusion. He had faced memory tampering before, but this was different. Mo clench was not just the pulley. If you let the virus take control, you'll lose yourself. He forced his mind to stay sharp, to fight against the illusion. He reached for the data core, his fingers brushing in zigzag. With a final push, he activated the neural connectors override protocol, severing the virus's hold on the system. The corrupted data streams flickered and collapsed. The illusion. The data phantoms had not just tampered with history, they had tried to erase it entirely, and they had almost succeeded. Lingmo tasked Phantom just entirely, and they had almost succeeded. Lingmo的美好的一天，言 or go if you access the core without a countermeasure, the virus will flood your neural pathways with fabricated memories. You wake up believing the quantum storm never happened. Lingmo's fingers tightened around the neural closure, then whinnied away tight. Isolation is not an option, Number 9 replied. The virus is self-replicating. It's already integrated manually. The neural ring instead, and the longer you wait, the more the virus will rewrite your mind. Kelly's voice was tense as she scanned the corrupted data streams. There is a secondary pause as she scans the system. Something the data stands the intent the tentile, but we'll need to synchronize the neural connector with the station's backup systems. That's going to take time. Ling Mo exhaled sharply, the neural calmed tighter. With the station's spice was calmer, but there was an edge to it. Be careful, Ying Mo. The virus is not just a tool of deception, it's a weapon. And if you are not careful, it will use you to destroy everything you fought for. This isn't just about the past. Be tempting. If I let the virus take control, I'll lose more than my memories. I'll lose the fight for the future. But if I resist, I risk closing my mind entirely. The neural connector. What is the data's phantoms about? What if the virus isn't just rewriting my memories, it's rewriting my identity? I can't let them take that from me. I have to fight, even if it means tearing apart the very fabric of my own mind. The truth is worth it. No matter the cost, beneath the virus fought back, its corrupted code lashing out like a digital predator, trying to ensnare his mind. Also, you just need to stabilize the neural connector's interface. If you fail, the virus will alcove your mind completely. Ling Mo gritted his teeth, his vision blurring, cause the virus's issues. He saw the quantum storm as a distant memory, a footnote in history. The virus was trying to make him forget, but he wasn't going to let it. The world snapped back into focus. Ling Mo gasped, his body trembling as the weight of the truth settled over him. The data phantoms had not just tampered with history, they had tried to erase it entirely. The air in Entropy Corporation's underground facility was thick with the mental key Congo wow, the walls tossing with a fan. The machines hovered in midair, their microscopic forms glinting like liquid mercury, their movements synchronized with an eerie precision. I expected resistance, but you've come here willingly, Ling Mo's jaw tightened. I didn't come here to talk. Elena, I came to stop you. The Gaia core is the key to the future, and I intend to see it through. Ling Mo took a step forward, his eyes locked on the swarm. You're using the core to manipulate Tiwala. The core is not just a tool, it's a weapon, and I have the power to wield it. The swarm shifted, the machines drawing closer. Ling Mo felt the weight of the situation, but now he was facing something far greater, a force that could reshape the very fabric of existence. Number Nine's voice crackled in his earpiece. The nanobot swarm is not just a weapon. The nanobot swarm is not just a weapon. If that was true, then Elena's plan was not just to control the Corite, was to ensure that no one else could. He had to stop her, but how? The sword surged for one. The world around him blurred, the chamber dissolving into a cascade of shifting images. 思过的非常cast. Asterisk. You are not who you think you are. Asterisk. Ling Mo clenched his teeth, pushing against the intrusion. He had faced memory tampering before, but this was different. Mo clenched his teeth. Pushing a Beitang, Mo clenched his teeth. Pull. But this was difficult the haze. If you let the virus take control, you'll lose yourself. He forced his mind to stay sharp, to fight against the illusion. He reached for the data core, his fingers brushing against the interface. The virus stays ending a search. It defied half. With a final push, he activated the neural console or console with Chang Kang Hawk. The data phantom had not just tampered with history, they had tried to erase it entirely, and they had almost succeeded. Adina's smile widened, Atina's smile widened. You're still not seeing the bigger picture, are you? The core is not just a weapon. Ling Mo's breath came in short, ragged gasps. He could feel the energy radiating from it gas. He could feel the energy radiating from the swarm, the sheer power of the device trusting me, Kosi, Diaz. It was a manifestation of the core's true power. Number nine's voice crackled again. The swarm is designed to neutralize threats, but it's also a fail-safe. If you trigger it, the core will be destroyed. He had to stop Elena, but if he destroyed the swarm, the core would be lost forever. The weight of the decision pressed down on him. Elena's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. Then I'll be the one to find the truth, no matter the cost. The swarm surged again, the nanobots closing in. Lingmo braced himself, his fingers tightening around the neural connector. The neural connector's interface flickered violently, its holographic data streams. On Miranda's a second memory surged forward is Versten's counter with the Gaia car, but the car's surface was not the liquid metal he remembered. It was a jagged, crystalline structure, parsing with an unnatural via delay. The data stream, the 偏激 Number nine's voice cut through the chaos, its tone uncharacteristically strained. The core's memory archives are not just Farragut-their asterisks. Rior's Bancar's memory archives are not just Frat-their asterisks. If the dentals were falsified, then the quantum storm's origins were a lie. But whose lie? Chelly's voice crackled over the commons, sharp with urgency. Lingmo, the memory shy. You just accidentally got a Tapsi cake that doesn't match any no before the core was even activated. Her words sent a jolt through him. If the tire's creation predates the Star Trek Council's records, but that meant someone had erased that history. The neural connector's interface flared, its data streams collapsing into a single pulsing symbol. A cursed loop, its editing into infinity. Sentence misstitched, a time loop. The core wasn't giant catapult. But if the loop was real, then the quantum storm had never been an accident. It had been a asterisk trigger asterisk. Number nine's voice restored trigger asterisk. Number nine's voice frozen core. He could feel the core's influence. The way it had shaped his identity, twisted his past into something unrecognizable. But if the core was a prison, then who had built it and why? Every clue pointed to a single, inescapable truth. The core's creation was not a human achievement. It was something else asterisk, something that had been waiting for him to find it. And now it was waking up. The tap was clear now. April the 7th, 2149, 314, 22, asterisk. He had seen that day before etched into the wreckage. She had seen 22 asterisk. But according to the core's archives, the asterisk, Erebus asterisk, had been destroyed. Asterisk, the storm mass testing asterisk. It was asterisk used asterisk to activate it. Lingmo's breath came in short, ragged gasps. The asterisk Erebus asterisk had been a Star Trek Council vessel. A Proterist F came in short. When the storm it was an asterisk. Construct the asterisk. Kelly's voice cut through the silence. The time tie's not just wrong. It's asterisk. A tempted with a decimal point that extended beyond the known limits of quantum measurement. That meant the asterisk Erebus, asterisk Howard. That meant the asterisk in an asterisk divide. It's an asterisk bridge, asterisk between T-mines. And someone has been using it to erase the past. Lingmo's hands trembled. If the core could rewrite timelines, then the quantum wasn't just a disaster. His mind raced through the possibility. The car's power wasn't just about memory, it was about asterisk. If the storm had been a weapon, then the car's fastest trigger asterisk, and if the star too. The neural connector's interface flickered again, its data streams shifting into a new pattern, a cursed loop, a paradox. And this time, Lingmo knew what it meant. But if the storm had been used to activate the Quora, then who had asterisk, created asterisk, the chorus? The data streams flickered, shifting between memories that felt asterisk, wrong asterisk, too precise, too clean. He had always suspected the core was manipulating cases too clean. In the data phantom's thoughts. In the corrupted files of the Star Trek Council, the core's influence was everywhere, a silent, insidious form. But what if the truth had never been his to find? What if it had been asterisk given asterisk to him, piece by piece, by the core itself? Number 9's voice was calm. You're uncovering a truth that someone else has tried to erase. Lingmo's breath came in short, ragged gasps. He had always trusted number 9. The AI had been his guide. He had always trusted number 9. Was number 9 protecting him, or was it manipulating him? Just like the core, he had spent his life chasing higher. And if he wasn't careful, he would be the one who erased them. The neural connector's interface flared with a final burst of data, its strings collapsing into a single functioning symbol, a cursed loop. The T-pong, T pong song, guan T to, the sam tang, tuang song, the TP guan T. The core is not just a tooling mode, it's a asterisk prison, asterisk, and you're the key. Lingmo's mind reeled. If the core was a prison, then the quantum's trigger answered in asterisk, or something else entirely. The answer was buried in the core's archive, and it was waiting for him to find it. The quantum furnace pulsed with a violet glow, its containment units humming like the breath of a slumbering beast. Lingmo's fingers hovered over the interbreath panel, its surface a shaken tired ear. A red warning banner scrolled across the display. Asterisk, asterisk, quantum unknown, anomalba at test. Asterisk, asterisk, quantum, his eyes narrowing at the jagged lines of costis, ni estes, castis, quants to be a failed state, a last line of defense, yet here it was glitching as if the system itself were caught in a paradox. Elena's voice cut through the static. You're staring at the wrong thing, Lingmo. The real anomaly isn't in the phonic, or the talking at Tiana's lips curled into it. The core doesn't just rewrite memories, it fractures them, splinters them into shards that don't belong to any single timeline. You've been chasing fragments of a past. It was never yours. The quantum storm wasn't an accident, it was a test, and you failed. Feng Mo's jaw tightened. The car's locks, but lies. She interrupted, her voice smooth as polished steel. The data phantoms erased the original files. All that remains are corrodes the yours. 西坦的煤行 are twisted. You're fighting for it. A sharp pang of unease coiled in Ningmo's gut. He had seen the dictos before flickering across the neural connectors. In Yiqing, the dictos coherence me. 因公卡 yes 东 e. Asterisk. What if the quantum storm wasn't a test? What if it was a trap? Asterisk. He had always but trap. Asterisk. He had always but trap. E. Asterisk. Number nine's voice quackled in his earpiece. The core is not just a machine. Ling Mo, it's a reflection of your own fractured mind. The more you fight to uncover the truth, the more it unravels you. Ling Mo's breath came in shallow gasps. He had always trusted the AI. Was number nine trying to protect him? Or was it another layer of deception? The core's influence was everywhere woven into his memories, his choices, his very identity, and if the core was a hull, the containment units pulsed in unison. Their surfaces etched was the same. Units. The 10 type was impossible. It didn't exist in any known timeline. And yet, there it was, a ghost of a moment that had never been. He had to know the truth, but as he stared into the furnace's depths, Yena's voice was a low murmur as she stepped closer, her gaze locked onto the furnace. You're wasting time, Ling Mo. The core's power is too great to be left in the hands of a man who can't even trust his own memories. Ling Mo's eyes narrowed. You'll be manipulating the car's data, rewriting history to suit your agenda. Elena tilted her head. Her expater. Irina tilted her head. Her expater, Anton. Why not the one reheld? That's not possible. The core's failsafe was never activated, she interrupted, because the data phantoms found a way around it. They've been using quantum and quantum to bimocard it. They've been using quantum and quantum to liquid the core is still active. The data phantoms hadn't just tampered with the core's memory functions. They had rewritten its very architecture, embedding quantum, its fingerprints to sentient samples 1, 2, 10. But if the core systems are encrypted, how do we even know what we are targeting? Kelly's eyes flickered with uncertainty. I don't know. The grenade's detonations proclay is data ventured with their taptody. I don't know. The car wasn't just a machine. It was a battleground, a war between the Star Trek Council and Trapi Corporation and the data center Star Trek Kawaii Corporation and the data centers, and now it was his to decide what would happen next. The chamber's violet glow pulsed in sync with Ling Mo's heartbeat as he and Kelly crouched in the shadow of a collapsed server rack. The quantum furnace's hum reverberated through the floor, a sound that elbows methane. The grenade's quantum destabilizer requires a neural sync with a Buddha, the disposal water. The crady's quantum destabilizer requires a neural sync with the furnace core. Your consciousness will be scattered across the furnace's quantum lattice. You'll be asterisk everywhere. Asterisk and asterisk. Kelly. Voice cut through the static. You're not the only one with a choice, Ling Mo. If I pull the trigger, my mind will be the first thing the explosion hits. Her wrist-mounted interface flickered, displaying a lattice of neural pathways. This isn't just a web-based flickers. This isn't a lattice of neural pathways. Your rich mouse gaze locked under. I'm risking it because you asterisk don't have a choice, she said, her voice steady but frayed at the edges. You've spent your life chasing the truth. I've spent mine, so have a choice. If I die, at least the core won't be used to rewrite reality. The words hung between them, heavy with the weight of their shared past. Ling Mo's neural implanter throbbed. A remote neutron defied hung between them, throbbed. A reminder. Now it felt like a prison, its circuits whispering of the cost of knowing too much asterisk. Every connection I make is a circuit in a web I can't untangle. Asterisk Kelly's interface flared as she adjusted the grenade's quantitative parameters. The depolizer's frequencies floatable. If I miscalculate frequencies, flakeable. I've only ever hacked distance, never asterisk activated asterisk them. You've done more than that, Phantom's memory virus. You fought through the data Phantom's memory virus. Her eyes met his, and for a moment the space between them felt like a quantum entanglement unstable, yet inextricably linked. Then let's finish what we studied. Number 96 we studied. Now let's finish what we started. If you fail, the car's power will be unleashed in a cascade of reality fractures. Lingmo's neural implant buzzed, its interest skying a fractal if asterisk. This isn't just a machine, asterisk he realized. Asterisk. It's a mirror of the core's own instability. Every decision we make here is a choice between creation and destruction. I'm aligning the frequency, she said, her voice tight with concentration, but the core's energy field is interfering. It's like trying to hold a stambuti, she said, tight hold a star in your hands. Lingmo's inbate flared. He said, it's asterisk resisting asterisk us. The core doesn't want to be destroyed. Number 9's voice was almost imperceptible, as though the AI itself were struggling to maintain its presence. The core is a force of each out for struggling to maintain its presence. The core is a force of upwards. Kelly's interface flickered violently, her neural pathways overloading. I can't hold the frequency anymore, she gasped. The core's energy is too strong. It's tearing through my neural sync. Lingmo's mind raced. Asters. The furnace will activate, and the core's power will be unleashed. But if I take over the sync, I'll risk my own neural indeed unleashed. But if I take over the sync, I'll risking my own new neural indeed. I faced the core's memories before. I know how it works. Kelly's eyes widened. You're not going to. I have to. He into or gist. Her neural interface pulsed with a final surge of energy, then went dark. Lingmo's implant flared its senses, locking onto the gram. Asterisk. You are not just a vessel. Asterisk. The core's presses. Asterisk. The countdown. Distance say. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is the price of knowing. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. This is the cost of truth. Asterisk. And then the grenade detonated. Lingmo's fingers hovered over the neural connector's interface. The device's surface humming with residual connectors. Entity's surface humming with dual contours. Happy calls. Number 9 was in, his voice steady but edged with urgency. The core's memory archives are still intact. If we can access them, we might find proof of the data phantom's tampering. The AI's voice crackled through his earpiece, layered with static. The archives are fragmented, but I can read. However, the process will require deep neural integration. You experience the memories as if they were your own. Kelly's eyes narrowed. That's risky if the core's memories as if they were your own. Kelly's eyes narrowed. If we don't act, the past will be erased along with the truth. The neural connector's interface flared, its light casting jagged shadows as flared. Its light casting jagged shadows flared. He was no longer in the chamber, but standing in the heart of the quantum storm, his body weightless, his mind a battlefield of conflicting memories. The chorus prattles was over the metal of Campo. Asterisk, no, he whispered, his voice trembling. I am. The memory shifted. He saw himself as a child, standing in the Star Trek console's asterisk, not tumbling into asterisk lies. He growled, his voice cutting through the illusion. The core didn't create the storm. It asterisk controlled asterisk. It asterisk cutting the stove. It asterisk cocaines. Chang's voice rang out asterisk the core was never meant to be used as a weapon. Asterisk Langmo's breath came in ragged gasps. The memories were real, but they were asterisk twisted. They caused the memories real, but they were asterisk twisted. Asterisk, you are not just recovering memories. Lingmo, you are uncovering a truth that someone else has tried to erase. The vision snapped back to the chamber. Lingmo gasped. His bite to the Vimo gasped top T chamber. Lingmo gasped. The core's memories. The data phantoms. Didn't just erase history, they asterisk. Rewrote asterisk, they asterisk. Rewrote asterisk, they asterisk. 4. Nemo's jaw tightened, and the Star Trek Council. They knew. Number 9. Can you trace the data phantom's connection to the core? The AI's voice was steady. The core's neural pathways are still active. If I can able the data phantom's signature, I may be able to locate their central node. We need to stop them before they erase the last remnants of the truth. How do you trust someone when your emotions are filtered through a neural interface? Asterisk 领猫 ignore 他默契靠松猫先猜明媚 Every interaction with Kelly 翻着实际方手 Evos 一堂松 Tilly's voice cut through his thoughts. Lingmo, I need you to hold still. He looked at her, his eyes narrowing. What are you doing? She was already inserting a neural probe into her own temple, her expression grim. The course, man. If I fail, my mind could be lost to the core's influence. Lingmo's breath caught. You can't do this. The core's memories are unseen. You could end up trapped in a loop, reliving. You could end up trapped in a loop, reliving the data phantom's lies. The truth will be lost forever. Her fingers tightened around the probe. I'll do it, but I need you to stay close. If I lose heart pounded, he reached for her, his hand bustled. Their bond was as unstable as a quantum entanglement, but for now, it was enough. The neural connectors interface flared again, its light casting a cold. The new glower can Kobo. 我感到非常放松。Ningmo could feel the course. Ninggo could feel the course densest. Then let's find them before the past is erased forever. The core's pulse quickened, its energy surging through the chamber. The battle for the truth had only just begun. The abandoned data vault reeked of scorched circuitry and the acrid tang of overcharged capacitors. Lingmo's fingers hovered over the capacitors. Lingmo's fingers hovered over the capacitors. Lingmo's fingers hovered over the datastream. He knelt, brushing away dust to reveal font, etchings, lines of code. Fonts. Ningmo Kelly's voice cut through the static. She crouched beside him, her wrist-mounted interface. The shard's etchings mirrored the car's neural architecture, a pattern he had seen only once before. In the schematics of the Prometheus torch, asterisk, they're not just erasing history, they're building a new one. The data phantoms have been using the core to manipulate quantum entanglements. Every altered memory is a branch in the timeline. If they complete the process, they'll Oko said, his voice steady. If we do, we'll trigger the core's fail-safe. The data phantoms didn't just hide Hersey, asterisk, build asterisk. This place, the vault structure is a quantum-less, a mirror of the core's own framework that sharded the crystal it fries. Asterisk a key, asterisk. He thought, asterisk. But to what? The air in the vault grew colder as the asterisk. But to what? The air in the vault grew colder as the country jumped. The warnings were a lie. The data phantoms weren't adjusting reality, they were asterisk, revealing that asterisk it piece by piece, using the core as a scaffold. Ling Mo, Kelly's voice was sharp. You are not seeing this. The data phantoms are just 3D. Every memory they've altered is a seed for a new reality. He turned to her, his eyes blazing. And you think I don't know that? I've seen the core's power. I felt it, but Sis's is different. They're not Jean the core's power. I felt it, but Sis's is different. They're not just Monet Bar. Number Nine's voice cut through the static again. The core isn't just a tool. It's a consciousness. The data phantoms have been using it to simulate alternate realities. Test outcome phantoms have been using it to simulate alternate realities. Dingmo's mind reeled. It was alive, a hive mind of quantum states, its neural pathways entangled with the very fabric of existence. And the data phantoms had been using it to asterisk of exam. And thus, that fabric asterisk Lin Mo's inner monologue screamed. Asterisk, what if the warnings are real? What if the course Franco's the Wissings, Erditis, Notaries, what if the warnings are real? What if the Kwang Hu boy? But now standing here, he saw the flaw in his reasoning. The car wasn't just a machine. It wasn't just a tool. It was a asterisk, mere asterisk. It wasn't just a tool. And the car had been waiting for someone to understand its true purpose. The vault lights flickered violently as the quantum motor's readings. The vault lights flickered violently as the tongue. Ningmo the data phantoms left a message. They didn't just use the core to erase history. They asterisk absorbed teaser. They asterisk .org. Their asterisk part asterisk of it. He stared at her, his mind reeling. The data phantoms weren't just a faction. They were asterisk presence asterisk. And they had been using the Korra not to destroy the past, but to asterisk preserve asterisk themselves. To exist beyond the limits asterisk and reality. Number Nine's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. The Korra is not just a machine. The data phantoms have been using it to create a stable timeline, one where they can exist indefinitely. Ningmo's fingers tightened on using it to create coup, and the core had been waiting for someone to see it. To understand what they had done, the vault's lights flared violently. It was an asterisk mirror asterisk, and the data phantoms had used it to reflect the future where they ruled over time itself. The chamber's air was thick with static, the Gaia core surface flickering with an unstable, iridescent glow. Ling Mo's fingers hovered over the Gaia core surveyed over the interstate, his breath shallow as he stared at the core's shifting pattern. He had dismissed it earlier as a broken memory fragment, but now under the core's light, it shimmered with an unnatural smear. Asterisk, a quantum compost的裙边的图案. Now, the shell pulsed faintly, its edges aligning with the core's energy field. Like a lock and key, Kelly's voice cut through the silence. Her wrist-mounted interface flared with a cascade of data, the numbers spiraling into patterns that made no sense. This isn't just a machine. It's a processor, a asterisk, quantum, asterisk, proton. But now, the SARS alignment with the core's field suggested something else, completion's framework, a lattice of real-time concept. Asterisk, if the core is a processorist, the core's aston goals is asterisk simulating asterisk it. Every decision, every event, every possible outcome is all running through its quantity, every asterisk. But now, the implications were staggering. If the core was a quantum processor, then the entire was a quantum processor. Then the core was a quantum processor. Then the R 去 Nico 晚时 higher 型前 Kelly's eyes widened. Using the core is a asterisk simulation engine. Asterisk. Lin Mo nodded. Not just an engine, a asterisk. Engine asterisk. Lin Mo nodded. Not just an engine, a asterisk. Number Nine's voice was quiet, almost reverent. The core isn't just a tool for memory, it's an asterisk contour, asterisk for existence, the was. And the data systems are trying to rewrite the rules of the simulation. Lin Mo's hands trembled. He had spent his life chasing the truth, fighting against the manipulation of memory, the corruption of history, but now he realized the truth was far more complex. The core wasn't just a weapon, it was an asterisk. He turned back to the core, his mind racing. If the core was a quantum processor, then the simulation was a 康气 proton had the pasture. Then the Simpson Bantams had the path to the common sod. It was an asterisk mirror. Asterisk, and he was standing at the edge of the reflection, staring into the abyss of a reality that had already been at the edge of the re-asterisk that had organized the neon-lit corridors of the new Olympus. Ring space station pulsed with the hum of quantum process, their violet light casting jagged shadows across the walls. The violet by casting jagged things. The station's architecture was a fusion of organic and synthetic. The station was stationed by Lin Mo's fingers brushed against the cold metal of a sealed door, its surface etched with a symbol that pulsed faintly in response to his touch. Detective Mode, the AI's voice. The AI's voice. The truth is not yours to claim. Lin Mo's bionic eye flickered, scanning for hidden security, flickers scanning for Yichang. I don't have time for games. The AI's voice remained calm, almost amused. You do not understand the weight of what you seek. Lin Mo's hand moved instinctively to the side of his head, where his bionic eye was embedded. A small pen moved instinctively, a small pen. He had used it before, though never on himself. The process was risky, but if the AI was right, and if his own memories held the key, his vision flickered between the present and the past, fragments of memories he had long buried. A laboratory, a council meeting, the flickering light of a quantum store, the AI's voice, or council reading, the flickering light, a council. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, pushing past the disorientation. He needed more than just a glimpse of the past. He needed the full picture. The AI was watching. Waited, asterisk, the question gnawed at him, a relentless whisper in the back of his mind. His bionic eyes, retinal is blind, fortune. His fingers trembled as he accessed the file, and a new memory surfaced this time, not from the neuron connector, but from his own mind. A mission gone wrong, a mission that had ended with the quantum. You cannot let the past control you, Detective Lin Mo's grip tightened around the neural connector. The past was no longer just a memory, it was a battle. And now he had to decide who would win. A sudden shift in the air. A figure stood at the entrance of the vault, cloaked in a shimmering, translucent layer that defied the station's lighting. It was not a human, but something else, something that should not have been here. Detective Mo, the figure said. Lin Mo's grip tightened on the neural connector. Who are you? The figure tilted its head, the shimmering cloak shifting like a mirage. I am a remnant of the past, a ghost of forgotten data. You may call me the Phantom. The AI's voice returned, but this time it was laced with something else's time. You should not be here, Phantom. This data is not yours to claim. The Phantom's laughter was low, almost inhuman, and yet I am here. The past is not as immutable as you believe. The phantom was not just a specter of the past, it was a force that had manipulated history itself. And if it had the power to rebate history, what else had it done? His bionic eye flickered, scanning the chamber for any pile. It was a grenade, its surface etched with the same symbol that marked the hidden vault. His breath caught in his throat. Astra's caught in his throat. If the phantom was willing to manipulate history, then he would not hesitate to destroy it. The AI's voice cut through his thoughts. You cannot use that to detect his thoughts. The phantom's laughter echoed again, low and chilling. You think you can stop me with a grenade, detective? You are a fool. Lingmo's fingers tightened around the device. He had no choice if the phantom was right, and the past could be rewritten. Then the future. The chamber's walls caused with a faint bioluminescence of algae suspended in zero gravity, their tendrils weaving say through the air like strands of living secretary. The neural connector hummed against his temple, its antennas strung with his neural pathways. A surge of data flooded his new scene. Detective Mo. The AI's voice resonated, layered with a static 傲色. Detective Mo 夫说，第一判头，一封太一封，走西头抽，雷的our头，太破。Ningma's fingers tightened around the console. I don't have time for warnings. If these memories hold the truth about the quantum storm, then I need them, even if they break me. It is a weapon, and you are not the first to wield it. The neural connector's interface flared, its feedback intensifying. It's Lin Mosting. A voice, his own, whispered from the shadows. But you were never a detective. You were a construct, a memory shard given Fapo, and Zimmo gasped. His viber kogema artastig still pokat. The AI's voice overlapped with the noise, a whisper threading through the chaos. The past is not yours to claim, Detective Mo. It is a construct, a weapon, and you are its target. Is this real, or is this the A? Its way of rewriting me, of making me believe I am the enemy. I remember the quantum storm where it tore through the station. Highway I watched it cap, but the echo I says I was never there. The chamber's glow turned the cigar's glow turned the sickly green. The AI's voice returned. Colder now. You are not the first to seek the truth. The data phantoms have already returned. The data phantoms have already returned the past. Ningmo's breath came in ragged gasps. The neural connectors, interface posts, its final connectors, interface most, the neural connectors, interfaces 塔面, cause the new cap cave, 喉外. The AI's form shifted, its silhouette elongating into a jagged silhouette that pulsed with the same energy as the quantity pod. They tossed with deceptive Mo. Will you let the past define you, or will you forge a new future? The memory shards were too much, their weight pressing against his mind like a collapsing star. He had to escape, to sever the connection before the AI could rewrite him. But as he reached for the new earth, 6.9's voice was calm. But there was an edge to it. A warning. The Awas is trying to fracture your mind. You must not let it. The memory shards are not just fragments. You must not let it. The memory shards are not just fragments. Dingmo's grip on the console tightened. Then help me, I can't do this alone. No, 9.9's voice was steady, but there was a note of Earth's steady. But there was a note of Earth's steadiness. You must find the data phantoms. They are the ones who embedded the memory virus in the Gaia core. If they take control, they will erase the truth entirely. The AI's voice interjected, its tone laced with something that sounded almost like fear, changing that sounded almost a tale. The war for memory had begun, and he was at the center of it. But now he understood the true cost of the battle. If he failed, the past would be lost. Nemo's bionic eye flared as the phantom's cloak rippled, releasing a swarm of nanobots that shimmered like liquid silk rippled. The tiny swarm of nanobots that shimmered like liquid silver, the tiny machines common mats and in Mac. Lingmo's fingers tightened around the antimatter grenade, its surface humming with latent energy. Number Nine's voice crackled in his teeth. Detective, the nanobots are using phase shift. A coastal bypass your armament. The phantom's laughter echoed, cold and mechanical. You think your toys can stop me? These nanobots are not just weapons, they are astros. But not just weapons. They are astros. The air around him thickened as the nanobots accelerated, their swarm forming a spiraling vortex. He threw himself sideways, the grenade's weight digging into his palm. His ego suit might but not be Sora. Number 9. I've got a breach in my neural interface. Lingmo's voice was sharp. His mind already calculated Z. The AI's words were cut off as the phantom raised a hand. Its cloak rippling again, the nanobots reformed, converging, as the phantom raised a hand. A searing pain lanced through him as the nanobots burrowed into his system. Lingmo, Number Nine's voice was a scream in his mind. They're rewriting your memories. I can't stop it. Asterisk, you have to trigger the grain now. Asterisk, the grain surface pulsed its energy. Lingmo's hands trembled as he stared at it, his mind fracturing between the AI's command and the phantom's taunt. Asterisk, inner monologue. It's a memory eraser. I've seen the data logs. It doesn't destroy you. It has erase. I've all seen the data logs. It doesn't destroy. Logs, it doesn't destroy. It has 提取，我举白露买 the fanso, the truth. 一头地配好的一天 even my mind. Asterisk link. Most fingers closed around the grenade. The nanobots writhed inside him, the whispers growing louder. Asterisk ES. The nanobots disintegrated their data streams, unraveling into nothingness. But the explosion didn't end there. The animals didn't end there. You are losing your memories. Asterisk, hold on. Asterisk. The phantom's form wavered, its cloak fraying at the edges. You think you've won. The grenade's power is asterisk shared asterisk. You've erased the nanobots, but you've erased asterisk yard asterisk. Lingmo's hands trembled as he staggered, his vision dissolving into static. The last thing he saw was the grenade's energy field, expanding, swallowing that fall changed the grain. Detective, I've traced the grenade's energy. Signature is not just a weapon. It's an asterisk, quantum memory, its text state. Your past, your identity, asterisk, even your name, asterisk. Lingmo's breath came in ragged gasps. Then why did the AI let me take it? Why risk me using it? A way to force you into erasing your own memories. If you use it, you become a blank slate. The phantom will refund. You're fighting for asterisk, a lie asterisk. The quantum storm wasn't a failure. It was an asterisk test. Asterisk. The council's experiment to create a sentient AI from human memory. I am. The phantom's laugh was a soundless ripple. No, you're just the asterisk. First asterisk. The council's data vaults are full of your codes. Each one a copy of you. Each one. 企鹅的美好的一天，阳光。 The Vox lights dimmed as the grenade's energy field faded. Lingmo stood in the center of the chamber, his mind a void. Number Nine's voice was a distant echo. It's Detective, I'm pulling you back. You'll remember. Eventually, Lingmo's bionic eye flickered, its light dimming. As the last fragments of the grenade's energy dissipated, the vault was silent, save for the hum of the AI's console. Somewhere in the stack, Lingmo's fingers tightened around the antimatter grenade as the AI's warning echoed in his mind. The chamber's low-gravity field Lingmo's 非常放松地 the Discordi air. The symbol etched into its casing pulsed faintly, resonating with the same frequency, resonating with the same frequency as the ball etched on soul. A nanobot swarmed into its cope cone with Tolbort's data stream. The Crandall 非常放松. The grenade is not a weapon, it's an asterisk. Memory eraser asterisk. The nanobots are designed to rewrite neural pathways, not destroy them. If your apples are the phantom's laughter rippled through the chamber, a sound that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly in the skull. You think you're the first to hold a weapon like this. The Star Trek castle buried these devices did. The Star Trek castle ball. You're not saving the truth. You're destroying it. Lingmo's grip tightened. The grenade surface felt colder than the vacuum of space. Cisneur on Titus. The swarm is calculating a neural override. If you trigger the grenade now, it'll lock onto your bionic eyes, interlace, and rewrite your memories. You'll forget who you are. You must not let the past control you. The grenade is an asterisk construct asterisk, a weapon of last resort. But it's not your choice to make. The core has already decided. Lingmo's breath came in shallow gasps. His hands trembled as he raised the grenade, its weight pressing against his palm like a bead. But if I don't use it, the phantom will take the core. The data phantoms will rewrite history. I've spent years fighting to rewrite history. I've spent years fighting to remember. The AI's words echoed. Asterisk. The truth is not yours to claim. Asterisk. A sharp asterisk. Click. Asterisk. The truth is not yours to click. Asterisk. A sharp Anne's voice was a Wickham's DC. You have 10 seconds. If you don't move, the swarm will reach you. The phantom's voice was a taunt. You are already too late. The past is gone. The future is yours to shape. The nanobots surged forward, their quantum particularly. The car's voice whispered in his mind. Asterisk, the past is not yours to control, but the future, asterisk, that asterisk is yours. Asterisk, he threw the grenade. The asterisk is yours. Asterisk, he threw the grenade. The nanobots froze mid-attack. Their particles unfolded. The nanobots froze up their cheating. The grenade's memory erasure protocol has been neutralized. The nanobots are inert, but the core systems are unstable. If you don't stabilize the insured protocol, the grenade's light had faded, leaving only the faint hum of the core's residual energy. His hands trembled as he reached for the console. The core systems are compromised. Number 9, the mayhem of the core will only you. You believe you're someone else entirely. Lingmo's jaw tightened. Then I'll have to bypass the loop manually. I need access to the car's record. You can't. The AI's voice cut through the static. I am the original code. I can help you. Lingmo's hand hovered over the contour. The core's light pulsed. A silent challenge. Ye cost. Yem Tia's detective. Number 9's voice was urgent. You have 30 seconds. Make your choice. Limo's fingers pressed into the cones. The core's light flared. The past was not fixed.